Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was op but neglected Jedi? Harry Potter x Star Wars. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also a adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Scene break. This is a tentatively revamped edition of Ko's first chapter. There are a variety of changes from the original edition, such that when RST began it I intended to simply post as a new story, and then I put the project on hold as I moved on to other things. This is an incomplete version of that, as if I had ever finished the rewrite After one would have been about 6,000 words. Anyway, this is the new version and I'll gradually get back into the project and rewrite the older chapters, but I honestly don't know when that will be finished. Scene break. The situation with the Senate is worsening. Amber's eyes narrowed, and the Sith Lord refrained from muttering about how that was so unexpected, it would do no good. Still whipping away the last vestiges of the old Republic was ultimately for the better. I see. The dissolution of the High Council raises many concerns, Lord Kratos. The end of the war had brought a steady shift in galactic politics. Not all for the better, but as far as the Sith Lord was considered it was sufficient to be a net gain. The Emperor had known what he was doing, maintaining some semblance of he old Senate managerial power for this long. The destruction of the Jedi Order eliminated the single greatest threat to academic and military reformation in the galaxy. It had also only been part of a wider goal. A reformation started with the clone armies. The Grand Army of the Republic was dwarfed by the standing forces arranged to protect civilized space under the auspices of the Imperial Army. The clone troopers largely replaced in role by conventional recruiting in the form of the Stormtrooper legions. It was necessary, just as it had been necessary to discard Bane's rule of 2. A flig. HT of the new TIE interceptors swept over the viewport. Prototypes undergoing their first tests before being sent to Vader for more in-depth examination. Sinar had worked closely with the other Sith Lord's engineers to create them, understandable given Vader's fighter jockey tendencies. We'll hold off on the interceptor evaluation until Vader's has concluded his outing with Tarkin. The Imperial officer nodded. By your command, Captain. The man stiffened as the Sith Lord pushed himself standing, arranged to contact Admiral Zarin for me, discreetly. Yes, my lord. The officer's salute was terse, professional, reflective of the expectation of this command. Sir, I may be out of line, but Grand Moff Tarkin is adamant about the Death Star. I am aware. Tarkin's pet project was hailed as the latest in super-scale engineering. Massive, imposing, and fairly swift given that tremendous size. That is why I wish to speak with Admiral Zarin regarding the technical specifications. Something he shouldn't have needed to explain. Vader would have choked the man to death by this point. Now go. He turned away from the viewport and headed for the corridor. Kratos. It meant the state. It meant a power beyond the individual. It had been chosen for a reason, for that reason. The Grand Admiral had never been foolish enough to oppose Tarkin's grand project vocally, or in any other kind of public matter. Still, out of everyone, Zarin was the best second opinion available on costly potential boondoggles. Tarkin already complained the expenditures of the Sith fleet were unnecessary in this modern age. The Emperor was already allocating funding and space at Kuat for the superstar destroyers, including naming one the Amidala and giving it priority at the drive yards. Naboo, that one little planet. Scene break, morons. The running gun battle and exchange of blaster fire were becoming ridiculous. They confirmed Lord Vader's suspicions regarding General Kenobi. It will be over soon. Kratos wanted to believe that. It is fortuitous. He agreed, stepping through the entrance. The hangar was mostly empty. A handful of stormtroopers were watching the clash with interest, so much interest they were ignoring the escaping princess and her other rescuers. Still keeping Vader company, I see. Kenobi grunted, parrying Vader's cybernetically strengthened stroke. Age was working against him though. That blue beam was weakening. There was a reason Sith used synthetic crystal. They were easy to understand, to measure, to predict them. You are out of practice, Master Kenobi, he observed idly. Age in the end of things meant little. The Emperor was much older than Kenobi, and his form was better practiced. Vader had even more time to practice given his constant forays from core to outer regions. And the benefit of cybernetic limbs that wouldn't tire. "I am an old man," Obi-Wan declared in a snarky manner as he and Vader circled each other. Kratos swirled on his heel, eyeing the others in the rescue party. "Cadet Solo, this is a surprise." The Wookiee was still around. That wasn't much of a surprise, truth be told. The younger man was an unknown, evident force potential, but was relying on a blaster. He was unpolished, unused to this. "It's Captain now," Solo muttered snarkily, blaster trained much more confidently. "Still going about in all that silk. We can't leave Ben behind. We don't have a choice." Han growled to his friend, "Get on the damn ship, kid, go." There was a crash of lightsabers again, but the Jedi Knight and former general in the Grand Army of the Republic assured that he would be all right. "You gonna give us a speech about hokey old religions as well, Lord Kratos?" He shook his head, carefully considering how likely it was that the princess might try at getting a shot off. "No. Not today. You seem in no mood to be lectured." The calm piece in his ear chirped, providing a name to put to the younger's face: Skywalker. There was too much of a coincidence. Kenobi must have spirited the child away. Vader still refused to set foot on Tatooine even after all these years, and it was a big planet. "Go on then, run back to your smugglers' cove." Kratos took a step backwards, hand resting on the silver cylinder of a lightsaber ready to unleash the crimson blade if it came to that. Vader could track down his errant son. The Nobri or another asset could be used for that. The Nobri though would be delighted that Vader had an heir. That lightsaber on the boy's belt wouldn't last forever. It was Anakin's old one after all, a bloody miracle it even worked. Even if he inherited some fraction of his father's raw potential, he was untrained, not even a green Padawan unskilled in grasping the Force. He would need training. How many Jedi LD still be breathing? Well, regardless, it would be one less after today. "If you strike me down, Darth, I will become more powerful than you can ever imagine." Obi-Wan remarked wisely about the Force as sentient, but becoming one with the Force almost always severed a Jedi's ability to affect normal reality beyond simply talking. Two people. There were exceptions. The Sith habit of leading holocrons imprinted with their minds and presence in the Force as ancient Sith masters like Exar Kun and Revan had came to mind. Even that had its limits though. Teaching someone was alleged to be impossible. The lack of a body in the robes confirmed the prior suspicion. A tracking device. Of course, Vader rasped, prompting the other Sith to nod. "We will soon crush the rebellion." "I would prefer to wait for the Harrow." Tarkin snorted contemptuously at the notion. Scene break. Zarin's concern had been in the end well founded. The Emperor was furious, but at the same time not entirely dissuaded from the idea that the Death Star represented. Then there were the other problems all of this, that this whole debacle had raised. The idea that the rebels had in Yavin to take advantage of the Force masking properties of the temples there was absurd, but the genetic samples and security data from the Death Star didn't lie. Twins. Force-sensitive twins. Kratos did not fancy himself superstitious, but the idea concerned him. Still, they were untrained. On the other hand, there was a certain dread in knowing there were two more Skywalkers running around. The Emperor hadn't wasted any time breaking the findings to Vader either. Never mind that Tarkin had mass-scattered Alderaan, the girl's adopted homeworld, which would surely complicate any efforts to reconcile. There was no telling how the boy would take Vader killing Kenobi. Still, there would be time to deal with that later, and time to deal with the engineering failures of the Death Stars and that loss of material. And manpower as well. About your starfighter proposal. The Defender's capacity are a marked improvement. Demetrius's smile was smug in that proclamation, though we are still in alpha testing at the moment. "Yes, I've seen the cost projections," Kratos muttered. Zarin had been pressing hard for the new model to be outfitted with hyperdrive systems, which Kratos was dubious about given the sparse nature of life's upward systems on the standard TIE fighter. "The idea intrigues me." The Grand Admiral brightened at the admittance. "I am delighted to hear such. You would be of tremendous help in broaching the matter with Lord Vader." "I will discuss it with him." Anakin, Darth Vader, was a renowned patron of the Imperial Fighter Corps. Kratos himself lacked that reputation. By comparison, the dark-haired Sith Lo Road sitting across from the Admiral preferred spending time with research and development of a more capital nature, though that was in part the fault of his role in overseeing the Emperor's star cruiser. And now his association with the Super Star Destroyer programs. Your insistence that the Interceptor proposal is a stopgap at best has raised concern. There exists a starfighter gap, which we must correct. The fault lies not with our pilots, but with the bureaucrats who hamstring them with subpar equipment. The Sith Lord restrained himself from groaning at the blatantly populist rhetoric. Zarin forgot to whom he spoke while he played these political games. Demetrius Zarin pressed on. Even now your own fleet is kept on reserve testing technology that the beam counters left over the Republic squeal on about. The Sith Armada, which was admittedly a grandiose hyperbolic name assigned by the Emperor, was admittedly involved with extensive R&D programs. Programs that were very expensive, and that thus far the Emperor had deigned to keep in reserve as they were overkill. The Emperor deemed it would send the wrong message if the regular Imperial Starfleet could not deal with the problem. As I said, Zarin, I will speak to Vader. In the meantime Imperial intelligence has arrived. Come over here, Commodore. He declared, waving the Imperial officer in dress whites looming in the entryway. What was that about? He's hiding something, but he has a point. There are commanders who will not appreciate such a shift. That was certainly true, indeed, but these fighters are something we should have. I want them. Of course, my lord. Scene break. Was it bad? Kratos' scowl deepened. The Emperor had once again asserted that the Sith fleet represented an admission of failure. If it needed to brought against the rebels. Yes. Are we docked? The clamps rumbled and there was his pressure stabilized as the massive warship connected to the space station known to the Ratakan as the Star Forge. This had been the Sith Lord Revan's fortress thousands of years ago. Come. Only a handful of Grand Moffs had known of the Harrow's construction. Kratos' flagship was comparable to Vader's executor. The Senate had been in the dark, and that was how the Emperor had liked it. Kratos was a Dark Lord of the Sith, but had a myriad of duties beyond that of Sith Lord. There was a sincere feeling of appreciation for that discretion. With the High Council, and its oversight capacity, dissolved, there was little need to worry about the matter. Having to explain the extensive presence in the Rakata system would have been a nightmare compared to having to just explain the off-the-books Super Star Destroyer. With Tarkin dead though, and his command in shambles, there was plenty of head-hunting to be done in the interim that the remnant of civilian authority, even the Moffs, wouldn't notice until it was well and done. No doubt that they'd be more focused on Vader's efforts. Soon Vader would take a new apprentice, and that would be for the best. Established by Darth Bane, the rule of two stated that two there should be, no more no less. A master, an apprentice. One to embody power, the other to crave it. Kratos despised the idea. If there had been one thing he had respected, the Jedi Order, for it was its size, and the ability to delegate that those numbers allowed them. Sir. He smiled at the brunette. My apologies, Admiral. May we come aboard? Welcome aboard. Thank you, Admiral Dalla, he replied, clearing the portal. It would have been possible to take a shuttle over. But the Harrow's berth had been a permanent addition to the forge, completed a few months previous, admittedly, though the Harrow itself had still been on its own inaugural cruise at the time. How do you find Rakata? There was a tension in her jaw, and a hesitation. I see. Well, if it's not the amenities available, go ahead and out with it. He paused at the sealed lift. She was causing trouble, Dalla remarked, knowing full well that the Sith Lord would know of whom she was speaking of. The Admiral didn't approve of some things, but she put up with it, which admittedly, given the demise Tarkin, was understandable. Duly noted. Kratos murmured with some finality, reaching up to lower his hood. Pale flesh, dark hair, and the telltale indicator of Force mastery of a Sith, the amber eyes. They had once though been green, long ago, before the Clone Wars. A vibrant green they had once been. I'll see to it that Kagaya handles it, he muttered as the lift began to move. The Mandal. Orion might not have subscribed to the idea of institutional hazing welcoming new flag officers, but some of the graduates of the Academy were not. He was rather certain that the hazing pervaded the lower officer ratings as well. But given his constant schedule, had never had the time to confirm it. Kratos' hand-picked command staff had its share of outsiders, of course, but the Academy's scientific C courses provided the technical experts he required to operate smoothly. Scene break. Rakata's primary star generated the massive energy that the Star Forge used to power its Arcanitech systems, which were in turn capable of churning out thousands of ships. Kratos wasn't foolish though. Even though technology had advanced, crews were preferable. Delving too far too fast was a dangerous matter. After all, Revan had sealed the forge for a reason before he had departed deeper into the unknown territories. Revan's disappearance. It was a mystery Kratos longed to solve, but it was a fantastic adventure that he simply didn't have time for. All the myriad of Sith, Jedi, and other ancient artifacts spent more time gathering dust than being studied. The Force was infinite, but unfortunately his time and patience weren't. Months would pass before he would get the chance to study his holocrons, never mind the chance to explore the ancient Sith sorceries. It was a simple matter of fact. Even so, slowly a replacement in the shadows slowly was assembled, though at this rate it would probably take the rest of the century. Kagaia's mad armor soaked in the light as the Mandalorian stepped under it. "My lord. Regarding the efforts being made, we have been told to leave things be," which on the one hand was both infuriating and a welcome break. Perhaps if Tarkin hadn't gotten the chance to demonstrate the Death Star's super laser, then perhaps the Emperor wouldn't be so obs. On the other hand, there was no telling. "I'm leaving for Kuat to monitor the Amidala's construction rate, and I will probably be involved in seeing it to its initial tour, at least from Coruscant to Naboo. Beyond that I should be able to spare some time." While there were surviving clones of Jango Fett out there, some with families even, the Mandalorian were effectively extinct, or that had been the general opinion. Some however had chosen not to go quietly into the night. Rakata Prime offered an opportunity to congregate and raise a new generation of Mandalorian away from the galaxy. It was a tiny community, dwarfed by the other personnel of the Imperial presence. "It would be auspicious, Eminence. I can assure nothing, Kagaia," Kratos reiterated. "The Emperor is unclear to send us to battle this year or the next. So I will say this: the hero will stay here, and that in itself is an opportunity. Are your pilots ready?" "Of course." Coordinate with Dala. She'd been involved with Tarkin, and the vulnerabilities of the Death Star to Rebel starfighter attack was still a fresh wound in the Imperial Navy's psyche. "If we can do nothing else, then we can produce better starfighters than the standard TIE. It is time to cast them aside." It was well past time to switch to shielded fighters. To switch back. After all, the Jedi fighters had had shields during the war. "As you command." A fist clenched to his armor. Kratos lifted the holocron up slightly and watched sparkle, feeling the reverberations. The twinge of the Force across space. A blue world, small, lacking in spaceships or conventional defenses, but a cacophony of noise in the Force. A fleeting memory beyond the galactic pathway. Returning wasn't an option. The rebellion needed to be crushed. There was too much at stake. This was no longer the brief peace after the end of the Republic. There was a shadow in the Force across the future. Scene break. Darth Kratos. Han leaned back. He was on the board. "Back in the day I was at the Academy on Carida. Haven't really thought about it." His face twisted into a grimace and he shrugged. "Well, a bunch of stormtroopers were harassing Chewbacca here." He jerked his thumb towards the Wookiee. "So I set them straight. It got me brought up. Told me I was screwing up my chances to be an Imperial officer. That I had a future in the Navy. It was no secret that Luke had looked forward to going to an academy to learn about starships. So what happened? Han bastard sent me to community service. Thought it would show me responsibility." Leia snorted. "Well, clearly, Captain, you showed him. If Han had graduated the Imperial Academy at Carida, they would have been in a real mess, so it was better this way." Scene break. Scene break. The Star Forge was awash with activity, which was in itself normal. In fact, as things happened, the Star Forge being not hectic was an anomaly. The Emperor's other pupil being here did nothing to change the day-to-day obligations of the fortress. "Acoilt, Lord Kratos," Mara muttered. "How was the voyage from Coruscant?" "Pleasant enough, one supposes," she replied tersely. "The Emperor sends his regards." There had never been any love lost between them. It hadn't helped, of course, that the Emperor had seriously proposed a breeding program. It hadn't gone anywhere, admittedly, as the Emperor tended to suggest quite a lot over the years, many of which remained mere ideas. Still, it hadn't been just that, as Mara and Vader distrusted one another almost as much. I trust he received my report regarding the Amidala, and its ceremonies. He would like you to go through with it. Well, that was that then, there was no getting out of going now. That was unfortunate. I see. He sat the holocron down. Still, it made sense. The Emperor would attend the ship's arrival at Coruscant, but commanding it to Naboo would fall to him. It was an errand that would consume time. But showing the flag was important. What is it? Her eyes narrowed, eyeing the crystal. A holocron. He picked it up again, and offered it over. You have much to learn. Mara's presence in the Force shifted in irritation even as she accepted it. A repository. The Force can be anything given time. Some use it to manipulate fire. Some crush bones. Vader's favorite application. The Force choke came to mind. Lightning, and great speed. There are more, far more. The Force is infinite. Mara accepted the crystal. The Force is infinite. It is the Force which will free you. Sith eyes met green. My eyes were like your. Once, he murmured. In their complacency the Jedi had abandoned experimentation with the Force beyond well. He stood up. That matters little, though what is once is no longer. From her glower apparently she didn't appreciate his lecturing. Riddles. He reached out his hand and the holocron flashed. The knowledge of Sith alchemy. An antholo. GY of knowledge on the subject nearly 10,000 years old. The basics of which make the weapons of the Sith. The lightsaber, amongst others. He conceded, thinking of the contents of his wardroom. The alchemic weapons. The darts and polished till they were like glass steel of the blades. 10,000 years is a long time, and technology has advanced. Ancient knowledge is not perfect. Vibro. Generators, for example, are much easier to come by. That was the simple fact of things. Why are you here? I told you. The Emperor can call Vader to tell him to scour the reaches to find the rebels. Which had thus far proven to be a bust, but you expect me to believe that the Amidala is so important he sends you to reiterate it. He laughed. It is beyond that. The superstar destroyers are responsible for command of entire sectors. Kratos shrugged, walking around his overladen desk. Yes, Vader's executor was the beginning, and now that it is available there is that. The idea, though, the rebels would attack the Amidala was ludicrous. Yavin had been more of an Imperial failure than a rebel success. We detained a Bothan spy recently. He took his own life rather than give up his compatriots. He had recently visited Naboo, and while it could be nothing. I concede my point, he muttered. Though if you ever suggest I did such outside this room I'll deny it. Of course. Scene break. Naboo remained a picturesque world. This was Palpatine's homeworld, but people tended to forget that, and well, history had been selectively remembered. Thus the Amidala's hull was white instead of standard naval gray. We have arrived. There were other slight differences between this superstar destroyer and its siblings like Vader's executor, but nothing significant. Any attack Suche SSFUL against this ship could likely be replicated against its siblings. Kratos had already been subjected to the typical bluster that no rebel plot could fell such a powerful icon of the Imperial Starfleet. Put the Corinth and Macedonia equidistant to us, and keep our alert fighters on their toes. Kratos ordered tersely. It was probably a waste of time. A direct assault by capital ship was unlikely. The Executor class was designed after all for stand-up engagements. That didn't preclude an attempt by strike bombers, but sabotage was the much more likely course of action. The flanking pair O.F. Imperial Star Destroyer 2 broke off and moved away from the much larger Super Star Destroyer. They're moving to position now. It was the best that could be done, all things considered. Naboo was considered an ideal world. And its political elite were well connected. Their staff should have been vetted appropriately, but therein lay the issue. We are adjusting for our tour course, and we shall reach orbit shortly. It wasn't unusual for Bothan spies to commit suicide rather than allow themselves to be captured. It wasn't unusual for the commandos to escape either when they were captured. Imperial intelligence had specific protocols to attempt to counter infiltrators, but there were other foes than the rebel foes, including competition from the Empire itself. The rebel leader Mon Mothma had condemnation in the past, but rebel command and control was more of an idea than reality. A bomb was very likely, and this was a very large ship, with attendant crew, never mind visitors. During the war Kratos had been involved in the Republic fleet. That had been where the Emperor felt he was needed most. There had been flaws of course to the first generation, Star Destroyers, the Venator. But their fighter wings had been impressive. As it had happened though while carrier operations had been important, the presence of CIS capital ships had left a defining mark in wartime and post-war strategy for shipbuilding. Kuat was more than happy to oblige those inclinations, and thus the Imperial line had entered service at the end of the Republic. They had flaws as well, but the combination of carrier power and direct guns rendered it a short list that could stand up to them. The Emperor had been delighted, and approved immense funding for Kuat's production system, and slightly less generous for their R&D, hence the delay in the ISDII's service. Therein had laid the issue. The two was mostly focused on corrections and adjustments. It was still expensive, and offered no major advancement in the existing capacity. Thus tranche were still being constructed, though at a reduced rate as the production was incrementally increased. Tarkin's destruction of Alderaan by coincide. NCE complicated the matter of the Victory-class Star Destroyers, such a nuisance. Once the Amidala was turned over, there was going to be the matter of addressing those logistical concerns too, jockey with the MOFs and Sector Authority. That was always fun, and with an increasing number of SSDs being released to their new commands, well, Kratos did not look forward to the new year. It's a fine ship, the Admiral declared to him smugly. Ideal to defend the planet that is the homeworld to the Emperor. Sycophant. People casually glossed over Amidala's attempts to stymie the arming of the Republic. Sea forces in the war against the CIS, the irony of naming a superstar destroyer after her, the paint is still fresh. The man laughed. Right, you are. Scene break. The hunt for the rebellion's base continued, but the outer rim was vast. There were countless settlements that were unknown to the Empire. Skywalker must not be allowed to become a Jedi Knight. That was the dire warning, and Vader was the search far too personally. Maybe it was the marriage. Kratos didn't presume to understand, but then perhaps that was some flaw of the Jedi training, or upbringing, or who knew what. Anakin's Kylo Ren had potential but no one to teach them, so how could they possibly manage to become knights on their own? Kratos' habit of carrying two lightsabers represented in part an adherence to Judeo-Asch. Rule of lightsaber combat largely extinct in the modern day. It had been at the Emperor's insistence he learn the form, and given the prevalence of droids during the Clone Wars, it had made sense to incorporate surviving Sith doctrine on lightsaber combat with Jedi forms. Learning the blade took time, and practice, and firm instruction. Vader's children had few options who could hope to instruct them in such methods, not with Kenobi dead. Hiding from the Empire denied them access to whatever records of Jedi forms might exist, and Kratos grimaced as his eyes turned to the star map. The rebel base hidden in the Yavin system. The Emperor's concern, fear even, was of Skywalker becoming a Jedi Knight. The more pressing danger might be a Sith artifact recovered from Yavin than some half-dead Jedi survivor. Kenobi should have trained Skywalker from childhood, instead of whatever it had been. It was done now. Kratos could lambaste it or move on. Either way, his investigations into Yavin's ruins would have to be left to intermediaries. Captain. Apologies, my lord. The man declared. There is a priority message from Imperial intelligence regarding the Naboo matter. You said you wished to be informed. I did, yes. He beckoned the man forward. Imperial intelligence had attempted to backtrace the last 72 hours of the Bothan infiltrator to little avail. Forensics though had been somewhat more successful, but its results lended more to speculation than concrete evidence. Rebel privateers would never be a threat to a superstar destroyer, and such ships were more likely being used to ferry or mask the signatures of transports carrying rebel operatives. Given that the Amidala was not intended to leave Naboo for a week, that was enough time to monitor the navigation computer and ensure there was no tampering. But it didn't preclude an attack on the gala itself. We could bolster security. Kratos glowered at him. Security. We are on a star destroyer. If the enemy is going to attack, they are already here. Make sure that the arms lockers are secure. Yes, my lord. Bringing someone along would have been wise. Leave, he hissed, inhaling. The thing about the Force was it was vast. An all-encompassing ocean, or perhaps the void of space. The gravity of the shadow, and what it insisted on showing him threatened to swallow his attempts at divining what he seeked. Do or do not, there is no try. The Force burned inside. This would have been easier aboard the Harrow, but this ship was little different, and he had overseen its construction as well. The ward rooms of the visiting dignitaries and important persons and their retinues of attendants were in the same place. The terrors in the dark were something to conquer, not to cower at. Kratos left the pair of custom-built blasters in his own ward room. Scene break. The bloodstains would come out of the room after a thorough washing or two. "Compose yourself, Admiral," the Sith Lord growled. The device itself had been compact, a binary system that when split into constituent pieces passed cleanly through security. Those kind of threats had always been a concern, of course, but the anti-personnel charge had been short-range, had mostly succeeded in murdering the refreshments, though several delegates would be in the Bacta tanks for the next week. "Kratos, there could be more bombs on my ship," he protested. "The security teams are sweeping the ship, all 19 kilometers of the length of the giant white elephant, and all the decks just in case. It will take time." A complete sweep of the ship was a major security undertaking. But the critical areas of the ship were already locked down. "Now compose yourself, and change your shirt, go assuage the governor that everything is fine." The Sith Lord waited no further before sweeping away. Arrangements were being made for shuttles from the Corinth to ferry everyone to the planet's surface rather than use their original transports. It was an additional safety precaution, just in case there was anything compromised on them as well. "Lord Kratos, we've secured a communication to Einlanzer's flagship." "Good." The bulkhead sealed behind him as the holographic display powered up. "Admiral, the Einlanzer was an aging ship. A Mandator II class built shortly in the waning years of the Clone War. It served largely as a test bed for experimental systems. I will be returning on schedule. Make arrangements as needed to receive my shuttle. There is the matter of the signatures we were detecting. Any progress with those anomalous grid signatures or the rebel privateers?" "None. Neither at present. So in short, a colossal waste of time. At least something had happened with the Amidala rather than being nothing at all." An evening filled with middle-rim socialites was never high on his priorities. "Then we will leave it to the local sector authority." Not that they'd proven very successful up to this point, but the fleet was needed elsewhere. The two ISDIIs would remain here for the interim. They could be recalled at a later date. "We will need to divert to Rendley before returning. The extensive production of the Victory I needed to be addressed, and that required an in-depth discussion with the engineers." At least Vader was addressing the matter of the TIE Interceptor programsystems personally, even as Zarin continued to nitpick small details about the project. The hologram faded. "What about the Lorinar matter?" "That, Captain, will be dealt with another day. There were other concerns before steps could be taken in that direction." While not sympathizers to the rebel cause, Lorinar Corporation had an eye for their bottom line. That was a potential problem, even if the Emperor was willing to overlook that habit. Corruption had not ended with the downfall of the Republic, not that that had ever been expected to be an outcome. And Grand Moff Kane, he's behind schedule, and most Synar's brass is busy catering to Vader. Synar's Starship Division was the oft-mistreated stepchild under the current board, and while Artis Kane was working as a patron for that branch, Kuat was tough competition for anything larger than frigates. The VSD program, with the ships totaling in at 900 meters, meant that were large enough to assuage most of the chain of command, at least more than the smaller Vindicator hulls would. An ISD wasn't needed for every task the Navy conducted, but telling flag officers that was proving increasingly prone to prompting petulance from those officers. There was also the fact Anya was probably bester him on the status of the Reaper. Scene break. As it happened, Kane's replacement of Tarkin was a good thing, and thankfully the man hadn't wasted much time on the status of the SSD that was intended for his command. It would take time, another month at least, to finish the Reaper remaining weapons tests. The Emperor, on the other hand, had more annoyed with the mess made of the Amidala's reception. But there was no helping that. The Rakata system was just as busy as Kratos liked it. Enough that his crews didn't have idle hands, but no one was pulling anything more than 2 shifts in a row. The Emperor's ideal of the Sith Armada was in many ways paralleled as a stormtrooper corps for the fleet. It wasn't entirely accurate and would never match the size of the Imperial Starfleet. But its technical service division was arguably the best in the galaxy. That was in part necessity. Imperial Star Destroyers were always deemed to be in short supply, even though they'd be In service since the early days of the Empire. The Star Forge helped, but Kratos had to moderate its usage because of complications. Still, the Emperor's allowances allowed Kratos to ignore the Navy's normal order of battle plans. Which was nice. The SAW would never get close to a fraction of the Jinn in terms of tonnage. Kratos accepted that. The Imperial Starfleet numbered several hundred mi-Leon ships, and while most of those were either old or support vessels, it kept the galaxy more or less running smoothly. Only a tiny fraction of the Jinn's warships were star destroyers. They had their place though. Kratos accepted that as well. Where are we? Interceptor. Our Avenger production is all tied up. The Commodore declared from the command console beneath him. We could build a few squadrons in-house. But if we do that, we might as well build something to our own specifications. Kratos nodded, as it would that piss off the bureaucrats just as much as building interceptors off of their own machinery. Set a meeting for the TSA, make sure to have the technical reports for the drills we conducted regarding post-Yavin vulnerabilities. Aye, sir. There had still been no word back regarding the search. Not from Vader, Arcane, or any of the other searching Imperial commands. The months would probably stretch into years. It might give them enough time to address at least in part this damnable fighter gap. TIE-LN were proliferate throughout the galaxy, so most people would still be out in the cold regardless of what they might manage to accomplish. Vader could pull ships H to steamroll any force, but that took time. The rebels weren't likely to stay in any one place in any numbers, unless they were well out there in the rim. It was still more likely the rebels had dispersed command and control. It would make them more dangerous and all the harder to intercept their plans. Bring me the technical reports from the war. Sir, do you have something specific in mind? Republic doctrine, carrier air power. Axane's reports on effectiveness and flexibility. It was a lot to ask for, but there came a point where Kratos didn't trust his own memories of the war. Second opinions, studies, all of the hard data. The Clone Wars were ages ago, sir. He gave the Commodore a look of warning in response. I remember. Scene break. Scene break. Chapter 3, Crown of Ebony. Scene break. Kratos was hunched over the reports in front of him. Looking back though on the war, remembering was different. The war against the Separatists, and their droid armies, and then the Jedi hunts afterwards, Order 66. The Emperor's new order had been more than just the creation of the fleet, and the army, and all of that. The Reformation had altered the old order over years. A combination of centralized authority, and allowing region sector chiefs wider leeway governing them. The Venator's complement of fighters. Is there something you want to say, Dala? When was the last time you commanded a fleet-wide action? He blinked, shrugged. The war. Middle Rim counter-offensive. 200 Venator-class star destroyers, 400 Dreadnought-class heavy cruisers, along with various other ships. Since then nothing has concerned 1,000+ ships. Not in a single battle. Patrol operations were so mundane. Not directly, no. Dala's strategies developed at Carida had always been aggressive, which was all well and good, but not all of her instructors back at the academy had approved. Kratos, and a handful of others had been concerned about the occasional recklessness, and its habit of incurring losses, heavy losses. There had been other complaints of course, but many had simply been personal grudges taking the place of substantive arguments. A brute force solution is not always practical, Kratos commented, but Tag should have convinced you of that years ago. Regardless of that, the ISD is an inelegant solution. It is supported by the logistical backbone of the Empire. Class 1 hyperdrive, paired with the heavy turbolasers would be a solution, given the appropriate hull. Kratos nodded. There had been proposals for such. You've been reviewing the proposal from Kane then. It seems the best solution available. The Vindicator hull is sufficiently robust to manage it, and this redesign for the Class 1 hyperdrive will be handled. When? Kratos inquired. Never mind, we have more pressing issues, not the least of which is trying to convince the High Command that a 600-meter-long ship is large enough. The Victory class is old, outdated, and the VSD-2 will never reach replacement numbers. The Admiral responded aggressively, it is at best a stopgap, and as for size, the Lorinar medium cruiser proposal is in the same situation. It is however modular, which gives us something to present to Imperial Starfleet. He commented, and those kind of features would catch enough attention to get the program into production. The Emperor will grant us the leeway to develop ships, but that has limits. The dissolution of the High Council's oversight substantially bolstered the notion of that, but creating entirely new ship without something to justify it. A superstar destroyer, or a replacement for the Mandator, I could justify, not an entirely new line of star destroyers, without the rest of the Navy adopting them. Dalla nodded. Then what do you propose we work on? In a year I'm going to Kuat to begin drafting of an ISD-3 proposal. It will win us enough goodwill with the Imperial Admiralty in Kuat to justify our smaller system proposals. It, combined with Vader's support and the latitude provided by the Emperor, should ensure there was enough political capital. Will it be enough? We will see. Continue your plans. Scene break. The Reaper is reported operational. The Grand Moff should be very pleased with so. As Grand Moff succeeding Tarkin, that was a great deal of political power, and yet Kane did not seem pleased with the appointment. It mattered little, one supposed. He had been in the position long enough as it was. Has he updated any of the proposals levied in the committee? Not at present. Kratos nodded, and swung off his chair. That was all he needed to know. If the Grand Moff had managed to stumble upon any hints as to the location of the Rebel Alliance leadership's hideaway in the Outer Rim. Given the methodology Kane employed, though, that was possible to tip the rebels off by being overly cautious in his investigation. It couldn't be helped, though. The lift swept open and Kratos swept his palm over the reader and hit a glyph activating the lift. The Star Forge was a sprawling fortress complex. After the invasion of Naboo, plans had been established to create a clone army through the Camino, or at least the official Republic records remarked that much. In reality it had been a bit more complicated than that, all for the good of the galaxy, though. It had taken years to repair the Star Forge, though, as opposed to the industries that the Camino had already had prepared. Lahan, the mostly tropical planet in this system, had once been the capital of the Rakatan Empire. Its in temples still radiated the power of the Force. The planet, though, had been a wild, untamed mess inhabited by primitives stranded on the planet for thousands of years since the days of the Old Republic. The Venators' ability to deploy prefabricated garrisons had been instrumental in recolonizing the planet. It had still taken time, though. It was thus Kratos had retained most of his academic facilities aboard the Star Forge itself. The collection of holocrons were a myriad of topics, most of which had no bearing. Transcribing them thus had fallen to the way occasionally he had the time to review them. The archives were more than that. The Star Forge itself was more than it had been. For whatever reason Revan had chosen to abandon the station, or perhaps had been driven from it given the state of damage done to the facility. Regardless, it was whole now, and presented enough room to hold classes with the handful of Force sensitives Kratos could stand allowing entry into the system. In the waning centuries of the Republic, the Jedi had weakened. Their numbers dwindled from their height of power as Sith remained elusive. Beyond the core and segments of the Middle Rim, they did not seek out Force-sensitive children to train. It was deep in the Outer Rim that native Force traditions and remnant of older branches survived. While the Emperor had retained his own core of acolytes and lesser disciples in the way of the Force, Kratos was of something grander, an onyx mirror of the brown robes. Vader deemed it a waste of time, probably because it was taking so long. Scene break. Then untrained Luke Skywalker's burgeoning talents with the Force could feel the disturbance in the Force. It kept him awake on the frigid nights that dominated the planet Hoth. Han told him he was imagining things, that it was all in his head. So he spent his time reading. It was unfortunate that the records available to the Rebel Alliance were incomplete at best, but it painted a picture of a war he had never known. The Clone Wars had been the greatest conflict in recent memory. The first true to rock the galaxy in many centuries. It had so terrified the Republic Senate that they had paved the way for the establishment of the Empire. Official records placed great emphasis on the accomplishments of the Republic fleet and the clone armies in battling the Separatist threat. The role of the Jedi was glossed over for the most part, in parts being erased entirely. The battles, though, the Separatists and the Republic had thrown ships at each in immense numbers, beyond what the Rebel Alliance could muster. After the war, though, Sinar had received a contract to supply the Empire with a new, cheaper fighter. The TIE lane was short-range, cheap, and most of all easy to mass produce and maintain. The workhorse of the Rebel Alliance fighter wings were more expensive, had more in common with the fighters employed by the Republic. Luke had no interest in politics, but the notion filled him with pride, at least on that. So kept awake most nights by the shadow cast over the Force he read. Han, surprisingly enough, knew more than he let on, all courtesy of the Imperial Academy at Karita. Vader was a general during the war. If I remember right, he commanded elements of the Army's Starfighter Corps. That doesn't make sense. The tie may be newer, but, Luke shook his head. It wasn't that it wasn't a bad fighter. Except compared to others the tie is good enough, and that was fine for the Empire. Han cut in, it's not about having the best, it's always been about the bottom line, and how many of them they can carry. Luke could understand that. The Rebel battleship Fortessa carried nearly 200 X-wings aboard it at present. Each X-wing had hyperdrives of their own, but the Amon TIE fighter made do without them, drastically simplifying their construction. Rebel fighters and privateers in the shipping lanes were able to strike, though free of having to rely on keeping their motherships too close to the battle. There is something out there, Han, I can feel it. The Death Star was merely the beginning. It's all in your head, kid. Han replied, look, this thing is going to go on for a while. Why don't you come on with Chewie and me? You're a hell of a pilot, kid, and the galaxy is a big place. The Empire is out there looking for this base, and when they do find it, they are going to come big. A fleet of star destroyers. Scene break. Rakata's system rarely entertained outsiders. That was how Kratos preferred it. It spared him the insufferable babble of internal rivals. And to continue that, the secrecy of Rakata needed to be maintained. Commodore, has there been any word from Zarin? No, my lord. An abrupt klaxon ended the discussion. My lord. Kratos grimaced. Confirm our reception of the message. He declared, eyeing the displayed Imperial intelligence message. Vader's message conveyed confidence regarding the information relayed by the probe droids with regards to locating the rebels. Dala. Lord Vader will not wait for us, the Admiral replied, stating the obvious, which was certainly true. Despite being in the Outer Rim, Hoth and Rakata were far from one another. With Class II hyperdrives, their arrival would be well after the battle was done. The rebels would have long since fled, and those that wouldn't be able to flee would be destroyed. This was on Vader. You are correct. Keep our pickets on alert. Vader may need help running down the stragglers who get away. A salute, and that was the end of the conversation. The orders were about all that they could really manage to do in this situation. Far away, in another distant part of the Outer Rim, Vader contemplated if he could focus enough to choke the life out of Ozzel all the way from aboard the bridge of the Executor. The impetuous fool had exited hyperspace too close to the planet itself. As if he hadn't already been concerned about the rebels managing to escape the blockade as it was. As it was expected, rebellion had scattered their forces. This desolate ice world, though, yes, his son and daughter were both here, he could feel them through the Force. During the war, Kratos had always complained about the resolution of various sensors and the limitations of such systems. It was a double-edged sword, one Vader had intended to use to his advantage, and now by exiting so close to the planet, which was sure to have shield generators, he had spoiled the element of surprise. My lord, the energy readings from the surface are unusually high, but we can conclusively establish the presence of at least one DDS-02 shield generator system. Vader made an agitated exhalation in confirmation, which of course only prompted the bridge officer to babble on about the state of the rebel defenses. Do IAPP about a mere regiment? Strength force of rebels, Vader snarled, hitting his communications console with a balled fist. Veers. The general saluted. My lord, the 181st IM. Imperial Fighting Group awaits your go command. Make planetfall, General, Vader declared. With any luck, Veers would be able to clean this up and some semblance of a blockade could be rushed into place. Prioritize those shield generators, but suppress the ion cannon if at all possible. Time was no longer their ally. Full power to the engines, Captain. Put the Executor into orbit. Yes, Lord Vader. In his original plan, Vader had envisioned the opportunity to surround the planet with his nearly a dozen star destroyers and advance under the protection of the squadron's fighter air wings. That was obviously no longer an option. It would be difficult to conduct launch operations in an effective manner with so many of the ships out of position, and that ion cannon would complicate things until it could be silenced for good. Scene break. Ozzel is alive. Kratos looked at the officer. It was true that anger fueled one's ability to draw upon and harness the power of the Force, but Anakin had always taken it a little far. Being ruled by his temper. Young Skywalker managing to escape must have infuriated Vader. Very well, Dala, prepare out pickets to deploy. We will support Vader's efforts as he needs us. By which of course he meant elements of his command would be dispatched to assist in the search, and he would remain here until there was reason to board the Harrow. At 19 kilometers the ship was palatial. But for all that was true, the Executor class could not truly compare to the comfort aboard the Star Forge, nestled here in a nexus of Force energy. After all, there were concrete leads to chase at the moment. While Ozzel had overreached, it was also true that Vader had been pressing for results. Maybe the other Dark Lord accepted that, or maybe the progress with T. He knew TIE program was keeping him placated. Therein of course lay the rub, as Zarin continued to adamantly maintain his protest that the Interceptor was nothing more than an intermediary, a stepping stone towards a truly modern next-generation fighter. As much as Kratos fancied the notion, he would prefer something tangible that could be built rather than some mythical project that might take several more years. For the interim, the Interceptor was a viable production model, and was being produced as quickly as the limited number of lines could allow. Sinar had been exceedingly clear, though, that the TIE lane was in such abundant service it would take at minimum 2 decades to phase them out of frontline service. The Emperor had accepted this. Vader, however, desired the ability to replace H's own squadron's TIE lane with TIE interceptors as quickly as possible. It would be incremental, and even the Executor would take time. There was a list, and 2 squadron wings, or roughly 144 fighters, would take most of the year to reach Vader. Production was preferential, but not so much that Vader could monopolize the entire line for his command. Currently that bottleneck Maya. NT Kratos didn't expect any more interceptors for another full year, possibly longer. So while they waited for a lead to chase down, he settled into review in-house solutions, mindful of Imperial bureaucrats, if we might produce something not in general use or sanction. Treading on toes for the sake of doing such never ended well. Kratos took a calming breath. In a couple hours word would start filtering from the deployed picket of light cruisers and frigates that had left their forward positions in deep space to run down leads for Vader's missing rebels. There weren't going to be many places for our cadet Solo to hide, not with Kane's detachments in the Outer Rim being involved in the search as well. The noose would tighten, and that would be that. Kurita had been a long time ago. Solo, and Dala, and who knew how many others had faced a corrupt system. Not that it had been any better at the War College at Axanes, or any of the other lesser institutions. There were, and would always be, that kind of institutional rot. And that was why Kratos avoided academia. He was a Sith Lord, and he would just as likely have ended up conducting some kind of purge, and that would step on who knew how many toes. He was an alumni, but so were plenty of others within the Moffs and Admiralty. Kratos accepted he could just kill them all. Even Anakin had accepted that. Some people, Solo, couldn't adapt. The galaxy could abide unorganized chaos. Smuggling might never be stamped out, but the Empire was reforming the administrative system for entire sectors. At some point in 10-15 years there would be apparatus to police even the less frequent trade routes. The galactic economy was thriving. It was in part why the rebellion had lasted so long, because right now the corporate sector authority could only manage so much. Kane would have to understand that, and being able to act on it if he were going to manage it. 3 separate commands were picking through the path of the Millennium Falcon. There would be no escape. And then Vader would have the bait to lure out young Skywalker. Has Kuat sent the reports on the Eclipse program this month? Pursuant to the Emperor's directive, Starship R&D continued. Even as Kuat constructed Executor-class SSD, the Emperor had insisted the boundaries of progress be pushed. Thus, besides the Executor-class ships, 2 other SSD were under construction at Kuat. In addition, a third version of this slightly smaller class was being built at the Star Forge. While Kratos was adamant about maintaining the secrecy of the facility, Kuat engineers periodically exchanged reports on the Eclipse ships being constructed. Scene break. Memories. Chapter 4. Scene break. Sith holocrons were always very precarious things. They were constructed of force-sensitive crystals, generally synthetic ones, as they had more stable parameters. It was the same logic that the Sith employed in the construction of most of their force-sensitive technology, including the iconic red lightsabers. It was a mature technology, one that had been in use for tens of thousands of years. If not for the fact that Force users were rare compared to the rest of the galaxy, such systems might be more common. Some Sith Lords were so vain as to use holocrons as autobiographies, recording the entire sum of their lives for posterity. A Sith Lord could imprint his memories, his personality, a very piece of himself into the crystal with effort into them, or force another being into them, though that was somewhat more complicated. Kratos appreciated meticulous notekeeping and recognized that holocron technology was substantially more secure than traditional computers, but there was such a thing as taking it too far. Most Sith sought to ensure intruders were not able to access the secrets contained with ease, and relied on a variety of dark magics to protect those secrets. Amongst the most common, though somewhat tame, protections were the habit of forcing users to relive memories. Powerful Force users could work through this, and thus ensured that only the strong could access the knowledge. Thus the Sith Lord watched his younger self. It was the waning years of the Republic. Truthfully, Coruscant had not really changed that much in the intervening decades. The Trade Federation had invaded Naboo. It was a time of weakness for the wider galaxy. The Republic and its Senate was weak and feckless. Kratos himself was young. His eyes were still vibrant green. Not even a hint of gold flecks that would develop in time as the conflict progressed. He had no lightsaber either. After all, this was a time when the Jedi still lorded about, heedless of Darth Sidious working alongside them day in and day out. This must have been one of his brief sabbaticals from the college. Palpatine had furnished him a stipend, and allowed him a choice of prestigious schools. The academy at Carida had been his first choice. Later, as the clone army matured on Kamino Darth. Following his graduation from the academy, the Emperor had sent him away to postgraduate studies at Axane's War College with the promise of an immediate commission of captain in the Republic fleet, and command of a ship. This was between then. This holocron crystal Zarin had sent him could be showing him any number of memories. Coruscant was the center of the galaxy. Palpatine was only just now assuming the position of Chancellor. This was many years ago indeed. Kratos watched as his younger self unsapped the collar of his old Cariden Academy uniform. More memories followed, some adjuvant talking about the invasion of Naboo and the Trade Federation's actions, the impotence of the Senate to react to the invasion, and how unlikely the Trade Federation would really be punished. Scene break. The successful demonstration of the clone army and the declaration of the Grand Army of HTE Republic had set the stage for everything that would come in the years to follow. Palpatine had made good on his assurance. The Venator-class star destroyer produced by Kuat were amongst the most modern starships in the galaxy. Divert power to forward guns primary those destroyers. The order was quickly carried out, which was a relief given the state of the crew. There were not enough clones, which was fine for the fleet matter. While the backbone of the Grand Army of the Republic was indeed the clone army created on Kamino. The Military Creation Act had not been written with knowledge of the clone army, merely that it laid out the understanding the Republic needed a permanently standing force to address the growing threat presented by the Separatists. Not all regional fleets and academies were of the same quality. Best and brightest of the Republic translated in reality to mean those well connected to their senators, and by and large swarms of green enlisted personnel foisted off on the Republic as individual systems hoarded experienced crewmen, and that was before factoring in the Jedi's role in the command and control apparatus of the infant fleet. A fusillade of heavy turbolaser fire crashed into the forward shields, feeding enough energy into the shields to rattle the bridge. Kratos grimaced. Reality was proving to be substantially more problematic than simulated combat. Kuat's engineers had managed substantial effort to increase the power of the shields, but there were limits to what you could do. The opposing Providence destroyers were nearly the same size as his own ship, as the rest of the Republic core line. The Acclamator were faring slight worse. Warship design had been laid out to best suit a profile of attack. The arrowhead or spear point profile oriented guns in a forward direction and well suited to pursuing enemy ships. Magazines are reloaded, Captain. Commander, where is Green Squadron? The holographic display altered, displaying the enhanced resolution of the planet's network of artificial and natural satellites. Blue and Red Squadron had both taken extensive losses, not without the opportunity to attack the swarms of droid fighters. The damage was done, though Red and Blue were out of this fight, and the next few until replacements could come. Get me Commander Lear. Tell him to execute State -7. STATE-7, aye sir. Kratos clenched his hand and waited. They'd only ever tried this in simulation. Never with real crews, never mind this mishmash of personnel. Tell me when she's ready. He muttered, and considered how badly this could go sideways, pun intended. The Separatist fleet had been building for years. Darth Tyrannus had been preparing for this kind of battle, and the Republic hadn't. The nascent Republic forces were spread thin in response to many numerous Separatist incursions across the galaxy. Task Force is in position, Captain. Execute State -7. Unlike starfighters, capital ships could be described as many things, but nimble was not one of them. It was a simple matter of physics, as the mass of a capital ship was too great for its engines to turn on a dime. Order all fighters to attack the enemy engines. Keep our shots tight, and hold us in formation. Scene break. His younger self was tracing a thumb over healing wounds. 3 ribs if he remembered correctly, though the scar had bothered him more at the time. It would heal in time, as with all things. You shouldn't pick at that, Admiral. His younger self had been more prone to emotion, as the glare demonstrated. At the time of the Republic, though, that had been dangerous, his emotions risked revealing his force powers to the Jedi Order. At times, though, with the weight of the war weighing heavily, it had been difficult to control that torrent. The danger posed from losing control would not abate until after Order 66 was carried out. Thank you, General, Kratos declared. I will attempt to remember that. The Jedi obsession with avoiding material entanglements had never made any sense to him, not then, nor now. At the time, though, the Jedi General had me. And well, after all, it was a dark time for the Republic. The Jedi had been unsuspecting, and while Kratos had wielded a not insubstantial grasp on the Force, he had not been privy to everything. He understood, though, that either the Jedi worn down by attrition or there would be war after the Separatists were dealt with. There could be nothing else. This war may seem without end, but it cannot last forever. Shellshock may not have affected the clone troopers, or if it did, at significantly reduced rate than natural-born recruits, but it had problem amongst regulars, even into the flag ranks. Even the Jedi were not immune. Even the drone armies have their limits, Kratos replied. The decision to finance the clone army after the invasion of Naboo was the correct one. Were that it was not necessary. The Jedi agreed. The Republic, though, has been rotting from the inside for so long. You don't want to admit that T could go on for years, but it can. It could. Palpatine's end game cool. D take the rest of the decade. It could take longer. The Jedi Knights were dwindling in number as they were spread throughout the galaxy. The Academy at Carida had a much easier task when it came to the matter of ramping up the number of available officers, which was the whole point. Carida, Axanes and the other prestigious military academy were connected to powerful senators, and that was useful political capital. Then the sky broke, as Separatist ships poured out of hyperspace over Coruscant. Kratos grabbed for the comm band he generally wore around his ear. Commander, what? A snarl of static interrupted his inquiry, which admittedly indicated jamming. Then again, that with the number of starfighters blitzing down from orbit, Kratos didn't want to go down that path. Then the glass in the skyscraper started exploding. This was the Separatist assault on Coruscant, made possible by technology pioneered by the intergalactic banking clan. Not that it had really been that much of leap. Kratos watched as his younger self snatched for his sidearm. The Jedi General wouldn't survive, and he'd end up improvising with her lightsaber. That had been a problematic thing to deal with in the aftermath. Eventually he had awoken on a beach, still stranded, and faced with the threat of hostile primitives to deal with, and the monstrous local fauna. Scene break. Kratos knew this world instantly in his memories. Located in the far reaches of the Outer Rim, he had spent nearly a year marooned here waiting for the rescue party. His stranding had been in part his own fault. This world had been lost to the galaxy since the downfall of the Rakatan Star Empire. He had had time to study the archives though, and had not expected rebel sabotage of his ship. As a result of its separation its traditions had developed unmolested by outside influence. Other Force traditions had involved the manipulation of the classical elements, like fire and water, but this was well inventive given the primitive nature of things. 20,000 years ago the four elements had been split equally between Sith and Ekal of course. Once upon a time the Jedi had wielded lightning as well, rather than merely redirecting it. Things changed as opinions took hold, and labels were applied. It seemed this world had taken this farther than that, especially for somewhere that could barely manage steam technology. Kratos had seen nearly 1,000 worlds, but few had anything approaching this level of technology, though none had this level of Force sensitivity in their population. He rarely had this kind of opportunity, if he hadn't been fucking marooned in this backwater rock. These people fought with primitive iron weapons, the majority of its cities were collections of stone, and wood with nary a hint of running water or electricity. The lack of technology had made up for things in other has been a time he had been free of the boundaries of the Senate, or the Emperor, though truthfully the Emperor hadn't noticed as Vader and Kratos had been stationed in the far outreaches of the Outer Rim, and expected to be gone for most of his time. In hindsight that was perhaps a weakness. Kratos watched his younger self unleash the Force powering through the wave of fire, in a bid to get to his lightsaber. A moment later the long silver cylinder ignited with a satisfying snap hiss into a magnificent glowing crimson beam of energy. Then of course the sea had pitched, and heaved him across the deck. If it had been the storm it would have been one thing. The local wildlife had predators comparable to W. Had might be found on Leyhan. Some of HTE monsters here might have even been transplanted the same way. Scene break. Kratos remembered the Chandrila uprising with mixture of loathing and disgust. A.P. Particularly hard-line offshoot of the rebels had bombed a series of barracks after a festival. It had been egregious enough that Mon Mothma had repudiated the actions as not representative of the rebel cause, and disavowed the perpetrators. Not that it had done any good. What he couldn't understand was why the holocron forced him to remember it. These were struggles certainly, trials. He had spent the days after his arrival supervising the last few days of the cleanup. It had been during the entry to the catacombs that he had found something else. It had to be that which this holocron the Zarin had found meant to show him. The tomb of Andes have been a tremendous find by itself, to face the Force ghost itself. Andes Ba had been a Jedi from long ago, when the Jedi had been a powerful foe. He had fought Jedi before, the Jedi of his era, the Knights of HTE Republic. Ba had been nothing like them. A single-minded furor of energy resonating within the Force. Because the lightsaber's core was a Force-attuned crystal the blade could harm him, but blasters had been useless. Even if he hadn't been a Force ghost Kratos was dubious about how useful a blaster would be against a Jedi from Ba's era in hindsight. The catacombs beneath Hana were spacious, if slick with water. There had been an abundance of material to navigate and avoid. Ba had been able to hurl them at him. While doing the same had been useless except as a diversion, and even that was of limited value. For 38 hours Kratos had evaded, and fought against the Force ghost. Scene break. Kratos' snarl led spasming as his mind snapped out of its Force bubbled in his veins. What raced through his mind were not his own memories. The downside of the holocron, being Force-sensitive crystal was it brought him in tune with the Force. The vision of gold ships were not any make he recognized, but he knew the world they were attacking, and he would have remembered a space station above such a primitive world. It was the Force itself that warned him that this was not now, but was not in the distant future. This would soon come to pass, but it remained vague how soon. Zarin's holocron would have to wait, he mused, wiping the blood from his nose. Vader needed them. This Bespin mining settlement. First that, and then they could move on to other matters. Bloodshot gold eyes glared at the doorway. I will be fine. The Sith Lord growled defensively. This does not concern you. If you want some way to be helpful remind me to thank Zarin for his find. Holocron are hard to find, and I appreciate his efforts. For now it was time to prepare the fleet. Not that Vader should need them. If anything this was a Sith matter. Scene break. Shift. Scene break Chapter 5. Heltanza's notes. To but something. In perspective, the old version of Co was about 60K works. The incomplete revamp is projected to total out at about 75K with greater focus on the Star Wars galaxy. The current version is subject to revision, but the secondary focus is on various supporting B-story plot lines. At some point Chapter 1 will eventually be rewritten to be about 8,000 words focusing on developments around the time of the Battle of Yavin. Chapter 4 dealing with the flashbacks brought on the holocron will also be expanded to about that length. The reason for this is that the early chapters really are intended to be exposition heavy. But I don't want them to be doorstoppers. As this project is on indefinite hiatus as I rewrite it, the older chapters really are my primary focus. That being said, the old version is very different than the rewrite, even though they follow roughly the same progression of events. Scene break. Bespin's Cloud City was not an unusual design, at least so far as gas giant habitats went. It was an impressive demonstration of industry and the triumph of technology. Kratos had grown agitated with how disdainful Vader had become of science, but there was no helping it. Familiarity bred contempt and all of that. Kratos slid the custom-built blaster pistol into its holster more out of habit. The sidearm had been a present from his graduation from Carida. At the time of it, carrying a lightsaber would have raised questions, but an officer needed a sidearm, so he'd appreciated the professor's gift. It had served him well during the Clone Wars. Vader has arrived ahead of us. That much was obvious given the presence of the Executor and its Star Destroyer escorts. No one expected him to have waited. It matters not. We will wait for young Skywalker, and we will engage the gravity well generators. The mass shadows would prevent him from escaping, in the event he managed to escape Vader in Cloud City. Harrow's massive prow swept forward the great engines of the Super Star Destroyer, pushing it into a holding position beside its sister ship. When the Executor had been commissioned, there were already discussions of other SSD-class ships. Current designs were mostly smaller than the Executor. In part this was because of development improvements since the Executor. The Bellator and Eclipse both seemed promising. If anything, Kratos should have been visiting Kuat to follow up on the progress of those projects, but the hunt young Skywalker and the Princess Leia were what the Emperor had deemed to have priority. So the Harrow waited to open its ventral bays and deploy their shuttles towards the unsuspecting Cloud City below. Kratos glanced at the gas giant. Let's be on our way. Vader was many things, but patient wasn't one of them. The sooner this was wrapped up, the sooner he could handle matters with Kuat and return home. Kagaya, Eminence, please remain with the Harrow, he ordered, heading towards the lift. The Mandalorian hadn't been expecting it, though truthfully he would have readily preferred if Vader had just brought his Nogri rather than relying on bounty hunters. Still, there was no helping it. At this point he could ill afford some foolishness. The Mandalorian didn't argue, and Kratos was grateful for that. It would make things easier that way, and in the meantime, he pressed the control panel on the lift. There was little concern that Skywalker would be able to sense him. After all, he had lived under the nose of the Jedi Order for decades. Only a handful had realized he was force sensitive, and by the time it had been an issue, Palpatine's coup in motion. Lord Vader's stormtroopers are already in position, my lord. Good. The less number of shuttles and support craft they needed to launch, the less time it would take to pack up and leave. Once this was over, maintain an interdiction on all outgoing communications. Scene break. The corridors were tidy, if crowded in some places. Still, at least they were clean. The plan was simple for now: rendezvous with Vader, and follow his lead. It was his son after all. Cloud City would be messy if this became a shootout. It would be difficult to keep balance here. Which was why surprise was their greatest advantage. It was also why Kratos recognized why Vader strong-arming the Administrator might not be the wisest course of action. Business ventures like this on the Outer Rim were important to the entire sector. The Empire didn't have the apparatus to regulate such enterprise, not yet. There were limits. After all, the Bank Clan and the Trade Federation were powerful economic forces. Conglomerates capable of operating well beyond the boundaries of civilized space. Reining them in took priority, which left room for new players to emerge from the edge. An installation like this wasn't like moisture farmers on some desert rock. It was just big enough to fill a niche without being bullied, but not large enough to merit distant corporate attention. Kratos was more concerned with how many other facilities might be scattered here in this mass of bandit-ridden systems. Vader was waiting in one of the VIP dining rooms, despite the fact he used to eat in public, which was in part because he subsisted on a nutrient-rich soup, simply because it was convenient in that it didn't require him to remove his armor. It made the scene laid out seem fake, artificial, paradoxical even. Vader, Kratos, you have arrived. We now only await young Skywalker. Anakin, have I ever mentioned your habit of referring to the boy as young Skywalker, as that is exceedingly strange? Kratos shook his head. Regardless, you are correct. He took the pro-offered seat at the table. Leia Organa, Han Solo, the Wookiee, and the droids were there, along with a very cross-looking administrator of Cloud City. Solo at some point had been relieved of his blaster, given it was resting beside Vader's untouched glass of water. Great, you're here too, Han muttered. You bring a class full of graduates along with you. No, Kratos admitted. This isn't the kind of operation you bring kids to. I can do nothing more for you, Captain Solo. He rounded towards the table's other occupants. Bail Organa was no friend of mine, but I can understand why Kenobi would have left you with him. 24 years ago the galaxy had been consumed with Order 66, and the end of the Separatist crisis. The Senate had to be kept on. It was unfeasible to manage the galaxy any other way. Organa could have been eliminated at the time. No, you don't know, do you? He cool. Understand Bail not mentioning him, and certainly not hinting at her biological father. Still, that he had encouraged a career in politics was, of course not. About 35 years ago your mother was Queen of Naboo. And the Trade Federation invaded. So the Jedi Council sent 2 Jedi, a master and an apprentice. Their names were Qui-Gon Jinn, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. That was where it began. Scene break. It had been going so well too, for one of Vader's plans. Kratos' lightsaber ignited, deflecting the bolt that had strayed a little too close. For comfort, Kagaya, activate the mass shadow, no one escapes. I hear and obey, Eminence. Fighters are already launching. That was good, even if they couldn't stop them before they got loose of the city, or even the admops here of the planet. Long, overly complicated plans were terrible. Bespin's corporate security officers were nothing. There was only the Force. Vader's test has been, well, half-trained Force users were about as expected. He had potential though, if only Kenobi had trained him. The red blade lanced out. Armor these days was generally more about protecting from shrapnel. A blaster would go through everything but the best armor. Stormtrooper armor offered some protection, but most common blasters exchanged E-clip capacity for penetration. The Force bubble around him offered much more protection. The bigger annoyance was the presence of Vader's stormtroopers, really. If there was just one set of shooters it would be easier, but nothing was easy. The blade hissed as it met flesh. The advantage of the lightsaber was undeniable. That was why it had endured when other older weapons had fallen to the side, but the Force was a requirement for effective use. So the rest of the galaxy turned to vibroweapons. The red blade continued to move. Kratos closed his eyes as the body stumbled down the stairs of the hallway. The administrator was an idiot. Even if it had just been Vader here, what would all of this accomplish? The Saint of the Guard slumped against the wall. Kratos deactivated the lightsaber and slid it back under his cloak. Enough of this foolishness. The Force bubbled in his veins. There was a mirror to battle. Meditation, something Kratos had employed during HTE Clone Wars. A shadow to it, and it fell like a shadow over the city, and hit like a hammer. For the time being, better the idiots tried to climb the walls in fear than continue to get in his way. As it happened, the sooner he could get out to the flight deck and his shuttle, the sooner this would be finished. He reached up to his earpiece as it chirped. My lord, this is Red Leader. The CAG, Commander Air Group, has us moving into position 8 to 3 minutes. Kratos couldn't do anything with regards to Solo. The smuggler and the Mandalorian clone were long gone. Vader's deal didn't affect him. They'd interdict that hunk of junk in orbit, and bring an end to all of this running around. He saw the flash of gold ships in his mind again. This rebellion needed to be brought to heel. Order needed to be brought to the galaxy. He pulled his spare lightsaber with his offhand and ignited it, burying the energy blade into the door assembly. The Emperor's position was that with Skywalker and his sister in hand, or at least it away from the rebellion. Then the insurrection was inconsequential. Scene break. My lord. Kratos exhaled, one hand clenching around the holocron, and hurled it into the wall. Zarin has betrayed me, betrayed the Empire, was moving to attack the Emperor. Vader was out of contact, and while Kratos was reasonably confident his fellow Sith Lord was not dead, it was not as reassuring as he thought. He was safe here. Zarin had never been shown the Star Forge. His treacherous plotting could not reach the massive fortress. That was not as much of a reassurance as he would have liked either, because there was a chance, however slight it might have been, that the TIE defenders delivered for testing might have backdoors in their transponders. Kagaya stepped forward. My lord. As the band said he ready. Truthfully, he didn't really need to ask. There were concerns about the main gun, and the ship's fighter complement was barebones to say the least. It can fly under its own power, my lord. Kratos nodded. Then it is yours, Kagaya. He couldn't imagine what Zarin was thinking, or how deep his treachery might have spread. Zarin's area of speciality, as exemplified by his position as head of Starfighter Research and Development, was the employment of the carrier air wing. Go to the galactic pathway, secure it. Kratos looked out over the shipyards of the Star Forge, already calculating which ships might be available, and if it was possible Zarin had attacked BIS, or another staging facility. Most the SSD ships were little more than the skeletons of what would become their hulls. That had been the Emperor's wish, to create many super star destroyers in various configurations. He had obeyed those orders. My lord. The Star Forge complex, not that it was recorded in the official records, was the base for the Einlanzer, Aegis, and Celestial Order fleets, in A, and several other smaller autonomous battle groups as well. In practice, of course, Order was a desk job. Its ships were often split up for various regional patrols or allocated otherwise as needed. I need a tally on all available Class 1 ships. Zarin's strategy made sense, even if it was only partial. Crashing the naval communication grid by putting it into secure access mode prevented a great deal of information under the guise of everything being normal. We'll rendezvous with Gilead once we've ascertained his location. Find him. The Mandalorian nodded, clasping a fist to his armor. There was no further room to argue. He'd go where directed, which was the important thing. Cuso would Terrafor be left in charge of Kratos's available fighter groups. The logistical reality of waging a war across the galaxy, truthfully, that an attack against the Star Forge, or the galactic pathway, was unlikely, not with Coruscant silent. The SSD intended for Zarin command was still under construction at Kuat. Still him lacking. An executor of his own meant little given the deep space carriers assigned to his command. If he was launching a coup d'etat, then in all likelihood he had concealed the number of advanced TIE fighters under his command. Scene break. Activate our own gravity well generators as soon as we exit hyperspace. Kratos ordered as he braced for the mass shadow to pull them from superluminal. Long ago, during the Clone Wars, Gilead had been a kind of rival. He had attended a competing institution, so it was only natural. In those days Vader had been obsessed with aggressive strategies, and that had translated to starfighters, and that held true for today. Vader's counter-attack had, in many ways, been a mirror of Zarin's opening strike. The Emperor had appointed a dozen Grand Admirals at present. Kratos and Vader effectively held the rank as de jure. In this way Zarin was fighting against his peers, but therein lay Demetrius's advantage, greater coordination over them. In a stand-up fight, carriers couldn't stand up to Imperial Star Destroyers, which was all well and good when discussing things on paper. In reality, Kratos didn't like those escort carriers hiding around the planet's moon. Sir, we're detecting anomalous contacts, multiple Star Destroyers. There was an affirmative. It made sense though. The simple reality was that the Empire had vast swaths of space, so many ships remained in service even as newer, more modern systems were constructed. The Venator and Secutor-class starships were technically in reserve. Demetrius Zarin was a Grand Admiral of the Galactic Navy. While he might not have the ability to construct new ships, few people would bat an eye at maintenance requests from Starfighter R&D of old carriers, and even they weren't likely to look too closely. So they're droids, aren't they? A nod answered his mostly rhetorical question. It made sense. Zarin wasn't the kind of person to risk trained pilots in a fair fight. He had probably I distributed his new TIE variants to his best pilots, and supplemented them with droid fighters to pad his numbers. The Grand Admiral had apparently done a great deal of padding. While he had raised complaints about sensor systems throughout the Clone Wars, the source of those complaints had originated during his time at Carida. Active efforts to degrade sensors were easy for capital ships. Dampening of the signals allowed a ship to approach from a distance without being detected, until you could jam communications and other command and control systems. This had been most clearly demonstrated in the real world when the Trade Federation had invaded Naboo. A key component of ECM was also that it degraded the effective range of weapon systems. Turbolasers were not pure light-based weapons, they did involve lasers, but primarily in an ignition system. Thus the bolt, or beam, did not move at light speed. Therefore the on-paper range of a weapon was in truth much shorter in a real fight. GHT, if you actually wanted to hit an enemy ship that was. Launch our fighters, and deploy our pickets. Kratos muttered. There had been various technical innovations since the Clone Wars had ended. Specialist ships to escort capital-weight vessels had been developed, such as the Nebulon and Lancer frigates. With both sides employing gravity well generators, no one would be leaving any time soon. The Sith Lord watched the screens. Like almost capital ships, the Harrow's CIC was buried deep inside the hull, though given the availability of shield technology most captains did prefer to command from the observation deck bridge. Therein lay the difference between captaining a ship and the task of commanding a fleet, which was why the Harrow's CIC had almost 36 operators at any given moment. While all capital ships possessed a CIC, the Executor had been intended to be the command ship which managed entire sector fleets, and thus the holographic projectors in the CIC were significant. Different than those found on the older, and much smaller, ISD. Kratos pulled himself from the Force. Zarin isn't here, which in itself was not a surprise. See if it is possible to re-establish communications with the facility. This attack on deep space indicated that whatever had happened in the core, Zarin had failed to take control of the capital. These attacks against Starfighter production facilities implied he was cutting the cord which allowed them to produce the TIE, and in all likelihood was attacking any TIE D lines outside of his control that he could reach. Calculating THE numbers from memory, Zarin's strike groups probably outnumbered his own by twice, possibly 3 times. It would therefore be very unwise to let him concentrate those forces as he liked. Tell Red Sands and the Peacemaker to stand by their missiles. The VSDII had never been introduced in the numbers of its progenitor design. It hadn't been hard to retrofit the Red Sands to use as a test bed for weapon systems, and similar modifications had been tested on a handful of other VSD-2 assigned to the Celestial Order. Seismic charges, of course. During the Clone Wars, especially in battles over ringed planets or asteroids, there had been extensive issue with fighting the CIS's legions of droid fighters. The only problem with their employment had been the concern for their own fighters. So when Grievous had started employing them, there had been extensive consternation from the Republic. Incomplete. Scene break. Arrival. Chapter 6. Heltanz's notes. Let me take a minute to address something. When this story was originally penned, I was writing quite a bit more frequently. At that time I was writing several crossovers, usually involving multiple series, and that led to some mistakes in world building for the FIC. Overly ambitious goals. Now that Co is actually getting some attempt at a rewrite, some of the more grievous issues can be addressed. As I've said previously, Chapter R2 will be expanded to include more in-depth flashbacks, and others will be forthcoming in later rewrites of chapters. The other issue besides those flashbacks is the size of the world in general. There is an entire galaxy involved right now. This revamp is working off of an old outline. Hypothetically, it will not be the last rewrite, which will focus on a much-needed expansion of the B stories. Enough of that. Here is Chapter 6 Arrival. Scene break. Zarin's efforts made little sense save that his actions had inflicted significant damage on various TIE and TIE production lines throughout the galaxy. Production for the standard TIE lane was unaffected, so for the most part day-to-day operations of the Imperial Navy were not any different. Still, a Grand Admiral had betrayed the Empire and had struck at very heart of Imperial power. As to be expected despite the successful counter to Zarin's coup, there was a backlash. It allowed the old guard to brazenly assert there wasn't a need to replace the TIE lane. And at the very least on the grounds of feasibility they had a point. Still matters that we're going to plan. The advantage was regardless of what some staunch Supo RTERS of the TIE lane Vader would still force production of the TIE into continue. That would be enough political support to keep the modernization movement alive. Kratos could therefore trade, pushing for wider production, to new starships. Kuat and Lorinar were the major conglomerates Kratos spent time with. The strike cruiser proposal, and a handful of others were smaller ship designs that were already in production. Nat, Kratos inquired, glancing to the Admiral, your opinion. Dala looked up from the datapad. Lorinar expects us to make a large order, and if we purchase the full carry R-wing version there will be a problem with that. That will be fine, as long as we keep taking TIE fighters. Just prioritize the TIE D production and the work on the TIE DS. Zarin's spate of Insan ITY had resulted in the destruction or severe damage of most of the extant core ward facilities for advanced TIE systems outside of Synar's test line, and that had only been because Vader had been there. Everywhere else had been struck except a handful of classified facilities like the Star Forge and BIS. Tell Lorinar we'll take them. The brunette grimaced, and Kane's proposal. Tell him he has my continued support for the program, and I will make effort to get Vader to agree to support the proposal. A few of the Grand Admirals were likely amenable as well. I want those as well. If Kua Chi raises an issue, tell them we'll take a couple of their new Mandator class. The Bellator. At his nod she pressed on. Wasn't the entire point of the Imperial Class 3 to avoid those kind of issues? It had been. But no one had expected this kind of thing. Yes, but until the IPC is ready for launch I really would prefer to avoid having to haggle with Kuat over smaller ships. Vader, for reasons Kratos had never quite understood, had always been dismissive of the Death Star initiative as nothing compared to the dark side, which would have had a point if Vader had been able to mass SC Adder a planet at whim. Still the Emperor was adamant about the DSII proceeding forward, and that was that. Over the next few years we will be appending the facilities around the Galactic Pathway, BU. Also the restructuring of the organization of the fleet. As the Sith Armada was technically bound by the Order of Battle, Kratos was not overly concerned by officers raising concerns about the delegation of ships. Golan is working a new version of their current stations in order to accommodate the need for a deep space dock capable of accommodating current Imperial design trends. Which was an ECE way of saying to accommodate super star destroyers. You mean activating the corridor? It wasn't really a question. You remember that the receptor on the other side was damaged when you left. That is why Golan is bringing us to scene break. Kratos leaned against the wall. When the Clone Wars had ended he'd shaved his head. It had grown back, but he'd done it to mark his going into the Rim, that had been in part to hunt down surviving members of the Jedi Order, but also to do other things. He'd shaved again, but he wasn't going anywhere, not anytime soon. The Mandalorian laughed. You should keep it like that. I don't think so, he replied. It's not that I don't like it, but, he ran a hand over his bristly hair, it has a time and place. The Star Forge was a great deal of movement. And we're waiting for the rebels to make a move. If Zarin had not betrayed the Empire then reorganization would have been easier, the rebellion would be in a more precarious position. Instead, the Emperor had carefully arranged for Imperial agents to leak information the Rebel Alliance regarding the second Death Star's construction. It was hoped that the rebellion would take the B-8 and attempt a decisive engagement in the Outer Rim where in theory the Imperial Starfleet was spread thin. It wasn't entirely accurate. Kane's regular fleets and squadrons were largely occupied with the day-to-day patrols and counter-piracy deployments. The Emperor's plan relied principally on Vader's vigilance. The idea was simplistic, a classic hammer and anvil action against the enemy fleet, but sometimes simple was best. A victory in the Outer Rim will do little to dissuade popular support Core Ward. That's true, but I think has accepted the problem of the rebel fleet in the Outer Rim. Rebel privateers had been a thorn for over a dozen years now, but those had been largely converted freighters or retrofit heavy cruisers from the days of the Republic. The Mon Calamari Admiral has changed things. The Emperor may not have concerned about the new class of assault starfighter, but he recognized the danger of Mon Calamari-designed star cruiser. If he is allowed to retreat into the Outer Rim and produce ships that are standardized, we will have a problem lasting at least a generation. Though, it would also justify research and development for the next generation as well. It is why it remains imperative we continue to scout for the rebel fleet throughout the Outer Rim territories. Kratos didn't particularly dislike the notion of committing his own forces to battle, but the idea was to allow Kain to take the lead. This was primarily a political concession as Kain loathed being stationed in the Outer Rim. With Kain owing him, Kratos hoped there would be greater support for a variety of medium-sized ships, and with any luck Vader would bulldoze the opposition to further starship R&D with his usual lack of tact. There was also the fact that if he didn't have to contribute an abundance of his own forces to fighting the rebels, those troops could be kept defending key installations in the Outer Rim. Scene break. Measuring a little less than half a kilometer, the cylinder-like shape of the Lorinar Corporation's Strike-class medium cruiser had been advocated as a gateway to the future. Kratos interpreted that as Lorinar hinting they wanted to go into building their own version of star destroyers at some point, and that such ships would incorporate the modular profile of the Strike. Still with an all-around high grade in mobility, firepower, and shields, the design was very impressive. Corporate espionage was not uncommon, but at the same time the major conglomerates including Rendili and Kuat frequently swapped designs that they weren't using. Why reason for this was to ensure that the Empire's supply of spare parts couldn't be jeopardized by a singular catastrophe. Dala put them through their paces. A variety of other admirals had already begun receiving large batches of strike cruisers over the past few years. Thrawn and Zarin had both employed them in recent conflicts, and Lorinar was very delighted to have additional orders. But try and exercise some restraint. The Admiral made no promises, which he took as a bit of a bad sign. While the Victory-class star destroyers would remain in service, Kratos hoped to replace them in frontline service with multiple strikes, if they worked out, and I want Kain to get the Enforcer back in one piece. Kain wasn't likely to complain if the ship was damaged, but the prototype Int R Dictor II class represented a major opportunity, in that it would allow the fleet to replace their underpowered 418 interdictors without provoking a fight from more hard-nosed elements within the Imperial's arms procurement. And Kuat. Kratos waved his hand dismissively. There is no real helping it. He planned to make a brief stop over at Kerida, but as Vader had not requested any help with Rieger to force training the brats, he wasn't getting involved, so once matters at the Academy were settled it would be off to the drive yards. I should be there for several months this time. During which the Death Star would be undergoing the installation of its axial laser, which Kratos was exceedingly glad to be left out of in favor of actual ship-related projects. There are several Executor-class ships that are behind schedule, and their intended Comey irate at the delays. Truthfully, they were acting like petulant children, but there was a growing movement within the highest echelons quiet, as it might have been that the Superstar Destroyer represented a much more ideal solution than construction of another Death Star, but if the Emperor decided he was going to make 3 or 4 more, there wasn't any way to stop him. In the interim there wasn't much to do. Kagaya would be supervising the further fortification and repair of the ancient machinery of the galactic pathway for when the opportunity presented to activate the massive force machine. Dala herself would be responsible for the day-to-day running of operations in this portion of the Inner Rim, which itself would be largely a combination of patrolling and shakedown testing of warships. After arrival at Kuat, though, Kratos ultimately found himself exceedingly bored, which was never a good thing for a force-sensitive individual, never mind an actual Sith Lord. Being bored made him more vulnerable to visions from the Force. After the destruction of the first Death Star, the Emperor had ordered that construction efforts and plans for the Executor class be radically changed. Internal politics in Kuat were a nuisance, but Kratos was so frequently in the system he a de facto citizen of the sector. You seem tired, Lord Kratos. Kratos watched a Mandator drift almost lazily past the central viewport. There are a number of ships which are behind schedule. A mistake we are attempting to rectify as quickly as possible. The minor Kuati noble replied defensively. You mean there are security concerns? Kratos responded tersely. KDY security had been lacking. rebel agents slinking around, and a great deal of stone walling in a vain effort to do things their own way, which given the likelihood of a Quati noble if not a cabal of them were involved was detrimental to the system's government, and you want to avoid stepping on the toes of important people. You must accept we can't just return all the crews to work without an explanation. The other man protested. The internal politics of Kuat were complicated. Someone was going to have to fall on their sword in order to save face, most likely a number of someones. It is important you conclude your investigation quickly. There is no easy solution to this, not even with the power of a Jedi. Kratos bounced the man across the bulkhead on instinct more than an intentional desire to turn him into a human pinball. The Force has many answers, Khufu. At Lee, Saint he was alive. That would have been truly annoying. If Vader had done it, it would have been one thing. People expected Vader to choke problems to death. He tapped his ear. Harrow, launch the Elector. Onic Warfare Squadron and see if we're missing anything out there. At the end of the day, as much as Lorinar might try and prove otherwise, Kuat supplied the bulk of all Imperial capital ships. It might not be a monopoly. But if it wasn't, it was very close. Scene break. Faced with a growing litany of concerns, Kratos punched the rebel pilot solidly in the head. Throw him in holding, he ordered. Contemplating what their options really were, it went without saying that mass generators weren't an option. Kuat was far too busy to be able to justify interdicting hyperspace travel for any length of time. A pair of stormtroopers hauled the unconscious pilot out of the room, leaving Kratos with a pair of Imperial officers, a representative from the KDY's security apparatus, and another representative from Kuat's security service. This was going to be one of those days. At some point he'd probably need to bring the local Moff in as well. Technically speaking, he probably should have already done that. But he'd attended school with the man, so in theory he had some slack to work with. The bigger concern was the presence of the long-range reconnaissance Y-wing variant, at least for now. Lord K. Ratos, a sustained combat air patrol is unfeasible, and potential dangerous to traffic. Yes, he agreed, because obviously it would be. There was too much traffic in the system. This was becoming much too problematic. Contact Moff Kuris, tell him I'm convening the 10, invite him to tag along if he likes. The Imperial commander saluted and moved away silently. There was no assurance that that would solve anything. But it was somewhere to start. The Quati aristocracy wielded extensive powers, and someone was covering something, and the most likely explanation was one of the most powerful family lies, either in an attempt to put one over on a rival, or some young upstart being idealistic. Regardless of situation, it was noticeably impacting efforts at the drive yards. Vader had dabbled in starship design over the Clone Wars, but it had largely been minor non-intrusive retrofits and adjustments. Kratos had studied it at Axanes, but had been groomed for command as a priority. As a result of the Jedi hunts, he'd basically been unable to study in the field until the Emperor had been satisfied that the Jedi were sufficiently dead. After that he'd been bounced around, and Kuat had been a logical choice. Kratos had, comparatively small, a state on the planet's surface that he rarely visited. Kuat was just that place he was assigned. It was always a chore avoiding entanglement in Quati Polit ICS, and he was going to step right into it, and no one would forget whose side he ended up on. Commander. The officer stopped halfway through the door, aboard the Harrow. He added evenly, if he was going to do this he might as well go all the way. Unlike the Amidala, or the Executor, the receptions area of the Harrow was laid out differently. The Executor's layout reflected the norm with regards to furnishing, and the Amidala bordered on the obscene with regards to ostentation. Not that the silk and crushed velvet was much better, though the Emperor's contribution of brandy was as always impressive, and necessary when entertaining the rich and powerful of the galaxy. Scene break. The galactic pathway was an ancient structure. Kratos estimated it to be at least as old as the oldest surviving portions of the Star Forge. Located on the far fringe of the galaxy, it had been an easy to miss mention in Rakatan records, which in part lead Kratos to suspect the Rakatan may not have been the original creators, but had little more the circumstantial evidence. Regardless, the structure operated on many of the same force-sensitive technologies as the Star Forge. There had been very little in the way of explanation on how things had worked, and most the key systems relied on direct mental control, which was a bit of a problem. Golan had finally delivered. The modern deep space facility looked significantly different than the ancient array. While transgalactic travel was possible, the array linked to a distant twin, and was able to create a stable route to navigate quickly and safely. Why? It was also tens of thousands of years old, so there were some legitimate technical concerns. Like our own galaxy, the one connected to us is inhabited by mixtures of humans and other species. They employ hyperdrive, energy-based weapons and starfighters. There is, however, no truly unified galaxy-wide authority, no empire, merely a collection of squabbling powers who have carved the galaxy into tiny fiefdoms. It reminded him too much of the Republic, except there wasn't even that, which made securing the pathways mirror of paramount importance. Technologically speaking, all evidence of indigenous powers was of Republic-level technology. Now that the Emperor had finally seen reason and accepted the need for a massive overhaul of the Imperial fleet, not simply its frontline combat, Element's Kratos had the chance to take a much-needed sabbatical. Everyone would be very happy with all the money rolling in over the next 5 years, as there would be millions of ships to build. True enough that most of those would be transports, system patrol, or other logistical vessels, but no one would pat an eye at anomalous construction. The time to settle the frontier that's on the horizon. Kratos needed time to answer questions before that next step was undertaken. It wasn't an option to leave the Star Forge undefended, and absconding with his entire command was similarly out of the question. An 8-month deployment, on the other hand, would hardly raise many questions. Command gravimetric readings are escalating, alignment checks out. So it was time then. Move the ships to position, light the beacon, and feed the navigation data to the computer. In a few minutes they will make the jump to lightspeed, and enter hyperspace. After that it would several weeks of travel. So Kratos leaves his couch and heads to a lift migrating even further into the cavernous hull of the Harrow. The superstar destroyer was capable of operating independently for 6 years, or so Kuat and logistics liked to claim. Given the fleet command role, Kratos figured in reality it was probably half that, but the executor class was a spacious behemoth of a ship. Kratos and his immediate retainers have an entire hab deck to themselves. Which is the peace and quiet the Sith Lord prefers things. Scene break. Arrival 2. Chapter 7. Arrival 2. Scene break. Hyperspace mechanics was never his area of study. Kratos could manage to effect repairs, if he had to, and he could improvise, but he'd never liked it. Hull design, power transfer systems, and gunnery mountings were more in line with his academic education. Still, he could appreciate the amount of work that the warship's Class 2-rate hyperdrive was doing. Harrow had spent the journey through the dark space between galaxies in the lead of the formation. But now it doesn't really matter. Things are much less complicated when long-range sensors can detect major gravitic anomalies like stars and organized systems. We will be exiting hyperspace in 3 minutes. Make sure everyone exits well before the asteroid belt. He silenced any response from the officer. It didn't matter if the planet shouldn't have any kind of defenses or such to speak of. That wasn't relevant. It wasn't uncommon for the Force to show visions of the past. The Force was tantamount to moody at times, and often enough did whatever it liked, and there was no helping that. His visions had changed though. The gold ships were different. Kratos didn't understand why people painted their starships gold in the first place, but then some people were just touched in the head. It didn't matter. Whatever would or had happened, the gold ships had left, and an idiot had crashed a space station as a makeshift kinetic strike on something that Kratos could only assume had been under a shield generator. It was the space station he didn't understand. There were what he thought were ancient Sith structures buried under miles of ice on the southern pole of the planet. And a handful of other structures that had also been long since buried, but other than that technology was scant. Not super primitive, but enough that how HTEY could build any kind of permanent space station baffled him. It made little sense about how the natives could have managed it, and Kratos didn't like surprises. Back home no one liked resorting to orbital bombardment. It was messy, and best reserved for when you absolutely had to blow something up. Not that they'd be able to challenge his fleet, no. Exiting hyperspace, there was a ripple through the ship, the shutter signifying returned to normal space, and thankfully no one embarrassed themselves by tumbling over the railing. My lord, I am detecting orbital debris, unknown configuration. Other signals. Radio waves are abundant, and what appear to be some kind of primitive fission reactors. A few minutes for the Harrow's sensors to be recalibrated painted a much more coherent picture of a primitive disjointed planet full of humans, and the oddities. Kratos looked at the holographic projection of the planet's orbitals, grimaced, and ordered his personal staff to the briefing room. Simple orbital satellites were one thing, and had been there on his previous VIST, but the signatures had increased exponentially. Alien interference. Dalla remarked, voicing his most immediate concern. It made sense though, and at the same time didn't. The orbital debris needs to be catalogued. Kratos could guess it was battle debris of some kind, though an orbital accident wasn't impossible per se. Alexei. The Jinn commander turned slightly. Low-grade plasma weapons fire, possibly, probably, he amended slightly, from close-in weapons. Of some kind. He altered the hologram. I don't think it was intentional, these shots impacted and created shrapnel debris of sorts, which spun out and struck these other satellites. There are some radiological signatures as well, perhaps some kind of nuclear missile, or several. Kratos nodded, and therein was the problem. I'm sensing a complication. While there are no orbital shipyards, and I am waiting for higher resolution returns on the sensors, there may be ground-based facilities. You mean starfighters? Corvettes, I believe. Current readings were grainy, likely obscured by atmospheric conditions, unadjusted for solar radiation, possibly frigates or light cruisers. Which in itself was not unheard of per se. It was more that the planet had made the leap to building starships. Do you believe they are actually drive signatures? It's inconclusive, but very likely to be primitive hyperdrive technology. Alexander Sturkov had entered the Axanes War College as Kratos was graduating. He had missed most of the Clone Wars, and spent most of his career doing research for SIGINT for the Sith Lord. If he thought they were drive signatures, Kratos was willing to trust his judgment. The bigger question became where this miserable backwater swamp had gotten the technology to produce event prototype indigenous hyperdrives. I can however conclusively state, it's not Sith-derived technology. Kratos looked at the holographic image of the planet, the blue oceans and the myriad landmass. The lights of cities radiating light visible from space. The cities didn't appear to have changed significantly, so why was this planet suddenly capable of leaping centuries ahead in development? And building FTL-capable starships, however small they might have been. They were building ships, which meant they needed to alter their plans. We will leave an ISD here. Kratos pulled up a copy of the fleet roster and started scrolling. When they had set out, he had decided to reshuffle his command. The decision to bring along a variety of ships reflected more the need to have seasoned crews who were used to operating on the galactic frontier than anything else. He wanted them confident in the ships they were using rather than trying to learn a new vessel while possibly facing the unknown. Kratos had wanted to go down to the surface of the planet, but that was no longer viable, at least until they could determine whether they needed to make official introductions first. None of our ISDs are carrying electronic warfare craft. Someone down the table pointed out. In itself that shouldn't have mattered. An ISD's EWC was generally sufficient for what it faced, BU. This whole solution made very little sense to him. It was the kind of reality that bit complacency in the ass. Scene break. Earth wasn't sure what to make of things. A Gordonian battlecruiser had come crashing down over Washington, D.C., and then the Thonogarians had shown up like heroes, but it had all been a lie, and since then there was a palpable undercurrent of fear. There was a desperation amongst some, even though the danger had passed, even if it was only for now. The Justice League had been beaten just as thoroughly as the rest of Earth's defenders. Batman had crashed the Justice League's floating space station into the Thonogarian device, when all other attacks had failed. It had been a desperate gamble. A desperate gamble by a man whose legend said he planned for everything. There was a growing resentment, across many separate organizations, and groups of people. It was made all the worse by puring things up. Not everyone called the Force by that name. Some called it magic, and some called it Kai. All over the Earth, and across the galaxy, those who could use it or knew about it called it different things. To focus it was to strengthen the body, even if one never moved past this basic application, it helped one to survive. Monks, and ninja and others had contributed to training the Batman. He had come to trust his instincts. Master Bruce. Bruce Wayne had met his share of aliens. He had seen the dream time, and 1,000 possible futures, and a gleaming sword of red. He had traveled around the world, and he knew when to trust his instincts. The problem with Chi was that the Thonogarians had forced him to destroy the Watchtower in order to save Earth, and the replacement was not yet ready. He was thereby forced to rely on a network of smaller older systems. Hat had been badly damaged during the invasion. Any readings he might glean from it were subject to suspicion, but he had no choice. The prospect of the Thonogarians returning seemed unlikely though. Contact Lucius, Alfred. I have a feeling we have visitors. Bruce Wayne was already rapidly working at the console of his keyboard. The prospect of an invasion had weighed on him. There were plenty of people who thought they could resist another invasion, and so various militia had started to stockpile weapons, and while it was a bit naive it had a kernel of truth. Lucius Fox was responsible for selecting staff for a new Justice League, a wider, more international league capable of responding to threats worldwide. Still, the feeling in his gut worried him. Lucius's people weren't ready, and Bruce wasn't sure that this was the Thonogarians. In his training in order to become the Dark Knight, he trained every skill that he could find, whether at prestigious colleges or remote mountain monasteries. The feeling reverberated in his bones. Gold-flecked green eyes and a red glowing energy sword. The question became why he would bother coming back to this miserable little mud ball. If you have concerns, Mater Bruce. If there is a threat, might you consider reaching out to the other members of the League? Alfred cautioned. Scene break. Voldemort's distaste for Dumbledore's platitudes out how magic moved in mysterious ways aside, he conceded, privately, that the old man had a point. Sometimes there were no simple answers, because for the first time he could the Potter boy, but the connection they shared made no sense. It had never made sense. He was still far away but somehow closer. Rosier had always speculated some kind of time magic. He had babbled on about Avalon and magical islands for years. If Rosier had not had a lengthy citation of examples waiting, he would have thought the Death Eater was losing it, but well, Voldemort had sent agents all across the world after the last time. The last time had been scant, a handful of months spent, and the nearest that he had gotten was somewhere in the Far East before he'd disappeared again. At the time, Voldemort had been faced with greater issues. After his downfall half a century ago, the wizarding world had undergone a change, and while he didn't care about the Muggle world, it too had changed immensely. After his resurrection, the old plans didn't work as well. The helpless ineptitude of the Ministry might have done little to impede his efforts. It always seemed something was lacking. Voldemort had never been particularly interested in astronomy. He'd gone to class, and that had been the sum of it, but here now, staring up into the Norwegian skies, he wondered why Potter's memories were always of such a different sky. The word Sith always floated through his mind, and for a long time he'd wondered whether he'd been hidden away in Africa or the Americas, but there were never any answers, just more questions. It was any relief that Dumbledore was faced with the same confounding problem. Potter's magic is strong, strange though that he seems older, Voldemort remarked, more to himself than to assembled members of his inner circle. It was not Dumbledore, or Grindelwald it reminded him of, more that of the alchemist he reminded him of. From the uncertain, and downright stupefied looks from the unmasked eaters, Voldemort gathered they didn't understand what he was saying. It's as if he's in his 50s, they were a man's thoughts, and not a young man's thoughts either. I want him found. Just find him. Voldemort had spent the last half a dozen years trying to make sense of what the future held. He could attack the Ministry at any time, and they would not have been able to stop him. They had failed to stop his efforts at Azkaban, and he had liberated his imprisoned supporters with ease, but it wasn't enough. It was as if the prize was lacking. Safely secluded from his supporters, the wizard surreptitiously cast a warming charm as he stayed out amongst the frigid Scandinavian mountainside. He had been at a loss of what to do. Now though, well, things were interesting again, and he had questions to ask. Scene break. Across enchanted silk, dark threads spread like a sprawling network of roots. Magic tapestries enchanted more than 1,000 years ago were few and fair between, and of the ECES of treasure that Sirius Black had, this was amongst this most precious. The top of the tapestry read Peverell, and towards the bottom as the lines converged read another name. Harry James Potter. Lord Kratos of the Sith was ringed in golden thread. No wife, no children, and no other hints to where he might be, just a word in ancient Greek referring to the state. It was baffling, and infuriating to stare at it for hours without answers. There was no idea of who the Sith might be, merely that whoever they were, he was out there with them. No, that wasn't quite true. There were symbols, coats of arms, and heraldry by many names, and where James Potter had the Potter family crest, and the Peverell crest sat at the top of the tapestry, there were others throughout. Harry had one as well. Maybe it had to do with the Sith, a six-spoked wheel of sorts. Sirius staring at this for hours on end will accomplish nothing. Dumbledore declared from behind him. While his whereabouts may be unknown, he is quite clearly safe. It wasn't as great of a reassurance as Dumbledore had intended it to be, because the headmaster had to so frequently repeat it. Still, Sirius admitted to some pleasure in knowing, if it was knowledge courtesy of Snivellus, that the Dark Lord was equally in the dark. That doesn't make me feel any better. One of the Muggleborns, who would have been in Harry's class if he had ever attended Hogwarts, had put forward the idea that maybe Harry was on another world. Something about bird people invading Earth that seemed really silly to Sirius, but at least it was something he hadn't heard before. "You've been talking with Miss Granger." Dumbledore began settling into a conjured armchair. "It is worth consider magic as an infinite possibility. Grindelwald had dreamed once of knights with swords of light keeping peace and order. There are many things that remain untried, untested, and if need be we will try them all." A part of Sirius wanted to try everything. A part of him wondered that if they found him, how long until the Dark Lord did, and then he wondered if they did nothing, if Voldemort would just find him anyway. "She said there are 1,000,000 planets in this galaxy at least," he muttered, "because they hadn't even been able to search all of Earth. I don't know what those bird people wanted, and there had been talk about how they were at war with the Gordanians, whoever the hell were. If he's out there, what's out there with him? A most glorious adventure, Sirius," Dumbledore assured as a house elf arrived bringing sorely needed afternoon tea. "There are many things we can try, and not all of them may give direct answers as an immediate location, but clues we can seek. Do you remember when it said Ambassador Albus? Scene break. General Hammond was having Oni plus side. At least the Prometheus was back. Congress was desperate. They were pushing for more, and that meant the future of the Stargate program was again in jeopardy. Now that the Prometheus had been built, now that the Thonogarian had fled the planet, it was all that mattered. A blind panic about another invasion gripped Washington. All they wanted to know about was more ships. Faced with that, Hammond accepted it was very likely that operational control of the Prometheus would likely pass from his chain of command in the near future. For the time being, though, Arth's first starship was available for the needs of the SGC. Deep space telemetry and North American air defense justified plenty in the wake of the Thonogarian invasion, which was probably the only reason Stargate Command was still up and running. It probably helped, though, that the invasion of the Thonogarians could in no way be blamed on Project Blue Book. In the wake, though, their pressures to re-examine the Earth evacuation plan, which presented major security concerns for the SGC's ongoing missions. Congressional support for exploring the galaxy was at an all-time low. Given the ease with which Earth had been invaded and occupied by a prepared foe, and the Thonogarian occupation, forces had gone much easier on Earth than any Goa'uld would have. The Stargate teams were being pulled off scheduled missions in order to work on reinforcing the Alpha site, and expanding the subspace tripwire, for however much good the latter had been. Then there was that harebrained scheme hatched in some deep recess of the Pentagon to provide logistical support to that wormhole extreme television show Hammond didn't even want to touch. General Hammond, his senior airman, announced, "All Stargate teams are accounted for." Hammond of Texas nodded. It seemed to be the end of the frontier era for Stargate Command. From here on out things would be very different. For the first time since the end of the Cold War, there was talk of expanding NATO, not in number of countries, but in expanding funds and real resources allocated to the alliance. There were less likely talks of UN peacekeeper forces being spun off in a similar role under the command of the P5 of the UNSC. The question, though, was whether anything would really come of it. Scene break. Heltanza's notes. At 1.3 or 4. Year ago I considered a Stargate FIC based on the premise of Earth evacuating people through the Stargate in the event of a Goa'uld or other invasion. It ultimately never went anywhere, but it was always tempting. Chapter 8. Scene break. As a general, interruptions were rarely taken well. People disliked having their plans upset. Kratos settled for leaving an ISD-2 in Sol and decided to wait. Were a myriad of other concerns. Interception of the various frequencies spoke of a recent invasion that had been thrown off the planet with minimal bloodshed. These Thangarians. Unfortunately, there was insufficient information to make any real judgment on what had happened, other than it had been dire enough to crash space station into a shielded ground-based facility of some kind. Informatio. N gathered implied that the Thonagarians were at war with the Gordanians, which actually gave them somewhere to start. The Gordanians were once a part of an ancient army. Kratos declared, looking idly over his pad. I do not imagine they were of much consequence at the time. Just another race in service to the ancient Sith. As far as he was aware, the Gordanian were not abundantly blessed with much in the way of force sensitivity. But he'd have been lying if he claimed to be certain on that fact. It was probably unwise to take the Thonagarian propaganda at face value, but it suggested that Gordanians had not changed much during the intervening 50,000 years. Who knew how long they'd been mucking about the galaxy? Without access to established networks of long-range sensor aura, Kratos's detached fleet elements were not quite blind, but were dependent on their own sensors. It would perhaps be wise to fall back to the galactic pathway in order to bolster our defenses. Ategi Kali speaking, that was the most sound move. Tell me, these Thonagarian, why invade a world, why go to so much trouble to mass an occupation force, bring material, technicians, and conscripta workforce from the locals, and then cut and run after the device was destroyed by resistance forces? If they had been able to deploy a fleet, the planet shouldn't have been able to contest it. It certainly didn't seem some outside fleet had driven them off. Perhaps the operation wasn't sanctioned, voiced one of the captains. The local commander overstepped, and was forced to cut his losses. Perhaps it was so, and if so, the Thonagarians had problems. Infiltrate an agent, spend years researching ways to bring the planet down with as minimal bloodshed as possible. To abandon things at the RST sign of real resistance was ridiculous. It makes a direct first contact very problematic, Captain. They have just fought of an alien invasion. Even if Earth had an absolute majority of humans, he didn't imagine showing up with the Harrow and her escorts in tow would be received well. Sending a Lone Star destroyer or a squadron was an option. Still, the constant nagging of the Force to involve himself directly was complicating things. Commander, I need you to conduct final preparatory checks on my assault boat. Specifically the cloaking device. I have visited the planet before, it shouldn't be that difficult to blend in for a few days. Scene broken. Kratos had written himself a memo not to taunt the Force. Apparently cloaks and robes were not entirely appropriate attire on some continent. And yet apparently some people did still run around in them, which complicated things. Deploying a reconnaissance satellite in orbit had been considered. Kratos had deployed one on his previous outing to the planet in an attempt to locate various ancient Sith structures, to admittedly limited success. Unfortunately, the planet's heightened state of alert suggested that if they were detected it might complicate amiable relations. Not that at the moment Kratos was doing much in the way of maintaining a low profile. The lightsaber hissed angrily. The intergang thugs were equipped with alien weaponry that had to have been getting from somewhere. Kratos figured some alien scumbag looking to make some easy money by trading precious minerals for some blasters. The inherent problem with this line of inquiry was that gun runners on any planet weren't generally inclined to answer questions from authorities, even from Sith Lords. I have a few questions and that is all. He batted a handful of energy bolts out of the way, which had been what he'd been doing for the last 5 minutes. I don't have to answer to some Justice League reject. Kratos, courtesy of watching intercepted news broadcasts, had some vague idea who the Justice League were, which was part of the reason he hadn't gone straight to Gotham City. You know, I take no small inclination towards offense, he swept his hand, sending the offending goon through a window. Let us try this once more. I would like an introduction to your supplier. Titans go. He grimaced, and took a step back as the wall exploded. For some reason this stupid backwater mudball had gangs of vigilantes to make Coruscant look tame at times. The abrupt blast of magic into one of the intergang weapons crates abridged that line of thinking, perking the Sith Lord's interests. Though not enough to stow his lightsaber. The grimace deepened as they continued to blast through the intergang crates and the assembled gangers. A few moments, and they were all undone and the Sith Lord stood face to face with a massive green pachyderm. The Sith Lord smoothed his expression, brushed his cloak to one side and deactivated his lightsaber before stowing it away. The elephant turned into a boy, as his other two male teammates secured the gang members given they were all unconscious and broken. It didn't COU. The normal-looking boy demanded, "What are you doing here?" He persisted suspiciously. "I was attempting to gather information on who they were sourcing their weapons from." His cloak closed around his form, hiding his hands and arms from view. The large cybernetic one's sonic weaponry would be a problem, as his lightsaber wouldn't deflect it, and there were 4 more to consider besides him. Answers I will not get today, it seems. The flying one with the propensity for energy blasts was weaving, though as if antsy rather than intentionally evasive. Scene break. He didn't understand Bruce's decision, much less apparent need to traipse about, or that he let his apprentice follow along in such a colorful display, but that was neither here nor there. The Dark Knight of Gotham, however, didn't seem pleased to see him. Quote, "I thought you called Earth a backwater mudball." "It is a backwater mudball," he retorted, sipping his tea. "I thought you were being invaded." "Excuse me, that I was otherwise occupied." "The invasion was months ago." Robin butted in. He was apparently master of the tower, which Kratos couldn't really say anything. He had his own starship at that age. Again, who invaded and then packed up and left? It made no sense. "So I noticed," Kratos muttered before moving on. "I thought a concerted effort might be required. Perhaps you would like to fill me on these developments." The explanation proceeded more or less as he expected it. The Thonogarians had staged a false flag assault using a captured Gordonian cruiser as an excuse to show up, but the more pressing issue was the next question posed to him. "Do you know what a hyperspace bypass generator is?" Kratos blinked. "Of course, but no one uses them anymore. They were an antiquated thing, a footnote from the time of HTE Hyperspace War. There was no point to them these days. They were finicky, power-intensive. Why? The Thonogarians built a chain of them. They intended to use Earth as a hyperspace relay point to bypass the Gordonians' gravity-well defensive line. If activated on the planet's surface, it would probably rip a colossal chunk out of the planet in the resultant tear in hyperspace, that would render the uninhabitable, in a best-case scenario. Which again made no sense. Why leave if your plan was going to destroy the planet? Precisely, which was why crashing the Watchtower, his space station, which Kratos had yet to hear an explanation on how it had been built on such a primitive rock, but that would probably be saved for another time. Into the bypass was the only method to save the planet. Did Anion think to mention the sheer suicidal nature of that plan? The response that it was necessary to save the planet was all he received in reply, which was met with a stern look, which was in turn matched. "I notice you're not carrying the lightsaber I gave you." Apparently the Dark Knight of Gotham had a problem removing limbs from people. "I mainly save it for when dealing with Mr. Freeze, or Clayface. Occasionally to get through poison ivy's overgrown weeds and brambles. It's proven difficult to fabricate the crystals with Earth's level of technology." When the Batman had handed one of the synthetic crystals over to Lucius Fox for testing, in strict confidence in order to prevent them from falling into the hands of LexCorp or some other nefarious force, they had more or less confirmed he alien nature, an immense potential for use, and they were used in energy swords of all things. Since the invasion and the loss of the Watchtower, my focus has been elsewhere. Robin here, and the other Titans could probably benefit from your training. He waved at his apprentice and the other 4. Scene break. Kratos didn't understand this planet. Apparently Starfire was an alien, Raven was half human, and something else. Beast Boy was something. Well, he had considered mentioning that Cyborg was just a touch generic when it came to names. He didn't really understand the point of a code name with that kind of pervasive cybernetics. The Force is everywhere. It can be drawn on in times of need, or plight to strengthen yourself. It is a tool, a wellspring, but one which must be controlled lest you drown in it. It is a careful balance. You must control the force. Anger was a tool, walls too. Channel the floodwaters of the torrent of power. Every emotion was like that. Something to be used to focus immeasurable power into tangible results. The problem with this lecture was that the girls and Robin could both apply the lessons. To a much lesser extent Beast Boy could apply it in certain forms. Cyborg didn't do kung fu, whatever kung fu was supposed to be, that was apparently Robin's shtick. Still it was better than nothing to do. Bruce was apparently occupied trying to make preparations for refounding the Justice League, who had effectively disbanded after the Thonogarian withdrawal. There was that screeching alarm again interrupting his lecturing. Well, at least it spared him having to listen to another round of protests about how her, Raven's, emotions were dangerous, and how they needed to be repressed. It actually reminded him of Anakin's habit during the Clone Wars of babbling on that load of Jedi nonsense. It had been annoying then. Actually it'd been more annoying then, because Anakin had whined about it a lot, as he remembered. "We've got a mission," Robin shouted. "Gear up." Apparently the big problem with the Justice League dissolving itself was that various criminals thought it was the perfect excuse to around and start causing all kinds of trouble, so vigilantism. "We've got a lead on Slade." Kratos tapped his comm, and waited for the other line to pick up. As far as covers went, sitting around tutoring young heroes, or whatever, apparently attracted little in the way of attention. In particular because the request entailed he didn't tag along on these missions. So while the kids were off, Kratos spent his time catching up. It was a few hours later when the Titans trudged back to the tower looking much more, significantly more than usual, worse for the wear. That it had been a trap was quickly explained. Slade played us like fools and then slipped away. Kratos adjusted his databad and spun the chair away from the bar. "Should I call Bruce?" For some reason Robin hated it when he asked the question, apparently being in PND Neden. D on your own meant not asking for help from your teacher. At Kratos' age, though, most of the help he'd been asking from Palpatine had been relegated to spare parts and material assistance with regard to the war effort, so it was a little different. "I am a Sith Lord, my time is valuable, do you want my help or not?" Scene break. Slade, as it happened, was very good at martial combat. It was like fighting Kagaya, except that Kratos and his Mandalorian general weren't trying to kill one another. Both lightsaber blade came crashing through the air, so you're not one of Batman's rivals. You don't seem to be from the Bat clan either. Slade had learned to avoid the red blades of energy very quickly after his staff had ended up in several pieces. It didn't stop the man from trying to pry from answers. On the other end of a digital chain, Bruce Wayne watched things continue to unfold. Slade Wilson's efforts had been something of a known, which had been a concern, but possibly better than having to drive Ra's al Ghul away. The Batman had other reasons for monitoring the situation. Friend or not, Kratos had basically admitted to having organized bringing a fleet to Earth, even if it had been to liberate the planet. Another fleet showing up could cause all manner of problems in the current political climate. This at least gave him an opportunity to monitor without being especially intrusive for no apparent reason. The threat of an alien invasion alone justified a variety of new measures. Unfortunately, it would take several months to launch the Watchtower network, and then there was re-establishing the Justice League. And the expansions. Kratos would never join issue, his fleet would be, and so would any other unexpected alien arrivals when it came to keeping the peace on Earth. In the wake of the Thonogarian invasion, there were a number of political reshuffling that had done little, and particularly certainly nothing, good, for various hotspots around the world. If the League wasn't re-established soon, who knew what would happen? Master Bruce. No one could have expected the Thonogarian invasion, but if you keep this secret from the rest of the League, isn't that dangerous? Alfred was right, it was time to start talking to the other members of the League, and begin reaching out to the League. Superman would be the easiest to get a hold of right now. There had been a myriad of reasons why they hadn't just teamed back up. Not the least had been the fact the Thonogarians had shot up Wayne Manor during the occupation, which had in itself raised a number of NTED questions from the media that he had to dodge. So Bruce Wayne was having to avoid the mayor, and the governor as well, more than usual as well. There was also the dinner in D.C. to commemorate the 6-month anniversary of the end of the occupation. He supposed it was time to call Clark Kent. Scene break. The opinion on Colonel Ronson was that he was significantly more straight-laced, orthodoxy, than the oddball special forces types that pervaded the SGC's birds. It was probably part of the reason he had gotten command of the Prometheus. Speaking of Earth's first battlecruiser, the S-HIP was presently hurtling back to Earth through hyperspace after a routine transport mission of material that was too large to ship through the Stargate, so it really wasn't all that different from flying a galaxy. Except that the Prometheus was still a fraction of the size Goa'uld Hatak, but thereby still larger than any other ship in the U.S. Navy except the carriers. For a several billion-dollar project it seemed wasteful, but the Stargate had a definite size limitation involved, and Ronson followed orders. Colonel, we have something on scope. From hyperspace Earth-built sensors didn't have much in the way of resolution. Eventually the next generation were supposed to correct the problem, but for now they were basically knockoffs of Goa'uld sensors, which weren't the Asgard kind to begin with. Regardless, subspace sensors were capable of observing noticeable mass objects, and extrapolate a general feel for size, and energy levels could be approximated via a number of signals like radiation and heat. Outside of hyperspace, those same signals coupled with more conventional lidar and radar systems could be used to approximate things like shade and from there guess where the other guy had his guns placed. Capital scale. Goa'uld. How big, and why weren't they attacking if it was the snakes? The one thing Stargate Command had noticed was that from a perspective of doctrine, the Goa'uld order of battle was vastly different than that of the Thonogarian invaders. 1-to-1 the Prometheus, had it been armed and ready, might have done well against the Thonogarians. Unlike Goa'uld, though, the Thonogarians deployed entire flocks of ships, while the Goa'uld generally relied on singular much larger ships to accomplish their missions. Congress and the Joint Chiefs were leaning more towards a Thonogarian doctrine for the U.S. Space Fleet. The Goa'uld Hatak was just too large for Earth to build equivalent-size ships to counter. The X-303 program that had resulted in the Prometheus, though, had problems. The Prometheus had been built in Nevada desert in an underground berth. It had been probably dumb luck that the Thonogarians hadn't bothered with the facility. After all, they had paid little mind to NORAD or most other facilities during the invasion. Still, there was abundant land in Nevada owned by the federal government to construct such berths, but keeping them discreet seemed a near impossible task. And then there was the matter of the necessary trinium and naquita for the ship's hull and engines. The beam counters were already talking about cost-cutting measures, i.e., things that were going to get people killed. Scene break. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Scene break. You were gone longer than expected. The Sith Lord raised an eyebrow as he adjusted the contents of one of his bookshelves. Plans should not be immutable, Admiral. An unchanging plan was doomed to fail, and Kratos loathed failure more than he disliked breaking his schedule. Also, he disliked having his habits critiqued by anyone, and while there was some leeway granted to his immediate support staff, this was hardly the time. I trust that things are going smoothly. As expected, the fleet was doing well, which, to be fair, they'd been in this galaxy for less than a month, and with nothing major to report. There were a smattering of subspace chatter, not in basic of core, but it meant PLE were communicating in much the same way. It was a reassuring discovery, admittedly. There was the significantly less hyperspace travel than his home galaxy, but well, no helping that there was after all no comparative counterpart to the Republic. Long-range sensors implied low-level chatter from the bandwidth what was probably some kind of navigation system, and clusters of much higher activity spread throughout the galaxy. It was hardly a great leap in logic to assume they were enclaves of local powers, especially given long-range sensors suggested there was a variety of ship traffic near the clusters. It was probably nothing, but for now the Sith detachment would continue to remain near the pathway as a precautionary measure. From a purely technical standpoint, even the last age of the Republic had been a lengthy period. In the time since Revan there had been technological development, but that had been incremental, following ahead general trends. As such, saying such and such was at a technological level comparable to the late Republic or the Republic in general wasn't really being very descriptive. It was a coy answer to get away from admitting they didn't know enough without actually lying. We've established the usual layout of buoys and pickets in the outer rim. The admiral replied tersely, before moving on. So in theory of course there shouldn't be any unexpected drop-ins. In practice of course anything class 3 or above would likely be on their doorstep with little to no warning ahead of time, as a precaution cap are being run from our Victory refits. While it was certainly true that the Venator was larger, and carried a more substantive carrier air wing, it was also an even older ship, and more expensive. You're still sore that I didn't bring the ISD-3 prototype, yes? Kratos normally didn't need to concern himself with budgetary concerns, but the ISD-3 program was dangerously close to being over budget, and current estimates suggested it would be more expensive to produce, though not necessarily maintain, than the ISD-I and ISD-2 ships. The ISD-2 has only been in service for about 4 years, the introduction of the class having been overshadowed by the debacle with the first Death Star later that year. Justification of the ISD-3 is difficult. It was necessary to ensure Kuat had access to the prototype. Besides, what were you possibly going to use it for? When no immediate answer was forthcoming, the Sith Lord cleared his throat. The ISD-3 is not perfect, Dala, but it is enough to garner support for the Inri reformations. The Imperial hull will survive the next 20 years. The galaxy at home is too large to phase them out. The outer rim requires different requirements than the core, or the middle rim. Scene break. Following. G up on leads was the job of a detective, and Robin hated to leave a mystery unsolved. He also had issues with being overshadowed, which in the wake of the Thonogarian invasion Batman seemed to have decided the Titan needed help. He'd moved to the west coast so he might escape the looming shadow of the Bat. We will need to upgrade your security, the Dark Knight remarked, staring out the window. Ooking out OV, we will need to retrofit the tower to accept the Watchtower transporter system. Slade is dangerous, you and your team should clear of him. Once the League is re-established we'll deal with him. That had basically been the midnight hour, Bruce dropping in and lecturing him. It was also the first real signal the League was being massively expanded. Robin had met Zatanna and Black Canary before, but Bruce had basically implied them supervising the Titan, like they were some junior league. It hadn't helped that Bruce already knew about the Red X, and specifically the unstable Xeno Theum-derived technology which powered the combat suit, which hadn't gone over well either. Then of course there had been Starfire's attempt to cook breakfast, to celebrate the Dark Knight of Gotham's visit. They were going to be scrubbing the kitchen clean for the next week. All in all, Robin was not pleased with the abrupt and recent developments to Jump City. Slade needed to be stopped, and they couldn't wait for the League, and unfortunately there still weren't any leads. In short, Robin's frustration was mounting, and there didn't seem to be any leads. The shadow of the Bat loomed over Jump City. It wasn't even that he thought Slade would get away. It was that Slade wasn't even trying to get away, wasn't trying to escape, but rather toying with them. It was the kind of insult, challenge, that he couldn't let stand. He had to take Slade down. Scene break. Kratos had only the earliest memories of Darth Maul. The invasion of Naboo had been a very long time ago. Maul had been a blunt instrument, and his attempt to fabricate a double-bladed lightsaber had been a curiosity at best. The Sith Lord snapped the handguard back into place, and reached the bolts to finish the reassembly. In the end he hadn't had to bother with mass combat. There was rarely an attack to justify a single lightsaber, as the Jedi were effectively extinct. One miserable little backwater world, and there was actually a decent fight to be had. Human force users could manage 300 years bearing death in battle, or foul play, so he had never been particularly worried about the matter of age. He force pulsed in his veins as the lightsaber ignited, its blue blade a reminder of different times. He turned the saber over a few times and swung. The Jedi General had never known he was a Sith Lord. No idea at all. Even when Grievous's Magna Guard had assaulted Coruscant, and butchering the Republic's clone troopers. The blade went silent as the Sith Lord was content that it was in satisfactory working condition. He set it on his desk, and moved on to the matters of the day. There was nothing really to worry about with regards to fleet operation. Communications lag through hyperspace was a few minutes, so as opposed to using video communication they were reliant on text-only systems, but nothing seemed amiss back home either. The door opened, and the officer glanced at the lightsaber, probably taking note that it was slightly smaller and less ornate than the ones at his side. Is that new? No, he answered. I haven't had use for it since the end of the Clone Wars. He elaborated, picking up the silver cylinder and tucking it away in the case he'd had built after the battle for Coruscant had ended. What do you have? The Lunge has reported it has confirmed the presence of a starship, a light cruiser. It appears to be indigenously crewed. Kratos nodded, and there was a further pause. Additionally, we've begun receiving feedback through the network of sensor relays. The Sith Lord closed the drawer, and current speculation is that it's being used to transport material. Indeed, no doubt his officers had begun to speculate on the reasoning behind this, just as Otto's could hazard his own guess as to why. It's a newly constructed ship, isn't it? Would appear to be. Kratos asked for the sensor logs, and known information about the little ship, made a brief comment about how it would likely complicate formal first contact, and muttered a dismissal. He had expected to return shortly, but it now would very likely be in a far more official capacity, and if not this then soon. Taking the Harrow would likely send the entirely wrong message. The Executor class, and the other superstar destroyers, were many things, but diplomatic was not one of them. The planet has Sith ruins, a new voice remarked. The shuddering crimson image of a moon coming into view. Use them. There is no use for them in this situation. Kratos rebutted, and besides, most of those same ruins are ancient. There is no assurance they're anything more than archaeological curiosities, which in another time might have a place, but not right now. Scene break. Throughout the intervening centuries, the wizarding world had not changed. There were occasional discoveries, and new commercial developments like in any society, but day-to-day life had not really changed in the last, several centuries, save where it pertained to integrating Muggleborn from a world that was undergoing serious changes every few decades. The majority of wizards had no idea of the extent of the world wars, or were ignorant of the breadth of the Cold War, never mind recent alien perils. The only real exception, statistically, were Muggle-born wizards, those at least who retained some tie, however fleeting, to the outside world. The advent of the computer had been something that did change everything. It was something that as an archive tool alone might revolutionize the world. That was the opinion of Hermione Granger, at least. Out of all the Hogwarts graduates alive, it was she who best understood how different Muggle society was, and that had not always been for the better. Academic knowledge cannot grasp completely real-world specifics, and Hermione had done her best to balance tenuous ties between the two worlds. That was the truly Herculean task. So, Hermione looked up. The Black family home was good for a lot of things, except the lack of electricity, and by proxy the lack of a phone line preempted an internet connection, but it wasn't like she could stay cooped up in her parents' basement. On the other hand, having to come constantly back and forth, which at least the flow was convenient, was almost as bad. It isn't like looking something up in the library. It was like people who hadn't graduated from Ravenclaw didn't understand that sometimes going to the library wasn't an option. If Sirius is right, then what do we do then? The silence in response pretty much confirmed her suspicions. That's right, you don't know. So we wait until we do know something. Snape, who had up until now been quietly brooding by the fireplace, spoke up. The Dark Lord believes he was in America. At least sometime recently. On the other hand, there had been apparently false leads a few years ago, so there was some skepticism to this latest claim, but it was also the first lead in a while. Well, Hermione began. America is a very large country, she remarked, wondering if she really needed to conjure a map to point out that being somewhere in America was hardly an easier haystack to search for a lone wizard. It doesn't help us much. It was no secret that much as Dumbledore wanted results, and that the wizarding community in Britain needed answers, Voldemort's rebirth had changed things. This was no longer just about the British Isles. Voldemort was playing a different game, one more like Grindelwald's than Dumbledore might have liked. We cannot be reckless, the headmaster declared, stroking his beard thoughtfully. If we must do something, let us be sure that it is a sound investment. Scene break. For Bruce Wayne, the real aftermath of the Thonegari. An invasion was coming to terms with the reality that things had changed. It was why he was sitting down with Elizabeth Waller. The identity of the Batman was known to select people, but after so long of being the Dark Knight, there were people who knew that he wished weren't in the loop. It couldn't be helped though. I have a friend, and he could say T wearing the cowl right now. It was easier T. Oh, say it when he wasn't being the Dark Knight. It was compartmentalization of his life. Oh, Waller seemed interested. He's an alien, Bruce continued without needed to be needled and pressed, because the sooner this was done the sooner Waller could leave him to the matter of Wayne Industries, and all the other things that needed to be done in Gotham. He heard about the Thonogarian invasion, but it was over by the time his people could assemble a fleet to respond. That's a good friend you have, Waller remarked, sipping her glass of water. When the Thangarians had attacked Wayne Manor, it had been just one of many attacks to rally the population around. The news networks had put it on the screen with all the rest. When the Thonogarians had left, it was something to show to the American people. A stately home attacked, and implication of supporting resistance efforts. No one in the public had to know that it was the Justice League, and it wasn't like the occupation authorities were going to go on CNN and blab that specific detail. Deep Space Command hasn't said anything about another alien fleet. Did you wave them off? Now became the tricky part. He understood that there were political pressures across the planet, but including amongst NATO, and such, to do something, or at least seem to be doing something. I did not. They've been withdrawn to an anchorage in deep space. Waller didn't seem surprised that the Air Force had no idea what was out there. He wants a formal introduction. You know what you're asking. He tapped the device. There were somethings that sensed CKNEW about the identity of the Batman. There was little point in concealing broad strokes, and the hologram of the Earth painted that well enough. The new Watchtower network is more than simply a base for the Justice League. The most brilliant minds at Wayne Enterprise's myriad divisions were looking at ways to prevent a future invasion. It's an early warning system. The system had been calibrated primarily off the Javelin's hyperdrive, but tests had been done as well with a handful of alien devices that had fallen into the hands of Wayne Aerospace R&D courtesy of the Dark Knight, Kryptonian salvage and others, even Gordonian tech. But there had been other concerns. This was taken when they exited hyperspace. The Earth expanded to the solar system, and ships dropping from light speed ahead of Jupiter's orbital path. The fleet has since departed. You want a meeting with the president? Waller looked at the hologram. Have you told the rest of the Justice League about these ships? Scene break. Kratos, due to the simple realities of lag in communication, and that it simply wasn't practical to attempt to micromanage his command, had delegated forces back home. Einlanzer included approximately 200 Victory-class star destroyers, and roughly an equal number of Interdictor-class gravity well-equipped cruisers. If the proposed variant, the Enforcer-class, hadn't proved so amazing, he had intended to push for a redesigned VSD to consolidate logistics, as the Star Forge personnel had experience working on the Victory-class hulls. Instead, Kratos expected the planet's Nding Rakata would need to be further reinforced in order to bring the colonies throughout the fringe of the galaxy into the fold. We may have to return sooner than I expected, Kratos muttered. INF. Orm the captain's the projected timetable for our return by a month or so. You may yet get to stand aboard the bridge of the Ipsi Dala. A handful of holograms activated. The current issue is Logis. Tickle Vader's absence from the front has convinced certain rebel elements have begun causing trouble. In truth, rebel saboteurs had managed to dedicate a concentrated raid on the vital supplies supporting the aging fleets patrolling the vast swaths of the Outer Rim. Kane was very concerned that some lingering rebel force had more attacks in play, and the damage done to his supplies left a number of squadrons understrength. Even if we return, early space is imminent, they could be anywhere. The Sith Lord nodded. That is of course true, but we aren't going back to hunt them down. We are going to Kuat in order to bargain for an increase in production. Kane will be accompanying me, and you will oversee an expansion and relocation of the Ma installation. To where? The Sith Lord smiled. Where do you think, Admiral? We are not done here, and in 10 years we will not done. The Galactic Pathway presents an opportunity for us. The rebellion is not over. I expect them to splinter and become regional autonomy movements. But they will not go quietly into the night. The simple reality was that Vader was a blunt instrument. Administration was something beyond his purview, and his interests. The role Vader played in the Empire's future was a curious question, because the Galactic Imperial Navy was making decisions about shipbuilding as if it were preparing to fight an equal peer. A foe that Vader would be suited for, rather than consolidation and patrol work on the fringes. Kratos wondered if the Force had told Vader, or the more likely the Emperor, something about what was to come. Vader's connection with the Force was far less precise than the Emperor's, and as a result any warning he received was likely impeded. Still, there had to be a reason for such a massive fleet-building initiative. Because modernization certainly wasn't sufficient justification. Scene break. Chapter 10. Scene break. Galaxies were massive. To patrol one required well more ships than Kratos was currently seeing on his scopes. The Jinn's official roster included approximately 250,000 ships that fell under the Star Destroyer classification. It was never enough. There were just never enough Star Destroyers to go around. A mile-long ship was needed for day-to-day things, but that size presented options for long-range operations. They appear to outmass the VSD. They appear to be symmetrical. That does seem to be the case. He nodded. Assuming they were defensive or converted merchant shipping like the Lucrehulk was probably a step too far. It shouldn't matter as long as they stick to those routes. He tapped his control console. Captain lay in a course, take us to Earth. By your command. The Vindicator heavy cruiser had been intended as a replacement for the A. Jing Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser from the Old Republic. Given the number of those ships built over the course of the Republic that had not played out, the Dreadnought had entered mass production with a Class II hyperdrive, which at the time it had entered service was a step up, because it managed to do so in a cost-effective package. Kratos would have liked for the Vindicator to replace the Doctor Dreadnought class as the fleet's primary multi-role cruiser. As a result, he'd refused to use the Dreadnought class after the Emperor had given him leave to establish the Armada, choosing instead to take possession of Renly Other design the Victory-class Star Destroyer. In time though, the Vindicator hull gave birth to a variant equipped with gravity well generators, and Kane's Enforcer-class Renee wed the Sith Lord's interest in the design. What do you make their ship? Small, undergunned. There was a scoff, but it seems to be designed for inter-system work. That was certainly true. The ER-TH Starship exhibited impressive maneuverability and sublight speed, especially for a first real-world starship. It's supposedly their first, he replied. Their first hyperspace-capable ship. A warship. However undergunned this Prometheus might have been, it was something. A statement, either about its builders, or the galaxy they lived in. They were building it before these Thonogarians invaded the planet. What does that tell you? There was a brief shudder as the engines of the Star Destroyer pushed the warship forward, and it executed the jump to light speed. They think they need it. We can ignore the size, he muttered. Because after all, the Republic had been building warships for tens of Thusanier first, and they have made the jump to hyperspace travel over a scant few years. They don't have sleeper ships. For that matter, they barely can leave their own atmosphere, and they built a warship. If they had taken the Harrow, it very likely would have confirmed whatever fears or presumptions this government had. And Kratos despised dealing with bureaucrats who felt the need to be overly defensive. They call it a battlecruiser. Or so he'd been informed by the officer of the watch. The trip to Earth would not take long. Scene break. What do we know, Amanda? They're human from what we've been told, Director Waller responded. Technologically advanced, nothing especially detailed unfortunately. An Air Force general who had come in with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, so they like the Hebrideans or the Tolan. No, Waller muttered, I don't think so. Neither of those people have ever shown any inclination for a stand-up fight. The recording provided by Wayne Enterprises' deep space monitoring devices had been shown to everyone in this room, and several other HLY-placed individuals. By the week's end, foreign governments would start to be briefed. They seemed to think they were going to have to liberate us, one of the generals commented. You saw those ships. Some of those ships were miles long. Almost 12 in the case of their command ship. Waller pointed out tersely. A people that we really don't know a lot about. The president settled in behind his desk. We're going to have to bring the Russians in on this, he announced. This isn't like dealing with the Asgard, especially if they are other humans. There had been concerns about Russian rearmament since the late 90s. But in light of the Stargate program, the Thonogarians, and everything else. It seemed unlikely to slow down, and that made public talking heads nervous, and that made the public nervous. We also can't exactly have them show up in orbit, and then show them the sights in DC either, or New York. The President of the United States was also not going to stoop to bumming off the Justice League to hold a meeting with a foreign dignitary, especially one with a fleet of starships. Taking the weekend would be for the best. The news weren't likely to pay much attention if Marine One headed out of DC. But going too far, i.e. traveling via Air Force One, would mean the White House press corps would know something was up. A military facility, or secured site capable of hosting visiting dignitaries somewhere near Washington was the only real option by that metric. It didn't leave them with a whole lot of options, and the Secret Service were likely to complain out having to make last-minute plans about people they had no idea what to expect from, but that was life. We have no idea what to expect, Mr. President, the head of the Joint Chiefs remarked, involving the Russian Federation without firm data at hand seems premature. The president cracked a smile. General, we have some firm data they build big ships. We're gonna tell the Russians that, because that's the only real information we have. That's all we really know for sure, right? So we're not concealing anything. Telling Russia, though, only addressed one member of the P5 of the Security Council. There was still France, China and the United Kingdom. Consider. Scene break. The Green Lantern Jon Stewart starred at the hologram of the solar system, or more correctly the dozens of mile-long DAG-RS floating just beyond the asteroid belt, an image that was dated several weeks previous. You should have told us about this sooner, was the rebuttal to his announcement regarding the situation. Batman turned to the Green Lantern. How many Green Lanterns are on Earth? 3, with another off-world. What does that have to do with anything? Stewart responded. It's a fleet, hundreds of ships, probably. He wasn't positive on exact numbers, but there was a certainty that the ships around the flagship weren't the only ones. We couldn't combat the Thangarian fleet. That's someone else's job, John. That doesn't sound like you. We sit back and let an alien fleet come in. The Dark Knight activated the computer's display. The League needs expanding. There are too many threats on Earth for us to try and fight an entire galaxy. The new Watchtower is a warning system to alert us to potential extrasolar dangers, but Earth is invaded. We need to be all across the planet. There needed to be more than just 7 members of the League standing to defend the planet. 7 heroes wasn't enough. He admitted, internally at least, that it wasn't. Expanded Justice League was a first step to address major vulnerabilities to Earth's security, but even with the ability to produce in bulk the new model Javelin, it wasn't like the League was in a position to train Earth's heroes to all be fight our pilots and attack alien motherships. It was ludicrous to expect that. At the same time, there was a distinct discomfort of supplying the Javelin to Earth's governments, given the dangers of the wider galaxy that may have been the only option in the coming decade. Superman waded into the verbal fray. Batman has divided the planet into sectors. In part that had been to speedily allow NSE to rising threats via the Watchtower's teleporter system, but, in the event of an invasion, the Justice League will be dispersed into teams to rally resistance elements in order to oppose an occupation of Earth. You do remember the French lost World War I, and that as a military force were useless? John demanded sullenly. But not for the purpose of coordination, or intelligence. Batman rebutted. If Earth is occupied, we will be against an invading force centuries ahead of us. We will likely not be throwing them off the planet without some kind of outside assistance at this stage. He gestured to the lines on the map of Earth delineating sectors. The Justice League is not an army. The new larger League will respond to disasters, just as the old one did, but with its larger size be able to respond all over the world. In conjunction, Wayne Enterprises will conduct humanitarian infrastructure investments globally that in the event of a catastrophe, or an invasion, can be used to protect people. Scene break. In theory, the class scale which elucidated faster than light travel via hyperspace culminated in class 0 feet, whereby the speed in lightspeed was effectively infinite. In practice, of course, the closest examples were decimal class, and the closer you got to 0, the more like blinking through the Force the journey became. There were simply many hurdles to deal with. Republican era Venator, with its massive carrier wing, had been equipped with a Class 1 hyperdrive. There was a reason that the Imperial class made do with a Class II hyperdrive. It, quite simply, greatly reduced maintenance concerns. Are our fighters ready? On standby per your orders. He nodded. Very good. With any luck there would be no real need for them, but in the event the native fear was well-founded, better to be ready. The downside of course was there were definitive limits to hyperspace travel, and only a handful of ships close enough to provide real-time reinforcement of their position if things became messy. We will exit per procedure beyond the asteroid belt, and we will move from there to a holding orbit closer to the planet. It was a simple matter of point to point communication with the locals from there to confirm a flight path, and then from there an equally simple matter of flying to the planet's surface. Quaint was probably the best description, though, strictly speaking, it wasn't all that different from visiting Naboo's surface. The simple truth was, in Kratos's experience, the elites of the galaxy preferred to avoid advertising the presence of technology. Kuat's aristocracy demonstrated this keenly in maintaining palatial estates on their planet's surface, with floral displays and eschewing the use of droids in favor of flesh and blood servants, or slaves in some cases. The presidential retreat was probable had to offer. Kratos already longed to settle back into the comfort provided by his massive library aboard the space fortress. Even the introduction was plain, a simple welcome to Earth. Sometimes, though, he appreciated that worked best. Kratos could understand different uniforms, but there was a point where ostentation just beckoned. Me ridiculous. The Prometheus is our first foray into building a space-based warship. You utilized mass drivers for the ship weapons. Railguns, yes, but also missiles. Decorum suggested he not poi. Nt out that shields greatly reduced the effectiveness of pure kinetic weapons like mass drivers. They probably already knew, and if they didn't, well, he'd mention it, just not right now, but they did probably know. After all, the Prometheus had shields. It's the beginning. We're going to build more ships. Kratos nodded. There is nothing wrong with building light cruisers. There is an inherent advantage in applying speed to the battlefield. To be able to avoid an enemy while you picked at their flanks in groups, until you could withdraw, or you could strike the final blow. Scene break. The Sith Lord looked over the bay. How many apprentices have you lost so far? I have lost Robin. He's been captured by Slade Wilson. Right. You mean abducted, Kratos remarked, and it was severe enough to tell me. The two cloaked billowed in the ocean air. And yet you refused to take his life. He shrugged. He hasn't taken the hint. We don't do that. Bruce growled out. It was bad enough having to remind Wonder Woman not to maim people, but that was something the Amazonian princess shared, a cultural facet that accepted things like permanent solutions. He loathed the idea of Roz and Kratos meeting one another. Because they'd either hate one another or they'd agree. We'll take him alive, and we'll get Robin back without any permanent damage. He didn't seem very convinced but shrugged. I suppose we'll put up with because we're friends, so it's your apprentice. How do you want to go about this? A small device was produced from under the Dark Knight's cloak, no doubt one of the litany of gadget he kept in his utility belt. Jump City has a network of underground sewer systems. In part, the system is designed to channel runoff in the event of a tidal wave to protect the city. It is the ideal place for Slade to hide. The other Titans are beginning to ask questions, so we need to find them, whatever hiding spot Slade was in, with the boy Wonder, before morning. Several hours of searching eventually yielded results. There were locks which had evidently been refitted to divert the flow of water and close off channels. The quality of work was different from a municipal service project, and was newer than the rest of the system. As if that wasn't clue enough, there was the high-grade security system. Slade Wilson dropped into a fighting stance, as he whirled to face the intruders in who had penetrated his clandestine hideaway beneath Jump City. I thought my guests might be the children out past curfew, but instead it's the teachers. Still, I netted a real workout. The chamber had obviously been retrofit thoroughly. Besides the racks of weapons that Slade could avail himself of if he could reach them, there was an abundance of other equipment. Slade's computer system might not have been the equal of the Bat mainframe, but it likely didn't need to be in order for the mastermind to accomplish his plans. Rather than going for a weapon, Slade charged head-on, only for the Sith Lord to sidestep. and raise his hand in a fashy smile of a fighting stance, save that there was the taciturn odor of ionized air as lightning flew from his fingertips in an explosion which blasted the mercenary off his feet. Not that time for this kind of sophistry, and posing, he murmured, force boiling in his veins. There was need for a theatrical show of one-on-one when numbers clearly favored their side. Batman warily eyed Slade, but it was evident even from the distance between the two the criminal was still breathing, and Robin wasn't harmed. Batman, there's a bomb in the tower. So about that fight, how about we make a wager? Slade grumbled, pushing himself up, ignoring the contact scorch along his shoulder, but exceedingly grateful right now for the insulated nature of his suit. Batman stepped forward. I've got this. Scene break. Stargate Command, and the officers in charge of Area 51 weren't directly involved in the meet and greet, at least not the entirety of the senior staff. Still, Hammond and his counterpart from Area 51 could at least brief their immediate subordinates on developments. In a way it was like talking to the Asgard, because they're vastly more militant than the Talon. Hammond of Texas agreed with his counterpart from Area 51. The technical services of both the Air Force and the Navy abounded with engineers. There were discussions about space and practical systems to create a U.S. military presence there that dated back more than half a century. What made the Prometheus work, though, was access to alien technology, and Secrets G leaned from it in order to bootstrap them further than they could go with just terrestrial tech. Area 51, or the Air Force Base at Groom Lake if one preferred, and Project Blue Book, Stargate Command, were under the USAF. Both commands had people loaned out from the other services, but the bulk of their personnel were constituted from the Air Force. Unlike Earth, or at least in the United States, admirals and generals no longer actively had a hand in the design of multi-million-dollar systems. When was the last time you heard of an admiral designing and overseeing construction of a warship? I couldn't say. George, heading up the Prometheus project, had largely been leaving things to the eggheads, and making sure supplies had arrived on time, and worrying about inevitably fending off challenges from the Navy. The VLS for the missiles, well, that design was old hat, and the railguns had been developed separately. George had to loan him a couple people to handle some of those weird alien systems too. But the X-303 eventually did fly. We're at an impasse ourselves though, George. There were 3 paths that had been outlined, 3 roads that the Air Force could possibly go down. Not because they were the only options, but because they were the ones best suited to the demands placed on them after the invasion. The first was to design a new hull, something smaller, and reduce dependence on alien technology and materials. The idea was to protect Earth, not to confront what might be out in the wider galaxy, but it would be cheaper. The second was tentatively the X-303B proposal. It was to keep building the Prometheus's sister ship, with as few changes as possible. By keeping things the same they avoided major redesigns, though if changes could be made to improve the ship that would be ideal. The third of the 3 would probably come to pass eventually. Codenamed Daedalus, the third proposal had been talked about at length. It was larger, and carried more than the X-303 design. But it was also an entirely new hull, and was more expensive than either 2 options. The railgun, General Hammond nodded, touted by its designers as a space-age weapon, and to be the MI-N weapon of the Earth fleet, it didn't quite measure up to the hype, because, well, the shields aboard enemy ships. Have you had any luck with larger designs? Scene break. Chapter 11. Scene break. Kratos eyed the reunion of the Titans. As he and the Dark Knight stood in the background, there had been no need for Robin's master to ask when he'd be leaving again. Kratos would leave. Earth was, after all, as he remarked, just a backwater world. You are leaving. It was Starfire that asked. Of course, he replied. The Tamaranian princess was the tallest of the Titans, though the cyborg did come close. Both of them were growing still, and already taller than both the Sith Lord and the Batman. My fleet requires my attention, but besides that I have other things to handle before the Watchtower be shrugged. In the meantime, Robin, you and the others should continue to train. Batman declared. The League will take time to find its footing, and Slade will return. There would likely be OT. Her threats beyond Deathstroke's machinations, but Slade had a monopoly on Robin's attention. He was the one who could motivate Robin to train. You are all responsible to protect the city, its inhabitants. The citizens can live or die by your action or inaction, whether you are ready or not. Starfire, and Beast Boy wilted under the heavy speech. The Dark Knight however did not relent. We will be available, the League. Even Kratos at times to prepare you for the burden of protecting the people. Kratos quirked an eyebrow at being volunteered. We should leave. The Sith Lord turned sharply on his heel and headed for his waiting shuttle. This little backwater world was interesting, but the obligation placed on him supplanted that, and of course this world's defenses were woefully lacking. It would be best to address that problem first, because otherwise this fanciful notion of not killing couldn't work. The seal of the bulkhead released, allowing the ramp to slide into the ground. He spared a glance at the commander in the pilot's couch, and nodded. "Welcome aboard, sir. Let's return to the Harrow," the Sith Lord declared, settling into his seat. "Plot a course out over the bay, and then vector an orbital track." The repulsors of the VIP transport pushed the craft off the ground, and the atmospheric engines pressed it towards the water, and as it built speed it flew over the bay, steadily gaining altitude. The white hull like a gleaming swan in the mid-morning light rising towards the sun. Primary engines, and the cloak engaged, speeding the vessel far from the pull of the planet's gravity. And beyond prying eyes, Batman watched. Kratos' transport was larger than either version of the Javelins, and much better armed. That was to be expected, still given the situation. It was time to revisit whether Robin should have his own aircraft, though providing one to the entire Titans might be a better idea. They would need, Batman felt, reliable access to the watchtower, and distance travel in general. The prospect was one of extensive responsibility, one that the Titans might not be ready for. The Dark Knight departed without further comment to Jump City's young protectors. Scene break. Severnus was extra sullen today, which was part of the reason that Hermione was very glad she had graduated long ago. The potions master tended to be an ass when in a foul mood. CH was a very frequent state for him to be in. It was a complicated situation, because the Dark Lord seemed convinced that Harry Potter was somewhere in America. Then there was the fact Rabaston was apparently mumbling off all kinds strange theories. It was the mix of the two that was enough to drive Snape up the wall. It didn't help that Snape had to relay them to the Order, at which point Alistair Moody became involved. To say the two men didn't get along was like describing oil and water. They didn't mix. Alistair had a keen instinct though, and despite being ex-wizarding law enforcement he had no problems going into places where the rest of the Order wouldn't be able to. In short, Alistair was just the kind of person who could chase down uncomfortable leads on Death Eater movements, or in other steps taken by various dark wizards for that matter. "Dumbledore has already said we can't go running around America," one of the other Order members declared, drawing Snape's ire. "Do I look like I've gone as soft in the head as you? Of course we can't." The Dark Lord wanted answers, and Snape couldn't very well go himself. The Dark Lord had spies, but truthfully Voldemort's operations especially Alley day-to-day were largely confined not simply to the Old World, but primarily Northern and Central Europe. While the Death Eaters had contacts throughout even the Italian peninsula and of course the Balkans as well, of course into Eastern Europe, Voldemort had spent time searching for answers throughout wizarding lore. It was the only reason that the Ministry of Magic had not fallen. The late same thing Rabaston is babbling on about is Egypt and Atlantis. Snape finally groused out and leaned back in his chair. "It's stupid, but," and that hung in the air, Snape admitted for a stupid idea raw. Baston was turning up leads that had eluded curse breakers and Egyptologists for centuries. Scene break. The time was coming. While the Harrow did not expressly need to return, it was best for the flagship to return. It would avoid questions from lesser adjutants of the Imperial Starfleet. The truth was the upper structure ranks of the Galactic Imperial Navy had a well-honed penchant for gossip. ND speculation, because most were ring knockers. Still there was time for something like, "What do we have?" Kratos demanded, sweeping down the small stairs that separated segments of the Harrow's CIC. "Projecting current track," the officer replied, projecting the screen onto a central display. Up until this point there hadn't been much to worry about. The factions, various as they might have been, seemed to mind their own damn business. Now a group of unknowns was cutting its way towards the Earth. Their bearing, and speed coupled with the frequency raised question about the identity of the ships. Kratos looked at the display as the sensor studied the mass shadows and began the process of calculating the general layout and weight of the ships. In respect of the Earth's whole geopolitical quagmire, Kratos kept the majority of any Imperial ships beyond the asteroid belt. In the best-case scenario, this might be the elusive Asgard they had been told about, though why they'd be approaching in such a manner would certainly be odd. On the other hand, according to what they had been told, the Asgard were also from another galaxy. Rendering of mass and structure complete. An officer declared as another display projected a large pyramidal structure. The distinctive pyramid and protective superstructure endemic of the Goa'uld Hatak class, at over a kilometer in length. Kratos had been led to believe that the Hatak, with its long service history, was the most commonly available capital ship in the galaxy. Though about the same length as the Venator, it was much more massive, featuring a symmetrical hull, which allowed it to carry a truly impressive air wing, at least so far as numbers went. Put our fighters on alert status, I want them ready to launch. He wasn't sure the exact size of the fighter complement, but there didn't seem to be enough to outnumber them, especially if Task Force 3 could arrive in time. The Air Force hadn't seemed terribly impressed by the Death Gliders fielded by the Goa'uld, with the exception of course of their ability to reach orbit and general maneuverability. Standing by, the Sith Lord looked at the display of the solar system. Move our interdictors into position, we'll snatch them out of hyperspace. Harrow's engines quietly rumbled under the hull, like a dragon taking a breath on a hillside. Task Force 1 didn't nominally include the Harrow, even though it was the de facto escort for the fleet flagship. The task force comprised several Imperial Star Destroyers, but the bulk of the force were smaller vessels like the Lancer frigates. For the last several centuries the Goa'uld had prospered under Ra. The Hatak had been refined from Anatar Goa'uld ship the Cheops, with whom it shared its pyramid-shaped hull. Hatak class had proved its mettle on both sides when the System Lords had waged war to drive Sokar from the ranks of the Goa'uld. The Hatak was mature. The Goa'uld had doctrines for maneuvering them into position and attacking in concert. The thing was, the Goa'uld, with a few notable exceptions, fought each other in isolated skirmishes. When Task Force 1's interdictor cruisers ripped them from light speed, the 12 Golden Pyramids faced 8 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, 6 ISDI and 2 ISD-2 class ships, aligned in formation near the planet Red with words. Energy weapons did the talking just fine. Death Gliders and TIE-LN swarmed from their hangars, as the capital ship focused on one another. Alkish followed as Skipray gunboats mirrored them. The interdictor-class cruisers with Higher gravity well generators were protected by the Victory-class Star Destroyers of the task force, which reflected Imperial doctrine. Any rebel admiral would have known that the interdictor was vulnerable to rebel prowlers, or potentially even concerted heavy star fighter attack. The Goa'uld completely ignored them in favor of attacking the larger ISD-class ships head-on. That's a lot of fighters. Gold Squadron may be in trouble, sir. Kratos could see that. Each Hatak, well made the number of fighters launched by a Venator seemed tame, truth be told. Close the net, bring our Lancers into the fray. Launch the Harrow's Defenders once we close to gun range. Defender in this case referred to the TIE Defender squadrons carefully hoarded aboard the massive Executor class. The ISD-2 Rampant was not unusual by class standards. Her heavy ion cannons along the arrowhead profile fired in concentrated salvos before her heavy sister ship the Dauntless was conducting the same tempo of gunfire against the lead Goa'uld Hatak. While the ISD-2 was no larger than the preceding block Imperial Star Destroyer, their reactors output substantially power. After about 2.5 minutes of concentrated fire from the forward guns, the shields of the leading Goa'uld ship ruptured as Rampant joined her heavy ion cannons in tempo with that of the Dauntless and fired again. Without the protection of the shields, long lines of fire gouged the superstructure, which was nothing as the primary turbolaser batteries. Without shields, massive green bolts entered one facing side and exploded. Hatak vessels shouldn't be releasing this much energy, and these were much faster than anything we've seen the System Lords field up until now. Carter muttered as the Harrow's CIC tracked the progression. The Goa'uld fleet didn't see the Harrow rising from the Adam's ring until its forward array of turbolasers split two Hatak wide open. At a length nearly a dozen times that of the ISD, the Executor class was both command ship, as well as a super battleship. The ISD was an ideal direct combatant, and anything foolish enough to place itself in the crosshairs of the larger SSD series was unlikely to survive. A salvo from the guns of an Executor class. The TIE-D, though far less numerous and much more expensive than the TIE-LN, found throughout the fleet, made up for it by mounting shields and hyperdrives in addition to much heavier weaponry. This was Green Squadron, in Imperial fleet parlance, more often called the Reaper's Own. Kratos glanced at his display, showing the reports from the ISD-class ship S, and made a vaguely dismissive noise as the Harrow's second line of guns awakened. He should have let the Victory-class ships handle this. Their captains needed the practice in flanking and maneuvering against larger targets. Scene break. Batman stood aboard the new watchtower. Hundreds of technicians were aboard for the final fitting out of the new larger station. Dozens upon dozens were spread out to the smaller sub-stations spread over the orbit of Earth. Kratos was leaving soon, but not before managing to get himself involved in a fight at the outer edge of the solar system. The Air Force CE was not happy with the Watchtower additions. The various world governments hadn't been thrilled with the original, but this was necessary. Over the last month, the various founding members, as well emissaries, had reached out extending invitations to various heroes worldwide. The founding members of the League had carefully weighed various potential members, and voted on the subject, just as THEY would likely vote on other future members. This refounding, though, would expand League memberships from a handful to several dozen members. It would be enough to run several teams active and rotate shifts as new challenges arose. The Founders' Council, or whatever final name was decided for it, was split though about briefing the new inductees about other developments. Flash wanted to come clean about everything. To admit that the US military had a space warship, and that there was presence in the solar system of alien warships, and had been for a couple months now. The battle at the edge of the solar system had only heightened that concern. The council was still split though. Then of course there were lesser problems, like addressing the Teen Titan. Junior heroes needed time to mature, and protecting individual cities was the best way to keep track of that. There would be discontent. That would largely be an issue for the Americas though, which presented an issue for defending Europe and mainland Asia from disaster. I don't like the idea of expanding the Fortress of Solitude, Bruce. Superman grunted. Antarctica as well and away from civilian population centers, Clark, he replied, pointedly emphasizing the name. The Amazons barely want to speak to us most days. We need somewhere that can be used for regular ground operations that is protected. The fortress is already set up to allow the League to base from there. The Kryptonian fortress already had a hangar array, which could be expanded to house secondary Javelin, which was the main reason the Dark Knight wanted to press this. There is a major advantage to having a handful of Leaguers ready to respond from the southern hemisphere just in case something is going on. Luthor, for example, could jam the teleporters aboard the Watchtower during an emergency. You're still sore about the Flash's insistence we tell them about the fleet. Clark replied, so you want to insist we do everything the opposite of Wally's proposals. It wasn't even that Superman disagreed with putting a secondary League base on Earth, just not in his fortress. And I suppose you expect Wally to conjure up this tower in the middle of Central City. Scene break. Kratos adjusted his display, and began processing the reports. The Stargate Command liaison was still finalizing their own report. Even now the Prometheus was out around Neptune, picking through the littered debris of the various slagged Goa'uld ships. They would be returning soon. Not the entire detachment, of course. Kratos had no intention abandoning his foothold in this galaxy. With any luck he would be able to cut his stay to a few months rather than half a year at Kuat. Breaking off a semi-permanent detachment though to command in his absence presented him with a conundrum. Choosing an officer to rise into the Admiralty would be a difficult choice, given the plethora of men under his command. There were various captains, masters of star destroyers, who were ready for larger commands. Greater things, but there are also those who worked aboard the Harrow, and other installations servicing the vast logistics needs who might better handle the task of counter-oling force far beyond the core of their galaxy. Ahead of the Harrow the galactic pathway loomed ahead. Various permanent space defensives had been deployed, and beyond them were logistics structures. To manage any issues that cropped with the detached ships, the permanent Imperial presence would be expanded over the next year, and no one would notice, because the outer rim was massive. 40% of the galaxy was unexplored, or rather untamed. Kratos intended to expand Imperial administration in the outer rim, but that task wasn't one that required him to micromanage his subordinates. Additionally, Kain had the position of Grand Moff responsible for the distant realms, which was convenient since Kain was uninterested in the area of space the Sith Armada operated in. This trip home would hopefully be brief, addressing issues at Kuat, and possibly a handful of other issues within the Imperial bureaucracy would take the bulk of it. Vader was still likely trying to unlearn his son of whatever bad habits Kenobi had taught him, so it wasn't like he'd see much of his soul peer. Soon our galaxy would go and do something stupid. Peace was after all an artificial condition imposed by force on sentience. The sooner the Super Star Destroyer problem was sorted out the better. We're ready. Good. Let's go home then. There was a rumble of engines accelerating the ship, as the ancient device sent gravitic reverberations into space, and the Harrow's hyperspace engines pulsed as they made the jump to light speed. Nurturing the Sith Armada meant contending with both civilian and military bureaucracies within the Empire. Reforms to the Imperial Navy needed to be undertaken, and while Vader could be convinced he wasn't a bureaucrat himself and disliked being confronted with just numbers, wargames conducted by Academy students, or recent graduates wouldn't do it either. The other Grand Admirals and Moffs would be the key. Scene break. Chapter 12. Scene break. Kratos had never had any intention of creating large formations of saintnating ground units, as his primarily space-based holdings had no need for things like tanks or walkers. Thus the bulk of defense forces were regiments from regular Imperial Army. It was no secret that Kagaya had a less than stellar opinion of normal ground forces, and had repeatedly pressed for either additional stormtrooper regiments or the ity to raise local units to provide better protection. Beyond the reiteration of that frequent request, there were a handful of others that were levied with some frequency, but everything else were mostly trivial supply concerns. The colony, or colonies, on the surface of the Rakatan homeworld were sparse. The Mandalorian settlement was largely self-sufficient simply because they were on the frontier. And well, the few hundred force-sensitive acolytes on the planet were primarily researchers, academics. In both instances they were dwarfed by the normal population of Imperial service members' families who relocated out here. So would someone explain to me how it was Kain managed to lose an entire resupply station? He began jumping straight to the point. It wasn't even that he particularly objected to opening his own warehouses to furnish the outer sector fleet, because this had been what he'd been worried about. Star Destroyers were massive ships, and in stand-up fights they shined, but they had large crews and numerous systems. The Super Star Destroyer program addressed these vulnerabilities by being simply so large that there were redundancies for the redundancies in the event some obscure part of the ship did suffer a malfunction. The litany of Imperial officers exchanged looks over the last several months, following the withdrawal of Lord Vader's executor and its fleet. The rebellion had begun striking out from the outer rim, while the bulk of their ships are of course dated relics of bygone eras. Kratos gave Kain's aide a flat look, and the man swallowed. Besed. Of course a contingent of calamari cruisers which form their center line. He hastily pushed on. They have been employing a combination of some Y-wing variant and this new B-wing. I see. The Sith Lord leaned back in his chair as the Harrow continued to move through hyperspace towards the more civilized regions of the galaxy. This kind of issue was to be honestly expected. The ability to choose when to strike presented the rebellion with a hefty advantage against sparsely defended stations, and hit-and-run attacks had long been a staple of their operations. It would be difficult to see on Vince's procurement to sign off an expansion of fixed Emplacme net defenses, and well, more starships would just place additional strain on the logistics of individual sub-sectors. The Lancer or Nebulon frigates had both been designed for counterinsurgency operations towards the end of the clones, and both classes were still in service. Kuat would likely have little problem bewheeling more. It was a matter of justifying their production. All in all, this kind of thing was really to be expected. It still made talking points. So has Kain said anything about his flagship? Scene break. It more Eles went without saying that dispersing the fleet back into regular rotation reduced the burden on ships that had been responsible for the usual patrols. The standard heavy turbolaser employed by Star Destroyers, and most Imperial Navy vessels for that matter, was a combined housing unit in the form of twin-barreled 50-meter-long armored turret. A drydock or maintenance yard could pull the entire array off and replace it with a new in 4 hours. For individual ships that wasn't a problem. It was when you had to run complete overhauls on entire squadrons of ships that were all at least 15 or 20 years old. Couple that with the fact outer rim patrols involved 3D covering a lot of distance, and that war on the hyperdrive, which was already a maintenance hog. Kuat drive yards had few peers when it came to providing maintenance though. The massive orbital ring could service tens of thousands of ships if they had to. Naturally, of course, this was an assortment of vessels, but the IR contribution to keeping the fleet running was undeniable. It was the primary reason Kratos wanted to build a counterpart in the Outer Rim. One under his sole control, and preferably without anyone the wiser. We've received docking clearance. The Sith Lord nodded as a series of gantries receded to admit the Titanic warship. Personally, Kratos suspected either industrial sabotage or some Rebel sympathizer was intentionally delaying the ships of the Executor class. The other SSD programs were too well guarded, and hadn't been affected, but then they were also a quarter of as many ships, and smaller too. Kratos was leaning towards industrial competition. The question though was whether it was another Kuat bureau or another shipbuilder, or worse, someone within Imperial administration pulling the strings responsible for the delays. Still, it wasn't technically his prerogative. With victory against the rebellion declared, the Emperor wasn't in the mood to waste time. He wanted command and control of all major Imperial fleets brought into line. On top of that, there was the matter of the next generation of SSD. If the plot was inside Kuat's board, it made no sense. The Executor had been in development since before the idiocy of Yavin. If they wanted to present competition, the second generation of SSD would have been a much better choice to try and impede. Lord Kratos, welcome back, the Kuat functionary greeted with a somewhat forced smile. I apologize for the rampant delays with the Executor. However, your earmarked Bellator class will be completed by the end of the week. You can take possession of them at any time, and we will certainly make our best efforts to ensure the others remain on schedule. Oh, he had known they were expected to be operational. They can be transferred to Carida for operational training then. Indeed, we've completed the bulk of our own shakedown exercises. All that really remains are a handful of final system drills, and loading the ship's stores. Scene break. The Star Destroyers Talon and Claw were presently holding formation alongside the much larger Ipsi. What's your opinion on the design, Eri? Kratos inquired from the observation deck of the Harrow to his counterpart from Kuat. I noticed the revised final concept returns to the standard dual-barrel turrets. He nodded. Yes, I decided that given their widespread use on TISDs, it would be easier to continue their usage. The Ipsi was a lengthening of the Allegiance class, but also altered power conduit pathing, and the dorsal structure Allen with a completely redesigned tower, which was almost entirely merged into the dorsal armor. Dala does seem to like the heavy salvo capacity. It does present obvious benefits, but the barbette system of the ISD-2. Yes, I've seen the Assertor in dry dock Eri. At comparable size to the smallest Gen 2 SSD, the Kuat SSD was mounted a plethora of engine drives. You could have asked, we'd have supplied the reactor design we used on the Ban City. It would be too large. The Assertimized conventional firepower. The axial superlaser at this stage of development and attempting to mount it on ships of the line was a misuse of resources line of argument. Who is sabotaging the production of the Executor class? Kratos inquired. I don't know. I need to know, and I need it to stop. He paused. Tell me about the Assertor. I can convince the Emperor to allow a redesign of the Executor class ships which haven't been laid down. With the delays, it will be an easy sell. The Emperor just wanted the ships. Constructing the Assertor was out of the question at this stage, at least officially. If the Assorted Admiralty tried to, they could procure the class on its own time, but frankly Kratos doubted they would. It was a lot of political capital to expend. KDF though would totally buy an in-house design. Kratos was fine with such so long as it managed to quit interfering with the ships. There are enough ships in the class remaining registered. Eri already had received a copy of the Executor class schematics, including all existing variations. So, really Kratos, how long have you known me? Therein was the issue. I offer, Eri, because of that, if this is an effort within the Kuat industrial structure, your presence and assistance in any operations will discourage that, and let's be honest, this will be good for you. I graduated Axane's top of my class. Your father is a member of the 10. Kuat had a lot of nepotism, but there was a point where that went above and beyond simple wealth, and into real power. You would have gotten this job even if you had graduated bottom third. KDY and the KDF will precause an initial batch run of any ship you design. Tell me about the Assertor, and then make me a subclass of the Executor. Eri. Scene break. The Sith Lord stretched. Kagaya had taken the shuttle down to come pick him up. Secreted away in a mountain chain, his residence was, well, it didn't get a lot of use. I'm give you command of one of the Bellators once we leave. I need you to go to Kerry to run the usual doctrine shakedown. He rubbed his shoulder. If any of them do well, run an interview, give me the feedback. Quote, yes, my lord, Kagaya replied. Should I borrow a couple of squadrons? Yes, take your hunters. Let them think this is a test without them. It would hopefully weed out the overly brash. And truthfully, that might be needed given the size of the Bellator class. It was just one more thing that needed to be taken care of. We should get going. Kuat was exceptionally verdant. Prinikpali, because while the colonists had UILT cities on the planet's surface, it hadn't taken them long to get back to spacefaring. After that, the intervening thousands of years D allowed them to build almost entirely in orbit. Most of the population lived in orbit. It did present a variety of security concerns, but that really was to be expected. The Harrow's shuttle bay was a wellspring of activity, typical of the ship when it was visiting Kuat. Technicians, and the heads of the design concerns were invited, handed security passes, and allowed to observe various systems and maintenance reports. During such time, there were only a few areas aboard the docked SSD that were restricted. I take it you've seen the temporary duty roster, Kratos murmured to the Admiral as he disembarked from the craft. And very likely Dala was more than slightly agitated at not getting the Carida evaluations, but there was a good reason for that. As if he needed reminding, the IPSC Tri. ALS had rather thoroughly reiterated that the last thing Kratos wanted for the Academy trials was a thorough steamrolling, not that he precisely expected a win, but the idea was to let the cadets formulate a plan of attack and test it, not bull rush them and see who managed to get away. I'm going for breakfast, and if you really want an explanation, by all means tag along. Sith Lords got hungry just like everyone else. To the point Palpatine kept fresh fruit baskets with him whenever he went somewhere. I don't suppose we've received the Assertor class documentation yet. No, a part of Kratos wasn't surprised. This was always one of those problems. Still, he would have preferred not to have to make the overtures directly to Kuat's ruling body. Still, a little bribery never hurt anyone. And this would probably get him out of having to do this song and dance so frequently. The Sith Lord stepped into the express lift. It can't be helped. If you're coming to breakfast, get on, otherwise I've got reports to fill out. And requisitions to file. I want things wrapped up here. We still need to collect our batch of strike cruisers from Lorinar, and I need to put in an appearance at Sinar as well. The sooner they were finished at Kuat the better. Scene break. In the intervening decade following the establishment of the Empire, Kratos had spent a large swath of time settling into a routine. It wasn't like during the Clone Wars when he'd been responsible for a formalized command of Republic ships. The political shake-up after the Empire had been established, the war ended, and the Jedi Order dissolved had created a power vacuum. From this vacuum, Palpatine had spread the power throughout various New Order structures. The hunt for the Jedi had evolved into facing a slew of new threats. Kratos had slipped back into academia for a year or two, and then dragged off into the Outer Rim, and then rebel sabotage had begun. In hindsight, killing Bail Organa might have divided the nascent organizations that had been forming after the destruction of the Jedi. At the time, though, the Senate had still wielded expansive regulatory and financial powers, and the war had only been freshly over. Striking towards Alderaan and any of the other worlds with strong anti-war sentiments would likely revolt. Dividing the Senate at the time would have been perilous to the security of the galaxy. The Emperor thus began a piecemeal restructuring of galactic power. The armed forces of the Republic, barely out of infancy, was reformed into the military of the Galactic Empire. The Galactic Imperial Navy and Army. The Stormtrooper Corps took shape from institutions founded during the insurrection by the Siths. At the same time, the Emperor began rebuilding the civilian apparatus left over from the Old Republic. The MOV structure were granted increasingly latitude to ensure peace and order in the sectors they were responsible to govern. The Senate's powers were specifically narrowed. The Emperor established offices under his direct control to manage the day-to-day running of the Empire. With this shake-up came also the Empire's massive expansion, and that massive industrial requirement broke up old monopolies of power. Kratos, Grand Moff Artus Cain of the Oversector, and Vader and dozens of others as a result wielded tremendous resources within their purview. The vast wealth inherent to these positions allowed Imperial Grand Admirals, or Moffs, to purchase their own starships for their fleets. Most, however, did the smart thing and purchased them through the official channels of their respective commands, and requisitioned the funds necessary. For Darth Vader, though standing here on the bridge, he saw a dark mirror of the corruption of the Old Republic he had served, and yet there were improvements. The Trade Federation of the Old Republic, or an equivalent, would never be able to defy an imperial edict to fall in line. Not when it would face the swift response from his fleet, or another imperial force. If it chose to ignore such a command. There were, however, other traitors to the new order. Some were simply anti-Sith fools who opposed the power of the Force, others were blind in other ways. Vader. Kratos greeted as he approached the taller Sith Lord. "How are Sinar projects going?" There was rumbling from Vader's mask, as he exhaled. "Young Skywalker has around to seeing the tie is not useless as he had thought." Kratos made a vaguely noncommittal noise in the back of his throat. It was all well and good that someone could be convinced, but it did. NT change THWO pilots of equal skill. The TIE LN lost to a shielded starfighter 8 times out of 10. The Incom X-Wing costs half of what the TIE D does, and that's straight from the factory. He added, and most of the X-Wing's price TAGE was its fighter scale Class 1 hyperdrive, where the TIE Defender might at a Class 2. The TIE Defender costs 5 times what a TIE LN does. Vader turned to face him, cloak rippling. "I'm uninterested in your economics lecture. Something as simple as credits is nothing to be concerned with. We will construct additional TIE Defenders, Kratos, and interceptors. Zarin's betrayal does not change this, regardless of his hand in its development." Kratos had considered trying to press for a general renewal of TIE D production in the wake of the attacks by THE new B-Wing fighter in the Outer Rim, even though he knew that it would have absolutely no effect on bluntly the success of those raids. "What you are asking for is not feasible. I cannot simply shake the Force until more lines pop out." There were a number of TIE in and TIE D lines damaged by Zarin had yet to be fully repaired. The TIE production lines destroyed had not been replaced. The lieutenant of all of this was the TIE Interceptor was well behind schedule for general Imperial service. The production facilities on Honor survived Demetrius's attack. Vader declared, "The Nogri paid a heavy price to defend the planet and the yards responsible for the Avenger, Defender, and Interceptor lines, which supply my forces. The damage done to the planet during the Clone Wars and subsequent bungling had done the planet no favors ecologically speaking. I'm not a biologist, Anakin. You do not need to be. I have already found a suitable solution. A mechanical one that even you might appreciate. Your technical consortium is merely needed to reinforce the planet. During the Clone Wars, the Separatists had been defeated in a fleet action inside the gravity well of the planet Alukrahu. LK-class battleship listing badly from Republic fire had suffered a catastrophic engine failure and had plunged into the planet's surface. The ecological fallout from the massive amount of radioactive war supplies carried by the ship and spread across the planet had killed unto scores of the inhabitants. Vader's last census report suggested that there were only several million Nogri living on the planet. Are you going to hold me in suspense? There are survivors of Alderaan that I wish to resettle on the planet as well. The other twin. Kratos exhaled sharply to express his displeasure. I'll pull the Ban City and her support elements. Vader muttered a SITFF word of thanks, and the two Sith Lords waited for the Shinar representative to show up in silence. Scene break. Between tides. Scene break. Kratos stared up at the stellar map. The massive holographic display of the galaxy. This room dwarfed that of the Jedi Temple, though if he was honest they did kind of resemble one another. He had repurposed this Rakatan temple, and then largely left it sit. No, that wasn't accurate. It wasn't inaccurate either, but the temple wasn't abandoned, just not in use for what he had envisioned it for once upon a time. The temple and its grounds were maintained by a handful of retainers. It was a complement of which barely amounted to a fraction of the capacity of the temple. Kratos kept it for another Eson. A Sith Lord, or any master of the Force, could live for centuries without bothering to try and prolong his life. That arcane power kept them healthy and agile, strong, and such throughout the years. But there were limits to their resilience, and most died before they could master the power. It was the reason that technology dominated the galaxy, even though a blaster C. Old be deflected with ease by any half-wit Jedi who'd received his first lightsaber. It fostered an arrogant and reckless mentality amongst all Force users that had to be controlled. If someone, whether rebel or traitor, blew a ship up, that was generally it. Being stranded was a good way to die alone. To be injured generally went without saying. Kratos had appreciated the danger posed by such. It left him in a rather problematic spot, as he'd been stranded on a primitive backwaters planet in the Outer Rim once courtesy of rebel sabotage. Kratos did what any self-respecting Sith Lord had done. As soon as he had secured his position and managed to contact reinforcements, he had conquered the planet. Then of course he had moved to secure any weaknesses that an enemy might exploit. The problem of course was that this particular security assignments that had evolved into a menial task assigned new staff members, somewhat against Kratos' wishes. So right now the Sith Lord was mulling over his steaming tea. "I'm not even going to ask what happened this time," he muttered before holding up a hand to stifle any defensive protests. "No, I don't really care to know what brought on this fight. This wasn't the first time a fight had broken out. Goodness no, Dala had been on a shortlist for command of a stormtrooper unit. Most of Kratos' command, but especially those from the Academy, hadn't had that in their list of 3 likely commands for first posting. As such, there was an aggressiveness that some people lacked, and right now it was a problem, even if sometimes it was an advantage. The Outer Rim is a very chaotic place. She reminds me of my own mortality. So you two deciding to get into a slugging match brings disharmony to my household." Dala's expression was something akin to disbelief, mixed with most likely exasperation at the whole affair, so he pressed on. "The rebels once sabotaged a ship I was on. It stranded me on a backwater planet. So primitive the natives didn't have electricity. Kratos had been injured before. Unsurprisingly, the bulk of those listings in his medical chart had been during the Clone Wars, or against Jedi. Kagaya understands this. What I need is for you to understand it." Quote, scene break. The Tok'ra had initially been rather skeptical. Still, the debris field didn't lie. Some Goa'uld had made a power play and failed miserably. The Sith Lords seemed to have turned a blind eye to, but the fact remained it had happened. Colonel William Ronson thus was spending his time supervising the EVA operations. The F-302 detachment for now had been replaced with Air Force-produced shuttles, which were currently picking through the debris. Debris left floating from the Hatak, the Alkish, and the Death Gliders presented a golden opportunity not just to salvage pieces of technology, but to look at how the ships had been destroyed, specifically where the hulls had streaked and fractured under fire. It was the kind of situation that Earth H had been looking for as long as the Stargate program had been running under Hammond, and here it was right in their backyard. There were several problems with their present situation. Elements of the Tok'ra were being more bitchy than usual. There were concerns that the snakes might actually try and steal some of the salvage, which might have been realistic if not for the plethora of TIE fighters mucking about the blue gas ball. There were serious trust issues inside the SGC without factoring in everyone else, or anything that happened outside of Stargate Command's purview. Then there was the agitating issue of whether he, Colonel Ronson, had been demoted or promoted from truck driver to scrap hauler. In the army it would have been a lateral shuffle, but it still didn't reassure him anyway. Prometheus was once again hanging out performing menial labor, and dwarfed by a pair of alien heavy cruisers whose captains seemed even more bored than he did, which he really didn't think should be possible. Message from General Hammond. The radio officer declared. It was just a regular check-in. The eggheads back at Area 51 weren't even sure which bits and bobs they even needed, so Prometheus was supposed to trawl about grabbing a bit of everything, and hope nothing exploded. The rumors though were already out and about, what was called scuttlebutt Sugil'd be building another facility elsewhere. It would probably end up being another expansion of the Groom Lake complex, but that would lead to one thing: the politicians were making decisions about how to move forward. Now how the Kazetian became how fucked up was the choice they had ended up making. Right now the US was still spread out across the Middle East, and while no one who liked the idea of getting re-elected suggested abandoning the war on terror, there were people who had begun to broach that there were bigger threats out there. As it stood, the army had rolled Saddam with ease, the Ba'athist regime had been destroyed. Maybe it was time to leave. Still, that wasn't Ronson's purview. It was the politicians and the army's job to handle it. There was no sense getting in trouble by complaining about it. Tell the general we're on schedule. The powerful sublight drives on the Prometheus allowed it to push itself to some 396 million miles an hour, somewhere over half the speed of light. Scene break. Snape instinctively distrusted claims made about divination. Too many students took it to get out of doing real work. In theory, the whole class was theoreticals that might not even mean anything, and thus a complete waste of time. Still, idiots bought into it, but with that in mind, Snape was willing to admit that Rabaston might just have stumbled onto something. It made no less skeptical about claims of Atlantis, but flying gold pyramids, at this point sure, why not? The only real problem was the Dark Lord was back at chomping down on anything that even remotely Neglecetd like a lead, regardless of how stupid some of the shit Rabaston babbled out, besides that whole plague of frogs instance. Across the table from him, Moody was picking through a handful of pilfered scrolls that Bill Weasley had found in some god-forsaken hole in Egypt. The electric blue magical eye whirled furiously as the normal one kept reading, as Rabaston still babbling on about the bones of the world beneath the earth. Snape grunted an affirmative, and Moody tossed the scroll to him, causing Granger to nearly suffer a conniption fit even as Snape caught the enchanted papyrus. These things didn't last this long without being properly preserved after all. I don't read Egyptian, Mad Eye. It's the same babbling though. Snape laid the parchment on the table, and Mad Eye produced his wand and swirled lightly over the papyrus. A clear voice of a man who was at least Dumbledore's age, from the sound of it, began to speak from the void. Snape though was more worried about the illusion of swirling sands and clear starlight created. Before the reign of the gods there was chaos, and from this darkness great boats moved from the stars, but the darkness receded with the rising of the sun, and the great bones were buried under the earth. Somewhere in the desert some miserable collection of Egyptian priests had found something, and there was Rabaston's plague of frogs, Snape thought as the illusion progressed. The ancient Egyptian wizards had had wands, of course. Wands were nothing new, the wizarding world had just consolidated because they were more convenient for what people used day to day. Oh my, they really do look like bones, don't they? Dumbledore asked, peeking in from the doorway as the memory continued to play. Across the sea of stars came Ulfric's kin, aboard great ships of steel. The warriors of Asgard with wisdom keen to lay to waste the Jotun with thunderous fury. Clash did they time and again, and the boneyards of ships stretched up from the waters, fire boiling from their wrecks even beneath the waves. I think it loses something in translation, I'm afraid, but it is a stirring tale to be sure. Scene break. The battle group Tycho comprised 16 ISDIIs, supported by 64 Victory-class star destroyers and a large complement of lesser short. It was ideal to escort a superstar destroyer. The banned city might have been smaller than Executor class, but it was a massive warship even so. Considering logistic footprint, the flotilla were spread out around the galactic pathway, and that ensured the plethora of aging hulls. The Imperial II class had all been ordered at the same time and represented the first batch of that class actually produced at the Star Forge. Pursuant to the agreement with Kuat, the ships had been produced to strict adherence to the class standard. I noticed your review of the IPSI's restructuring wasn't as favorable as Dala. Kagaya stood, arms crossed over his armor, silent for a moment, before nodding. When the Legion's class was proposed, there were a handful of other HSD proposals at the time. That was true as a couple of years before the Death Star had been destroyed there had been a program, mostly in House at Kuat, for a heavy star destroyer tender. The Corps had gotten wind of the program and had basically insisted on the program, which had in turn resulted in several Grand Admirals purchasing them to replacing older, Clone Wars era battle cruisers to avoid costly overhaul costs. Kagaya, you hate political maneuvering. Why would we bribe Kuat from discontinuing the project, and what do you think we'd gain from it? When the UP-C had been designed, the hull had been enlarged, altering the UP superstructure layout of the ship. This had in part been enlarging the hangars of the ship, but also to accommodate the new larger heavy turrets. The shipyards are already present around Rakata. By scrapping the heavier guns, we're abandoning the primary shift in power consumption for the class design. Which means we should keep them as is, or go back to the Allegiance. The Sith Lord nodded. Well, I suppose there are enough Mk2 Star Destroyers for precedence. I'll take your proposal under advisement. He leaned over the railing as the ships moved around the banned city's gantries. So you said final shakedown went well. There are some issues with the capacitors, though truthfully that was to be expected. INRI calls for the establishment of capital ships with siege guns derived from the superlasers built by the Imperial Department of Military Research for the Death Star. He finished, yes. The Gingnur, nominally a Sovereign-class Super Star Destroyer, is about 60% complete. Its sister ship was about 40% complete, the skeleton of the hull just now beginning to take shape. INRI, however, also calls for the expansion of our conventional forces, and the addition of nearly 1,200 more Enforcer-class picket cruisers, over the next 3 years. After that, the goal was to begin manufacturing them inside of the Outer Rim, hopefully alongside Lorinar's strike cruisers. The advantage was that the older 418 series interdictors had been constructed at the fortress. So shifting over production shouldn't prove that difficult. Even with the recent raids, there should be no pressing threat to our operations. Kagaya. Now was the time to make these purchases. Before something went sideways on a bad dice roll. Vader was supposed to be getting 300 or so new Star Destroyers over the next 2 years as well, so the galaxy should be mostly safe. Scene break. The temple was quiet. That empty kind of quiet, like a man sitting on a mountain alone. You have done well, the holocron declared in a flicker of red light as it came to life. The reinforced quadrupedal walker clinking along the stone floors of the temple. The old moon was not a force ghost, merely a personality imprint of someone who was probably dead. Kratos adjusted his orc table's lights, adding a bit more illumination to the room. This particular chamber had been cleared a decade ago to make way for a series of side projects. To be entirely honest, it was mostly junk. Kratos had at the time been delving into alchemy, having just found holocron that had been a repository on the subject. He had felt the need to explore and tinker with the material. As a result, there were walls full of Sith sabers and swords made from glass-like material hanging on the walls. Sith alchemy, or Force alchemy prior to encompassed both alteration of non-living and living material. It was a tremendously broad field of study. Sidious had encouraged it, just as the Emperor had in turn been encouraged by his own master, but it was ultimately an academic field, and thus Vader had little patience for it, with only a minor few exceptions. Plagueis had been a master of the art, and before him both Exar Kun and Naga Shadow had been amongst the other legendary practitioners. Unlike Sidious and Exar Kun's area of study in the field, Kratos had spent time focused mostly on non-living systems. Some of Naga Shadow's surviving treatises in the subject had been adapted to a variety of vibro weapons in addition. But these had been ultimately set aside. Handing a few out, Kratos had equipped them on a series of battle droids. So thus the discarded remnants sat around unused. The droid platform inched closer. As I said, the lattice work improves. Another decade more and you will surpass my apprentice's ability in this field. Force-sensitive crystal lattice work was abandoned because of their scarcity, largely as a result of a monoploy enforced by the Jedi Order sometime around the Hyperspace Wars. Increasingly, children who never knew the Jedi mistake as for them. It was a disturbing thought that such a failure could be managed by the masses. Hokey religions and ancient weapons. At the time he'd been at the Academy, Solo's opinion hadn't been unique a number. of graduates from even before Order 66 had held the opinion. The decision was made to abolish the rule of two. Kratos did understand that there had been advantages to the rule of two, despite being an overall terrible idea that threatened to cause the extinction of the Sith as an organization with a wrong misstep. Not congregating in large groups prevented a concentrated Jedi assault. Still, as the Jedi waned, and the Republic faltered over centuries, the Sith should have rebuilt. In the end, though, technology seemed to have won out. The Emperor, Kratos, and to a much less extent Vader had Force-sensitive acolytes. Neither the Emperor, nor my own, number what the Jedi Temple housed 2 centuries. The holocron laughed, a sound reverberating off of empty walls. 2 centuries ago the Jedi believed the Sith were extinct. Or even a myth. Just as now the Jedi are thought to be extinct. We are ultimately the same though. The Force simply is. It is power. When it occurs, when it is used, there is change. Power brings freedom. And ultimately power is all that matters. Infinite is the Force, but not our time. Kratos muttered, pulling the crystal-laden tray, and idly lifted one up. What it shows is not always what will be. Sometimes the past, and sometimes merely the potential of what might come to pass. With the financial resources of the intergalactic banking clan, Darth Plagueis had been able to bankroll in total secrecy research in every field of the Force. His mastery of life force manipulation lengthened his life, with the Jedi being none the wiser. The ICB, under Plagueis the Wise, had also been instrumental in setting the stage for the arming of the Trade Federation under the noses of the Galactic Republic. The Sith Lord's notes were meticulous, detailing everything he knew about the galactic pathway, and the ancients who had built it, and of the other facilities, ruins, and trinkets that he had found they had left behind in not simply this galaxy but others. Countless others were bodies of research that had been left unfinished when Sidious had struck. If not for the length of time that had passed since the invasion of Naboo, Kratos might have doubted Ether Plagueis really was dead. On the other hand, the galaxy was a vast place. It mattered little, he supposed. The holocron was merely an imprint of Plagueis at the time of its recording. His personality, and his memories. But he was not Plagueis. Plagueis had lived on, for years after the holocron had been created. Scene break. Chapter 14. Scene break. As a Sith Lord, Kratos frequently commented on limped, and the simple facets of the Force. Then of course he'd spend hours toying with red crystals. It was a headache for Dala. Not because it complicated her responsibilities, because it really didn't. But because the Sith Lord would rearrange his schedule or the schedule of patrol assessed to investigate out-of-the-way planets. Most the time it was the latter, and thus had no bearing on the Harrow or its day-to-day operations. The problem was of course after they returned, and various security procedures needed to be run. No one complained to a Sith Lord without a lengthy flag rank tenure to hide behind. And even then Vader was prone to choking them all the same. Kratos could bounce someone off of a bulkhead and no one would be surprised, not really, so naturally complaints for the orders were tossed at the Admiralty. Which was Dala's prerogative. It was a nuisance. I heard you the first time. The brunette frown deepened. I didn't say anything. You should clear your mind, he replied, as he picked over the reports that had been transferred to his slate. Kane's command presumed that whatever they were doing involved a network of deep space anchorages throughout the Outer Rim. Which wasn't entirely inaccurate, one supposed. It at least cut down on questions. The current deployment rotation as much as the last one, mainly because by establishing a routine it would avoid stirring up questions. As greater numbers of more modern ships became available, there would be increasing need to expand maintenance yards, and the permanent presence in the Outer Rim, would in turn justify a greater imperial oversight for the regions. We will transition through the pathway, follow the general security procedures, and such, and at that point relieve the holding forces on the other side. They would transfer back to the Star Forge. Moving the Maw into position is our primary agenda. We will rotate back every 4 months, and that will be that. Kratos sat the Sith holocron down on his desk, and placed his slate beside it. Current departure schedule remains, so if there is anything you need to square away, now would be the time to do it. She half expected that to be a dismissal, but pushed the slate over the desk towards her, and that is for you. The IPC, and a pair of prototype ISD-3 were being transferred along with the Maw station. Ald attack. Escort ships as you need them if something does crop up. The simple reality was that, Republic era, technology or whatever intelligence deemed it as a side that didn't make them not a threat at least in sufficient numbers. The question was still out on what exactly constituted sufficient when facing non-star destroyers. What in the next galaxy over might threaten one of his Victory-class star destroyers? There were still a number of looming questions remaining, for now though they needed a permanent base of operations. Scene break. Heard their cruise was coming back in, O'Neill muttered. Maybe it was just a human thing. But the Imperials followed a similar organization as the Earth militaries. Ships were deployed, they stayed on station for a while, then went home while other ships picked up the slack. The liaison officer says they haven't gotten back yet, Daniel Jackson replied. There were a handful of concerns throughout the State Department. The Secretary of State was a little leery about how their name, plain as it was literally, Galactic Empire. Carter, who was busy leeing over a Panasonic Toughbook, paused. Their hyperdrive may not be Asgard fast, so it takes them some time to get here. She swirled the computer, to the point that they probably live in the neighboring galaxy. Or one of them. The Asgard home galaxy was out of the question obvious, because Thor had never heard of them. And the Imperials had never heard of the Asgard, but things remained hazy. The Secretary of State may have a point. It's a long way to travel for no special reason. RTER shouldn't that connect the Milky Way with another galaxy? O'Neill waved his finger out and away he air, instead of just out there, therein lay the rub, because that was a good long run between galaxies. The Asgard managed it with individual ships, but they were unique. Either way right now it wasn't important. Right now Stargate Command was spinning its wheels, and waiting for infrequent updates on the status of the galaxy. In the current frame of reference there was the worry of the System Lords, but now there was the concern about other threats. Right now the looming concern was that the System Lords were at least stable. There were new threats coming out of the woodwork. Some up-and-coming Goa'uld out there had been launching attacks, mostly just raids, on the others, but it wasn't just border outposts. The current thinking was that the same party had also been responsible for the dozen Hotak which had veered off to attack Earth. The System Lords were too busy pointing fingers at each other to bother with that, and that was the problem. They were blaming each other, and given the precarious balance of power that could spiral the galaxy into a major conflict. It was precisely the kind of fight that Earth could have a part in. This wasn't about dashing around planet to planet, it was about the likelihood of a war involving hundreds, possibly thousands of Hotaks. Right now Earth had one ship, and the Prometheus wasn't up for going toe-to-toe with a Hotak, and the Prometheus had cost billions in R&D. On the other side, that was now that the ship could fly. Production costs were expected to be a mere 2 or 3 times that of the Seawolf-class submarine, which ran off of a similarly sized crew. The question that was still up in the air was whether Congress would choose to give the USAF the money needed to push forward for more starships. Scene break. The sirens on the watchtower worked, and everyone throughout the station knew just how well they worked. Superman dug his pinky out of his ear as his hearing finally stopped ringing. How many ships is it this time? It's the big one. Flash muttered, sipping on his slushie. A couple of the others. Bat's already sent us a reply that he's coming up. It wasn't that big of a deal. The Batcave had a transporter, in addition to a hangar for the myriad of Bat-themed aircraft, so it was really dealer's choice. Right now the watchtower was occupied by dozens of Earth's heroes. The reconstituted Justice League was supposed to promise something better for the future. For Batman and Superman though, day-to-day life was more than just the run-of-the-mill heroics. While the design for the watchtower had existed prior to the Thonogarian invasion, the old one had been enough for the 7-member league. In the time it had taken to construct the watchtower primary and its array of substations, well, new things had cropped up. Superman turned away from the console. All right people, let's get back into it. There was nothing to get involved with when it came to the alien fleet. There had been 3 to 5 ships in the outer solar system every day for the last 6 weeks, and more before that. A few ships weren't going to make a major difference. Years ago there had been a real chance for nuclear disarmament. Now it was pipe dream that had been completely discredited, the kind of thing that would get you accused of treason for suggesting if you were lucky. So all of Earth's militaries had rebuilt, rearmed. Not that disarmament hadn't had some good turnaround. Nuclear security was tighter than ever. Any supervillain who could steal one could probably just build his own. After the Thonogarians, though, people were looking towards space. So now there were armed spaceships. Well, a spaceship. That little thing called the Prometheus that was currently sitting by Neptune trawling through smashed alien ships. There plenty of people aboard the Watchtower, and beyond the Justice League who felt the larger danger to people was probably not even outside of Earth's gravity well. The biggest danger were probably a handful of people on Earth itself. Batman had insisted still, though, that every time there was a flux out of hyperspace that the Watchtower's deep space monitoring network picked up, that the sirens would go off, that way everyone would know about it, just in case. All the same, E-League ran off to deal with catastrophes on Earth, and the various supervillains without much heed for what was going on beyond the asteroid belt. Day-to-day life for the League went on as if all they'd done was gotten a new set of lodgings, and new members for the most part, though that was something that took some getting used to at times. Scene break. In shattering the rule of two, there had been a number of important shifts and ripples. For all of that, though, there existed a particularly thorny issue. Kratos had picked up and tutored a plethora of acolytes. He distributed copies made ROM various records compiled by the ancient Force users, and provided a foundation to establish what might flourish into an order. The massive T-shaped tower loomed over the bay. Kratos didn't presume to understand how this kind of thing was condoned, but it functioned to some extent. At this planet had been more advanced, the growing orbital presence might have made more sense. Multipolar segments vying for authority might have made sense if there was a reason for such a disparity in technology. As things were, it was just alien, but apparently this was what passed for normal. Kratos spun the silver hilt of the lightsaber. Just one of many he'd built over the years in the increasing effort to make progress. Darth Tyrannus, Count Dooku, had been a master of the lightsaber, but he had also expected the greatest threats to exist from the Jedi. The Jedi were gone now, and even if there was some remnant, did it really matter? The lightsaber was an ancient weapon. One which required skill, and talent to master. Through mastery with the Force, it rendered most direct solutions inviable, save of course another blade. So the use would survive into the centuries. The blade ignited red and swept through the floating gold attack drone. The Titan's tower seemed to have a particularly nasty habit of getting attacked. This latest incursion seemed to involve some organization called the Hive. He twisted, flipping his grip on the hilt, and moved on. This assault, though, it was different. He didn't precisely consider it military, but definitely professional. Booyah! There was a blast of blue energy from Cyborg's sonic cannon into the air. The gold drones continued to buzz through the air, but the spider-like scurrying ones seemed to have been dealt with, for now at least. They're not retreating, Robin remarked, eyeing the circling flyers. Still, there were too many. As the Titan's leader, Robin was mostly a jack of all trades, but neither he or Beast Boy were really suited for long-range combat. Cyborg couldn't fly, which left the girls against an uncounted number of flying bots. Blood must have something planned. This wasn't like fighting students from the Hive Academy. This wasn't like fighting their instructors. Brother Blood was the real deal, up there with Slade when it came to major villains. Unlike Slade, though, the alleged mastermind behind the Academy of Villainy was more the type to rely on raw numbers than a direct confrontation of skill. Cyborg entered the room, pieces of his armor covered in blackened soot. I can try and jam the signal, but those drones are all probably networked together. On the other hand, at least it wasn't magic they were dealing with. The real question was why Blood would even bother with something like this. Scene break. Various technical aficionados and program managers had been quick to chime in about the scientific ground of the Thonogarian fleet. This had dominated news coverage for months after the invasion, but even as it slowly stepped away from focus by the 24-hour news silks, it remained the forefront of focus by real powers. The arrival of the Imperial fleet, much like the Asgard ships who occasionally flitted through the solar system, went unnoticed by the pre-deep space observation arrays intended to serve as an early warning system. Still, the other members of the UNSC's P-5 had been apprised of the arrival of the Imperial fleet by the U.S. government, mostly as a gesture of good faith, and truthfully because it really didn't cost anything. What the other Permanent 5 members didn't get was a CCESS to the Goa'uld salvage being collected out past Neptune. There were some slightly strained feelings from this understandably. The US though had the advantage of finally having something to justify raising taxes. It literally only took an alien invasion. Things like infrastructure spending were being marketed as such things had been during the Cold War. Such expenditures made it easier to not only work out compromises in Congress, but to also construct various expansions to military installations without raising a lot of questions. It didn't change a lot geopolitically though. It also didn't change the fact that conventional nuclear weapons were demonstrably ineffective against Goa'uld shields. Despite being suggested there was no point in ramping nuclear production up to Cold War levels, it would only needlessly inflame public sentiment. So the world powers were sitting at the table looking at each other shiftily. It was why their delegates from the armed forces of almost all the NATO countries gathered at Area 51 talking. Right now there were just talks about inviting observers to these functions in the future. Right now it was extremely tenuous about inviting the various members of NATO. Never mind outsiders to the military alliance to these proceedings. Gentlemen, come to order. An American general in USAF dress declared at the front of the room as the lights began to dim. In many ways the room resembled an observatory that had been crossed with a college lecture hall. Its projectors were about the same fare as one might expect from a state university as well. So, in many ways the projection of the Prometheus up on the wall didn't do the battlecruiser justice. It was lamentable, but even admitting to the existence had been an ordeal. This is the X-303, the PR. Prometheus, a knowing look was shared between the US, French, and British members, is the first home-built space-based warship of the planet Earth. It was constructed here at Area 51 utilizing a hybridization of alien technology and human technology. It is also capable of faster-than-light travel. What followed was the more or less generic glossing over of the basic facts, and perhaps as coy pointing out that the Prometheus was larger than the French Mistral, which could have gone without saying. What followed though was the more difficult matter to address. Replacing the X-303 program in Forma. Cheon Card was the planet Neptune in a recent picture with the Prometheus in profile alongside a dagger-shaped ship. The whole Star Destroyer moniker broke up what was otherwise a nice and orderly system. The Imperial class obviously fulfilled the role of capital ship in most instances, except that between the Imperial and the massive Executor there were things called battle cruisers. When this ETING had been drawn up, the pictures had to be selected and approved to be released, even to allies. As a result of these security precautions, the decision had been made to demonstrate the Prometheus side by side with a visiting ISD. A colonel stepped in to explain, "This is the ISD class warship coordinator, currently the lead ship in a detachment of Imperial ships stationed in the outer solar system. It's a mile long. The majority of the crew are humans. In fact, in the Milky Way alone there are countless planets inhabited by other humans." Formal introductions of Imperial officers would have to come later. Because truthfully that wasn't important today, not really. When France, England, and China had been brought into the loop, the Prometheus and the F-302 had been a major issue. Hyperdrive was really the bigger game changer, engines or shields, because truthfully the weapons on the Prometheus were not as tremendous a leap forward. The thing people thought about were those noticeable guns on the ship, and little else. "We can't build anything this big," the colonel admitted. This is however about standard for capital ships. Footage from several months previous played of an unfortunate Hotak being bombarded by one of Coordinator's fellow Star Destroyers. The pyramid ship here is a kilometer across, it's called a Hotak. There was more than just the Thonogarian out the Thonogarians might not even come back. The Goa'uld though they didn't show any signs of going anywhere, not after lording over who knew how many planets for the last several thousand years. Another ship appeared, and the colonel explained it in turn as an Asgard Billistner-class battlecruiser. That designation was one selected by the Air Force, justified after the fact by their independent mission profiles. The Asgard warships was a little over the halfway point between the length of a Hotak and Imperial class. There was no need at this stage to talk about Thonogarian or even Gordonian ships. Those had been speculated to death about in the weeks following the end of the Thonogarian occupation. This was a new topic. Scene break. Chapter 15. Scene break. While a carefully UCTED briefing was being fed to various Allied officers, there were various discussions involving technical material, and ideas of a more hypothetical nature. There were plenty suggested options somewhere less than reasonable sounding. But some of those, reasonable, sounding options just weren't practical. Efforts had been talked about plenty, but actual solutions were scant. For example, the fact that aliens used energy weapons for basically everything, including small arms, had been a major chip on the shoulder. Both the USAF and USN had laser weapon programs and mothballed programs from Cold War for particle and plasma weapons, which had never really gone anywhere. The less said about the railgun program the better. Still, the X-303 was able to fly, and the money sunk into R&D for He program could be considered well spent since everyone used hyperspace. One of the suggested projects that sounded nice and reasonable suggested not even bothering with FTL, or if it absolutely had OB included, for something slower than Prometheus. The idea was simple: a ship that was smaller would use less material, and was intended to defend Earth, not go gallivanting off around the stars. The other main idea, besides building more Promes, was to go the opposite direction. To go for something bigger and thus in theory able to stand up to a fight against what was out there. The last one even had a name now. Because quite frankly that was where things had originally been going to go. The BC-304 program, tentatively the Daedalus class, was an entirely new hull tender, though one that shared traits with the X-303. It was going to cost money to develop, but then so too with building a smaller hull. The simple fact was that the SGC knew about the Goa'uld, whatever other threats might be. There it had been things like Naquadah that had provided the energy densities necessary to instantly jump to the interstellar stage. The scientific breakthroughs facilitated by the work of the SGCH had contributed elsewhere, such as in fusion research. The looming shadow of the Goa'uld Anubis, like thunderclouds, had rolled in swiftly over the Goa'uld frontier. The newcomer had attacked all within reach, and worse, he was doing well. It made everyone, the SGC, the Tok'ra, even the Goa'uld, very nervous. Yet for all his apparent leap forward technologically, Anubis continued to employ Hotak. He chose to retrofit them, rather than unveil some new ship design. The technological leap though was there, and that was bad news for Earth. The salvage from Neptune's orbit painted an interesting picture. It also raised an issue about the debris, and the volume of it. Each Hotak was a kilometer across. There were entire sections of ship that were still intact, and sealed against the void despite being their floatus on end now. Neptune was on the edge of the solar system, but it was in Sol proper. It wasn't an alien planet, and while it might have made sense to relocate some of the material to Ab's offworld, that was a hard sale to make when there wasn't really space available. Then of course there was political pushback from the old guard. That was to say, elements of the fighter mafia had begun to complain about the F-302 and its procurement, and also somewhat more publicly about the state of more mundane fighters. The latter though was a grumbling about for years now, but more as the US government discussed disclosure and greater funding for homeworld defense. As more staff officers, generals, and commands were read in, there was pushback to stop looking for wonder weapons and work on producing a viable home-built fleet. All of it required money from Congress for a program that was no even officially happening. Faced with no immediate impending doom, there was time to argue about such things. All in all, General Hammond, responsible for the SGC, was having a hard time keeping things running smoothly, and there was still the war in Iraq and Afghanistan to consider for the Joint Chiefs as well. Still, with the prior of the two there was hope. Saddam had been toppled quickly, and while there was no smoking gun with the uranium, it no longer mattered. Saddam had been toppled, and with concerns about aliens holding attention, the US was preparing to withdraw most of the troops from the country. Maybe there would be peacekeepers, but Hammond wasn't confident that there was enough support for that. The problem of course being that even with a withdrawal from the Middle East, the army had not been particularly of use against alien invasions. Trying to discuss that with the army's generals though wasn't easy. Hammond knew the SGC, especially now, needed engineers not riflemen. So long as the Stargate remained classified though the pool of personnel remained exceedingly limited that he could draw from. George, you know this talk about finding a lost city isn't popular. Not now it wasn't. 2 or 3 years ago there would have been few people scrutinizing such reports, but now. More funding came with more oversight. Both Dr. Jackson, as well as the Goa'uld accept that a lost city exists. Prior to being rediscovered, people had dismissed Troy as being a myth. But as Daniel Jackson had pointed out, there had been several cities with the name that had subsequently been discovered in 1865. Troy 7 was considered to be the one in Homer. Aquaman's Atlantis doesn't fit with what we know about Atlantis. The goal was not so much finding Atlantis, but finding it before the Goa'uld could do so. Dr. Jackson has said that Anubis back-engineered ancient technology to upgrade his fleet, which might have been wishful thinking, but Goa'uld didn't seem keen on doing their own freeform scientific research rather than working from what they knew worked. George, even if that's the case, you need to be looking at focusing on spaceships. It's not the Wild West anymore. Scene break. The DST program, or Dark Street Orm Trooper, as unimaginative as a name as that was not so much a single procurement item. It was dozens of procurement requests, equipment, R&D, but it was very difficult to procure any kind of training doctrine. A lot of medical equipment though. In the aftermath of the Empire's foundation, the Grand Army of the Republic had been restructured. Even during the Clone Wars, aspects of the Militar Creation Act had been used to recruit non-clones into the army. Following the establishment of the Empire, recruitment efforts were prioritized and clones phased out. With the Jedi destroyed, the DST program was somewhat of an anomaly. The Empire had wanted to move away from clone soldiers, nor was there an interest in droids, but those were angles that the Dark Stormtrooper program did look at. During the Clone Wars there had been various cybernetics employed to keep people in the fight. It hadn't been new then, and it wasn't out of place now. It was one more program that the Emperor deemed significant to the Empire. Along with plans for at least a half a dozen Death Stars, he mused tossing the schematics for the Death Star Mk3 aside. Building planetoids or battle stations as the DA-TH Star was officially called made no sense strategically. The TIE LN was the only fighter in the galaxy that had enough established factories to outfit such stations, and well, that went without saying. Still, the Death Star wasn't his prerogative. They would probably be built, and there was very little that could likely be done to convince the Emperor otherwise. The Sith Lord looked up. Are the satellites in place? Yes, my lord. Auto-calibration is in progress. Force-sensitive crystals were the fundamental basis for basically all hybrid technology. Crystals themselves were used in a wide range of technology. Even this planet had basic silicon dot systems in their electronics, but there were a variety of uses that the Sith had pioneered for force-attuned crystals that endured into the present day. Cloaking devices and detection of said cloaking systems, for example, were just one such example. A properly synthesized crystal could detect force disturbances down to a few meters in area from the proper orbit. Good. Keep me apprised on the progression of mapping the planet. The planet was riddled with anomalies, no doubt as a result of ancient force-sensitives screwing around as they were wont to do on primitive planets. In itself that would probably have been one thing, but there were a variety of force doctrines practiced on the planet, which meant there were probably other Sith temples on the planet. If that theory held water, well, it would depend what was actually still left after all of this time, but well, as structures went, they were incredibly resilient, and could be repurposed for any number of uses. Sith temples would need to be secured first, as there could still be a number of defenses still active. How many battalions of Diestis are available? The adjutant blinked, and Kratos waved dismissively. Don't worry about, I'll wait for when we make contact with the Star Forge. Any explorations, in the event they did find something, would have to wait until they had appropriate forces on hand. Because taking in normal troops was asking for trouble. Scene break. Voldemort had had frequent thoughts about just what was wrong with the world. Muggles were lower the sympathetic creatures, barely above beasts, and certainly not the equal of even squibs who could at least see the monsters in the dark. It was thus he was at an impasse of sorts. When he was a boy, the Muggle world had already been changing. And while Lucius was his eyes and ears amongst wizarding high society, that vantage point painted only a partial picture of their wider world, never mind Earth in some It was beyond the wizarding world that concerned him. The Muggles had been changing even when he was a boy. Factories had been pouring soot into the sky for years before he'd been born, but then the invention of the automobile and the airplane had followed. The tide of machines the Muggles concocted continued to pollute everything they touched, but now there were other issues. The Dark Lord had never fancied mythic tales. They were things for children, but their ancient records, which while not complete pictures, offered some glimpse into greater things. Alien life was not beyond the realm of possibility per se. Some wizards, even purebloods, accepted the notion more readily than others, given goblins and giants and such. As a result, given stream of such reports, even if they were common, G from Muggleborn's Voldemort was willing to accept that there were other worlds. It helped that this solution provided an answer to a question which long been troubling him. If there were other worlds, then Potter's location and those fleeting fragments of his memories made more sense, much more sense. There were worlds full of wizards beyond Earth, there had to be, bet about it made sense. In its way, the research bind done on ancient Egypt by the Order of the Phoenix helped put things in perspective. Muggles were simply aping magical items of bygone times. What these suppositions didn't do for the Dark Lord was provide a way forward from that point. It didn't provide an answer, and the fragments of memories he saw certainly didn't. Potter has once again departed our world, he steepled his fingers. I require a handful of volunteers to join me in visiting London. It was time, and he needed to make a withdrawal from the Department of Ministries. If anyone in England, and if not England then one of the other European wizarding communities, knew something, that information would be kept secreted away by the unspeakables. In years past there had been no need, after all Potter had simply been assumed to be in some far-off land, on another world, though well, that was another matter entirely. The Dark Lord didn't fancy stepping off into the unknown without more information, as he desperately wanted to avoid another Godric's Hollow. Whatever the unspeakables might know about his first defeat would also be good to take custody of as well. It was good to finally have something productive to do. Scene break. Has there been any progress? Batman's frown deepened further than usual. On blood? No. Given the supervillain involved, he'd considered putting the League on. But so far the headmaster of the Hive had only used drones. This wasn't Slade directly confronting the Titans. He hasn't escalated so far, which means whatever he wants, he doesn't wish to bring the Justice League down in force. How much can you teach the Titans, between your schedule and what they can actually learn? They're not us, Kratos muttered, but the Dark Knight knew that there is plenty to be learned. But well, there are difficulties. Beast Boy and Cyborg had little interest in hand-to-hand combat, and that wasn't Kratos' area of study to begin with. If they wanted tutoring in that, Batman would have been a much better option. I don't wish to infringe on your apprentice, but it would be better to teach him how to use a lightsaber before he gets any older. Under Darth Bane's reforms, Sith instruction in lightsaber forms became exceedingly varied by apprentice, while the Jedi had consistently trained younglings in the field. He's not ready. The Sith Lord blinked. Yo. You were talking about giving him a starfighter. Pray tell, how is he not ready? The entire idea was ludicrous. Regardless, as for the other two, well, we should accept where progress can be made. I can send Zatanna. The Sith Lord made an as-you-will gesture, and Batman pressed on. It's not just that. There is a prophecy that Zatanna is concerned about. It would be good if you stick around for a while. Kratos stood up. I have a fleet to command, and your government are concerned by aliens native to this galaxy. There are limits to my availability. My professional education is in the faculty's Starcraft engineering, and that places my time sorely in demand on this primitive little mudball. We are able to build hyperdrive generators. By some miracle, he acknowledged, and for the record, that's not the issue. There was no semblance of galactic order in this galaxy, not even a galactic republic, just from all evidence a collection of fiefdoms wasting time, though on the other hand it did help facilitate a freedom to move, except this kind of anarchy bothered him on an instinctual level. There are threats out there, and the agreement, the Protected Planets Treaty or whatever, intended to protect Earth is worthless as the situation stands. Scene break. In all likelihood, Vader's position as Supreme Commander of the Imperial military, the regulars, had probably been chosen for any number of reasons. It was a safeguard to mitigate the power of the Grand Admirals for one. In the creation of the Empire, civilian administration was supposed to congregate locally with the MOFs of individual sectors, and away from the Senate, and while in practice this did hold up, it was not something that worked as envisioned, which was generally how things tended to be. Also, if he was going to be brutally honest, Kratos suspected that the combination of Vader's temper and having to deal with the various situations that pervaded the Imperial military contributed significantly to the number of bodies Vader left in his wake. Defending Earth would probably been easier if Bruce would stop being so prickly about supplying technology to the US government, or more correctly supplying THM with copies of what he already produced for the Justice League and the Bat Clan. Still, there wasn't much to do on that front, and the locals were busily trying to modernize their war machine after decades of malaise and bloat. The less said about their number of sea-going ships the better. So they really are using fission reactors. Kratos shook his head, not that he was that surprised, though. The lack of fusion-based power was more surprising. They're using coal for primary electricity generation. Coal, as in geologically compressed carbon particulate from dead matter. Kratos suppressed the urge to groan. This is becoming more ridiculous, by the moment. I'm surprised they managed to have cities off of burning dead plants, and I'm supposed to trust them to build hyperspace generators. The Sith Lord shook his head. Moving on, are they still moving forward with the railguns? At the affirmative, Kratos pulled up a report. All right, that will be enough for now, we will move forward with technical observers. The Red Sands is coming into rotation, we will start them out there. The US government had a variety of information on magic Kratos wanted access to, which more or less meant meeting with Amanda Waller. While Cadmus was not officially involved with space-based defense, they did have an official mandate for terrestrial defense, which meant they needed to be looped in if any Sith ruins needed to be explored. It was only a matter of time until the project was officially reshuffled into whatever department was created to manage planetary defense, which was another reason to be amiable. From the mapping of the planet courtesy of those Sith crystal satellites, Kratos suspected that he'd be exceedingly busy with looking into potentially viable archaeological finds. Rent measurements implied around the Kemudan period of galactic history, potentially even earlier. A smattering of viable subterranean energy signatures looked promising. All in all, a couple of months processing the data, and there would be a short list of places to start. In the interim, though, there were other matters to deal with. Scene break. Chapter 16. Scene break. Hermione Granger had excelled at the academic and theoretical magic to such an extent it had outshone even her fellow Ravenclaw yearmates. It was the kind of scholarly work that came about once in a generation. Life beyond Hogwarts' hallowed halls wasn't about house points, and academics in the real world were constrained by various supplementary realities. The wizarding world was in many ways stuck in the Victorian period. This held true both in the realm of social and economic facets. There were obvious exceptions to that allegory, but wizards lived longer than muggles, and ultimately being hired was more a matter of knowing the right sort of people. That was how things went. It was why Lucius Malfoy and the upper crust were so important, why they could get away with having those garish marks on their arms. Even so, the last wars had taken their toll on the ancient pureblood houses, and year after year their numbers grew fewer. Both the headmaster and his brother Aberforth Dumbledore had no children or known children. And while wizarding paternity tests were magic, it signaled an end to that branch, and possibly even the entire house, because Hermione didn't know any other Dumbledores. Lucius Malfoy had Draco, whom of course Hermione had the misfortune to have attended Hogwarts with. The wizarding world placed an inordinate amount of purity, and even Voldemort's first defeat hadn't put an end to that notion. Dumbledore wouldn't be around forever, and when he was gone the head of Gryffindor might take over, but McGonagall didn't have the political sway of the headmaster. Voldemort was just HTE latest in an increasingly reactionary movement. But even members of the pureblood establishment were accepting that there was possibly something out there. The problem was that, instead of accepting reports from the Muggle world at face value, was that it required support from purebloods or established wizards. Bill Weasley was at least making some headway out of this renewed interest. The metal is basically impervious to magic from what I've been able to tell, Bill remarked. I don't think the Egyptians made it. Hermione might not have been an archaeologist or a metallurgist, but she was inclined to agree with that assessment given the raw difference between what surrounded the items. In ancient Egypt there had been no statute of secrecy. There had been no restriction on public magic until only a few hundred years ago. In ancient Egypt wizards and muggles had lived side by side, and while magic at the time had created miraculous things, metallurgy like this hadn't existed. Iron tools required extensive heat. It was why wizard smiths had been able to make iron tools and weapons, but these weren't iron or steel. Can you show me the pictures again? Bill dug them out of his bag, and dropped them on the table, and it made sense. The chamber, probably the whole complex buried under the sand, had been built around pieces of refined metal that'd been available. Then there was the vault and all the pieces in there. They were all the same kind of metal. These pictures don't show half of it. The main doors were large interlocking pieces of metal, the arches too. Bulkhead doors. Scene break. Kratos loosened his dress tunic and accepted the glass of scotch. There hadn't been a formal disclosure regarding either the Stargate program or the arrival of the Imperial ships, but that time was quickly approaching. As a result, the Sith Lord was spending a rather tedious evening on the rotunda bereft of his lightsabers. To more or less assuage the locals, he'd agreed to leave the usual litany of personal weapons safely locked up in his shuttle. For whatever reason, flag officers on this miserable mudball didn't carry their sidearms. It was all very strange. There had been closed-door discussions about the F-302. And from the tension in the room, well, Kratos recognized the signs of an imminent corporate dispute. It made sense though. The F-302 was produced in a factory. Area 5. One subcontracted out for specific parts from various contractors, and basically assembled them in-house just like the military had for various other prototype projects throughout the Cold War. The F-301 had been one thing, especially given well how that had played out, and the F-302 as a prototype made sense, but that time had passed. Then there was building the Prometheus, and any other future ships. When this hit the Congress, they were going to be a mix of apoplexy and squabbling over appropriations. Still, that would be an indeterminate time in the future, and either way really wouldn't be Kratos' prerogative. Kratos is my personal name. He swirled the amber liquor, explaining that tradition amongst Sith Lords was to abandon clan names. He pointedly left out that he'd never had one to begin with. For some reason the Jedi didn't give up their surnames, which was odd for an order that constantly espoused the need to remain aloof from attachments. Admiral would work, but not Mr. The honorific was apparently a mix-up. In this culture it was rank surname, which apparently was strange, because as Kratos understood it, you addressed junior officers as Mr. Surname. It actually annoyed him when officers didn't read the intelligence reports, especially on planetary cultures. Expecting the locals to read such reports though was probably too much. Kratos will suffice though. As for your proposal, he leaned back and drained the glass. All things considered, the light cruiser design is not the problem. Why they wanted to just make a new design. Doubling the number of railguns won't change the facts. It wasn't even that railguns couldn't be viable space weapons, but there were limitations. So you think the Daedalus is a bad idea? Not particularly. Well, with your budget concerns, perhaps. Then again, there always seemed to be a new defensive spending, at least to start with. There isn't anything wrong with designing new ships, correctly. The flaws, all the flaws in the initial ones, would probably be a better use of limited resources. Waller cleared her throat. Gentlemen, I need a moment. As the other man stepped away, she moved to the point. You're not very good at the making friends and small talk with politicians, are you? The Sith Lord laughed. I suppose so. Hyperspace technology had been all around him, and in the decades since the Scion of Naboo there had been major developments in weapons and shield technology. It's probably why I didn't go into medicine. Also the fact the Emperor had shuffled him into fleet command and counter OL was a major impetus to the biology field of any stripe. I suppose you're not saving me from this for no reason. No. Shall we? Cadmus had no official role in space-based defense. That meant no involvement in starship design or acquisition. Amanda Waller though had plenty of other concerns. I understand you had a run-in, by proxy at least, with Sebastian. Blood. Scene break. This must seem small to you. Capital ship design is my field, Kratos admitted, and it was true. As the Clones Wars had continued to drag on, the Republic fleet had purchased dozens of Mandator II-class ships from Kuat. along with other battle cruisers, and such. That was probably part of the reason that Kuat had continued to develop them, and eventually lead to the SSD program. That being said, yes, light cruisers are a bit small for me. He didn't understand how this qualified as a battlecruiser, unless they were translating from some arcane seafaring classification. It's very nice though. That probably sounded absolutely insincere, though the Prometheus was much nicer than most Corellian vessels the Sith Lord had the misfortune to step aboard. The Red Sands is just ahead. Indeed, the Star Day, Troyer's dagger-shaped prow loom amidst the docking bay of the Imperial-class Star Destroyer, the large ventral hangar bay, was designed to receive Starship's light corvettes, and there wasn't that much difference in size between the lower-end classes of starships. In all honesty, light cruisers, frigates, and corvettes were almost interchangeable nowadays. In few months I'll rotate a handful of medium cruisers out here. The slightly smaller than the Strike, Carrack-class light cruiser might have been an option, but in all honesty Kratos wasn't sure how well they would make the journey between galaxies. That was a lot of maintenance to put their hyperdrives through. Ronson couldn't wait for the Air Force techs to be off the Prometheus. This had been going on for the whole trip, every little tidbit about the Prometheus's gravimetrics, and engines to the shield oscillation rate. The Navy's techs would be coming in a couple days, and unfortunately that would be via the Prometheus as well. Which meant he'd be subjected to the same technical gibberish, and likely an abundance of technical details about the reactor too. Comms. Red Sands CIC is relaying navigation data for docking, Colonel. There had been no real shift with regards to Imperial deployment in Sol. An ISD, and a few escorts including interdictors remained, and that was most days. When there were more ships they remained beyond the asteroid belt. The Harrow's massive form made star destroyers, who already dwarfed the Prometheus, look small, and right now the SSD was sitting on the edge of the solar system. Don't fret so much, Colonel. I'll be taking the Harrow when I depart at the end of the week. Ronson was probably not the only officer disturbed by the 19-kilometer-long super star destroyer and its presence in the solar system. But his constant being on edge was exceedingly irritating when they were stuck on the diminutive bridge of the Prometheus. Then the ship will be gone. For a good month. Barring any major problems that. Truthfully, the only reason that the Harrow was even present this week was because of coordinating the Sith satellites Kratos had put in orbit, and setting up the relay system for remote access. Not that he'd mentioned that particular detail. Scene break. Bill Weasley had done well at Hogwarts. It had been a high point in a dark time for Hogwarts and England. To see academic recognition was nice to see. It was the thing that was a high point in the day of Albus Dumbledore, even if that recognition was not perfect. Your findings are intriguing, William. The specifics of such studies would likely never attract the attention of the mainstream public of the wizarding world, but they were important points to address in the field. For the experts in the field, and AC. Academic though this work was life-changing. All of the ruins of ancient Egypt were not alike. There had been dozens of dynasties throughout Egyptian history, and even for wizards that had been no small thing. There were pieces to the puzzle that didn't make sense, as if there had been competing influences throughout history, beyond that of simple clashing cultures. Albus had a fascination for puzzles, and as headmaster of Hogwarts no one would ever question his involvement in academic research, especially with alumni involved. There was prestige in these things after all, and additionally old people did this all the time. The only issue was that saying no one would question it really meant no one would question it publicly. Tom's adjuvants amongst wizarding high society might discuss the matter. But even if Lucius Malfoy did understand the details, and asked questions, there was little he could do to interfere, even if the platinum-haired wizard came bursting into the chambers of the headmaster. "Ah, Lucius, how are you, my boy?" The Slytherin alumni's face turned sour, and immediately helped himself to one of the somewhat less frumpy-loved chairs. Yes, do have a seat. We have much to discuss, I feel." Lemon drop. Lucius Malfoy sucked in a breath, and declined the proofer red candy. Yes, I would say there is much to discuss, Albus. Lucius had upon graduation been delighted to finally be gone from Hogwarts halls. Away from all of this, but in time he came to accept that Hogwarts was a place of power, and his tenure as governor had been well spent. There were things at this school he objected to, certainly. But Hogwarts was vast, reflecting that once upon a time there had been more wizards learning here than they had today. William Weasley's research must be expensive, Albus. And how cooperative the Egyptians are being with him. Bill has been a long-time fixture in Alexandria's magical community. Bill had gone off under the Wizarding Bank's apprenticeship program fresh from Hogwarts. And over the years he had spent more time in Egyptian time in sand than he had ever had in London. It was the kind of work history, and well, with recent publications certain people were being exceedingly helpful when they didn't necessarily have to be. I'm sure you have been given the gist of it. Gist, you say? Lucius leaned forward, because gist was a stretch. The finds in Egypt dramatically changed what was thought about wizarding history. The Muggles kept throwing around the phrase, first contact, and such, but if what was being found was accurate, it was nothing of the sort. This was not a first contact, but a return to Earth. These other races might have lived on other planets, but their magics involved that had allowed them to come to Earth in the distant past, which very clearly established that there were no doubt countless wizard communities beyond Earth. How much of our own history has perhaps been lost for thousands of years? These visitors from off our worlds came to ours aboard magical ships, and somewhere there was a graveyard of ships buried under the sands, and to find those starships. Those ships may be wrecks, but they could tell us so much about what is beyond our worlds, even if that information was as old as the ships themselves. Information that might well give the Dark Lord a greater grasp on how to shape Earth for wizarding kind. It's about time we, the Governor's Board, felt that Hogwarts becomes more involved in these kind of things. A lot of Muggle-borns complained that the wizarding world was stagnant because things were so different than how their parents' world was, everything from the economy to social order, and so Dumbledore had always pushed for greater inclusion of Muggleborns, especially Hogwarts alumni, into all levels of wizarding society. It was pathetic, of course, but well, obviously expecting Mr. Weasley to manage all of this is out of the question. Hogwarts, as most prestigious of all wizarding institutions, must take a much greater involvement in this kind of research. Dumbledore nodded, stroking his beard. Should I assume you have had pamphlets already drawn up, my boy? Regardless of obvious ulterior motivations, this was probably for the best. Lucius, and no doubt Tom as well, deemed this, perhaps very rightly so, to be a massive upset to a society which had been running, for the most part, smoothly for nearly 500 years. It had been centuries since the wizard world had faced this kind of ground-shaking discovery. Scene break. It was amongst the litany of things that needed to be done that Jack O'Neill had spent the afternoon speaking with his ex-wife. That in particular hadn't been the problem, because that had just been the reason that the Y had to call his cell phone instead of the base. Loki's whole clone thing had been a headache. Explaining it to the Imperials had actually not even been that bad. Some moron though had run a blood test, and well, here he was sitting in a civilian hospital with his parents, and a particular Sith Lord. There was an incident involving an alien, and a cloning machine. Kratos exhaled sharply at Jack's attempt to explain. And so you know, Mom, I got cloned, and you didn't decide to mention him. And this wasn't going well. No, it was classified. When he'd been married, Sarah had been a lot more understanding about this kind of thing, but his mother had never quite accepted the whole lack of him being contact, or not being kept in the loop. The very idea of actually having to read his other in on anything to do with the Stargate program, the whole idea seemed to invite disaster just thinking about it. By the time personnel had gotten here, the floor had thankfully been sealed off. Jonathan O'Neill, the clone, was stable and could be safely moved. The car accident and concussion hadn't been that bad, or could have certainly been worse. Given his apparent age, the doctors had asked for his parents. And well, that was where things had caused trouble. The universe is infinite, Kratos commented without prompt. Colonel O'Neill is the liaison between a federation of aliens in a neighboring galaxy. The Stargate, while interesting, was a mere curiosity to the Imperials, as the gates were far too small to be of real use to them. Kratos thus had no reason to mention the Stargate, or Stargate Command. The reality though of the distances involved in space travel make interstellar law enforcement tenuous at best. Vaguely O'Neill remembered Kratos remarking something about briefing the Senate about fleet operations to curb piracy, which at the time he had expressed how mind-numbingly boring that had been. Right now Kratos in explaining the facets made the prospect of int. RGA lactic law enforcement sound just as tedious. In this case it was enough to take the wind out of the excitement/panicking sails. In hindsight maybe it was for the best that Hammond had sent T. He visiting naval officer would give them some breathing room to come up with a more in-depth explanation. Scene break. Chapter 17. Scene break. Over the course of a lifetime there were noticeable moments that stayed with people. Kratos loathed the idea of being stranded on a primitive world. He'd been subjected to it once as a Rio of it he'd cracked down annihilating the rebel cell responsible or the catastrophic sabotage responsible for destroying the ship. That experience though had a dozen other things that had facilitated changes to his life. He was not one to forget things, much less moments of weakness. As a result Kratos had invaded the planet he'd been marooned on once reunited with the Imperial Starfleet. Of all the events in his adult life only perhaps the Clone Wars as a whole, or the Jedi Purge in particular had been as nearly important in defining. Kratos had always expected an inevitable fight against the Jedi, but he had never guessed that it would be a matter of hunting them down. Order 66 had been brutally effective in crushing the Jedi, and those that survived had been hunted down like rabid dogs. In all honesty, in hindsight it probably would have been better to drag the Clone Wars out a few more years rather than swiftly eliminate them after Anakin had been created as Darth Vader, but the Emperor had been concerned about hunting the Jedi and waging the war at the same time. The Jedi had after all filled out the bulk of the General Corps in the Grand Army of the there had been plenty of officers willing and ready to fill those positions it had become an issue where there were questions about whether they could handle the responsibility in a time of war. Such had been life. Kratos had always been concerned about the reliability of the galactic pathway. The research that Plagueis had done on the subject had been inconclusive. There were simply too many unanswered questions about the structures, but it had been possible to repair them. They needed to be defended though, and that was a logistical challenge. It had been key reason for not making the journey sooner. It's apparent that the situation at home has evolved unexpectedly, Kratos muttered. While it was no secret that extensive damage had been done to rebellion, it had not been the decisive knockout blow hoped for. There is concern, amongst analysts in Imperial intelligence, that the rebel alliance may have fractured. What was worse is that such fractures were geographical in nature. A division between Middle and Outer Rim. Without coherent leadership we may be faced with independence movements. While the rebels' official mission statement had always been to restore the Republic, the Empire had always dismissed that as hyperbole. There was no political support for such a move, but it probably was sufficiently powerful as a propaganda message to be a viable recruitment tool. I don't believe, Dalla remarked looking up from her own data slate, that there is any key ND of support as there was for the Cis during the Republic. He was inclined to concur, at least so far as speaking in a widespread organized manner. Perhaps not, but this is not then. The time and conditions that had prompted the Clone Wars was long gone, and Kratos doubted not if he truly remembered enough of that time to do so clearly. The Middle Rim is rather different than the Galactic Core, Corellia and Coruscant, and the lot were noticeably different from one another. That didn't even begin to broach the matter of the sheer gulf between more distant worlds. The difference is that regionalism is more dangerous than the claim of restoring something that is well and truly dead. The old Republic was dead, and in a few centuries another Republic might form. It would not be the Republic that was. I had concerns before now that the rebellion might flee to the outer reaches of the Rim and colonize planets in secret, build a fleet and such. The ability of the rebellion to strike from hidden bases had always been their greatest strength, that and monetary support from within civilized space. When we return I have some prospects to investigate. There is a shipyard in orbit of the Calamari homeworld. Technically there were quite a number of shipyards in orbit, building a cruiser. Agents of Imperial intelligence are going to steal it from me. Do you believe it's meant for the rebellion? Possibly, even if it's not. The success of the Mon Calamari has been ignored for too long. It was long since past time he stripped one of these ships to the hull. He might not be able to force whatever lessons learned down the throat of the Admiralty, but he could put them to use in a few years for other purposes. In between that acquisition there is also the matter of completing Ixion and the other remaining super star destroyers. Kuat had agreed, as had the Emperor to redesign the Executor. Officially those ships produced at Kuat would be the Executor II class SSD in documentation. It had been less bureaucratic hassle than it could have been, but still enough to have been a headache. It was done now, and thankfully it and security sweeps by Imperial agents had prevented any more delays. That leaves Lorinar and Sinar. That was certainly true, it did leave both of them to deal with. Inri was impossible to separate from long-term aspirations for the Sith Armada. The Emperor accepted that. The Emperor, while preferential to larger warships, recognizes the conditions in the Outer Rim are not those of the core world of the Empire. Kratos expected at some point a Death Star would be transferred to the Outer Rim, possibly even to the Sith Armada, and while that wouldn't be bad, it would tie up hundreds of thousands of personnel that he wasn't sure he could really spare at the moment. In time the regular Navy may accept this as well. Scene break. Anubis had been driven from Goa'uld space. Now though the fallen system lord had returned, and his return had upended the already fragile balance of the remaining system lords. It was impossible to say that over the last decade that the galaxy had not irrevocably changed for the Goa'uld. Without the established power base that the system lords relied on, Anubis's position would have been ordinarily impossible to contest the other system lords one-on-one, never mind all at once. Anubis's armies didn't rely on legions of Jaffa, but on a new vat-grown soldier. Even with the Kull warriors alone, though, they meant little without a fleet of ships. Therein was the problem. Anubis had somehow managed to retrofit scores of Hotak to a standard where they could pose a challenge to older Asgard ships in groups. It was the kind of shift that concerned even the Asgard. The system lords themselves hadn't seemed to put it together yet, because they were still Hotak. Anubis hadn't created a new ship per se, merely taken the technology of the gate builders and upgraded the ones he'd gotten his hands on them. The various personnel at Area 51 assumed that there had to be some kind of reconstruction yard that was rebuilding the Hotak to these new specifications, and that there were probably shipyards that were producing new Hotak to those specifications. The Kull warriors likewise had to be produced somewhere. Hammond accepted these kind of assessments as logical, but there was little that could be done. Anubis was attacking the other system lords, and anything that might prompt him to shift focus and attack Earth again was off the table. That had been the decision of the High Command. It was quite simply out Hammond's control now, and there was too much scrutiny on SG-1 and the other Stargate teams to try and attempt something unsanctioned. The time for that had passed. One way or another the SGC was Chani. And the development and operation of starships required a much more conventional forces method for operations. Hammond accepted this. Once disclosure did happen, Stargate operations would likely be run alongside the rest of JSOC missions, even if sabotage operations were being carried out on different worlds and against aliens. An off-world command would likely be established to replace Ed Perm Manet ambassador to head civil military engagement. Still, while inevitable, it was not immediately looming. Hammond had time to lay groundwork for how Stargate Command would evolve. It was likely that Anubis, and indeed whatever happened with the Goa'uld in the long term, would be someone else's problem. It was why finding Daniel Jackson's lost city was important, because if direction action again Saint Anubis's infrastructure wasn't an option, then they could at least deny him additional resources, and possibly shore up Earth's resources as well. Anubis could not, simply put, be allowed to gain a NY other advantages over the other Goa'uld. Regardless of standing orders, it was self-evident that doing nothing was no feasible, so Hammond would take what little wiggle room he had. Scene break. Bill L. Weasley had had talks with Dumbledore after Lucius's unannounced visit to the headmaster's office, but he still was not keen on this. It wasn't that he didn't like the idea. No, his greatest hang-up on the matter was the fact that it had been pushed through by Lucius Malfoy. There were certain to be all kinds of strings attached to this, and it came right on the heels of the first real move by the Dark Lord directly as well. The Ministry was as useless as ever on the matter, and because no one was dead they had managed to keep things mostly quiet. Still, Voldemort's lackeys had waltzed right in, and right out with nary a stubbed toe to slow them down. Bill's own involvement with the Order had been limited. He was hardly going to insist something more needed to be done by others, but it was still concerning. The bigger issue really though was the stonewalling the Ministry was engaging in. As a result of that, Bill had very little interest in remaining in London, not that he liked being in the city at any other time. Still, there was no getting out of it today. Even though technically the English ministry had no say in how this went along, it hadn't stopped them from involving themselves. On one hand, it really was to be expected, but it made it no less grating. It still hadn't been as obnoxious as the insistence to set up exhibits of what had been excavated from the ruins of the temple. That was something that certainly wasn't going to happen. There were plenty of easy reasons why that wouldn't happen, but it would still be a chore having to deal with resultant ridiculously petulant foot stomping that came from the oh so high and mighty. The ministry's stooges had no appreciation for what had been dug out of the desert. They had no appreciation for these discoveries. Ey had no idea about the thrill this kind of work brought, or anything more than some vague idea of what Egypt was even like. What was worse was that for Bill the day wasn't even close to being over. "We're not getting anywhere," he muttered. "Look, Professor, there is a..." He stopped, and then started again, explaining that Muggle archaeologists held meetings, and that it wasn't just the pieces of metal found in the temples. Similar relics had been found by Muggle archaeologists in Egypt, and they had been moved out of the country. The Muggle community already knew, though, that they had come from other worlds. What they knew could help in the long run. It would help a lot more than dealing with the idiots from the ministry who wanted to stand around and bluster. "There is a guy in the field named Joseph Gardner I need to talk to." Scene break. Bruce Wayne had been weighing his options. He hadn't needed Kratos to tell him about procurement. The idea, though, of selling the javelins to the USAF, though, bothered him. He had already dismissed the idea, though, of watering the design down, or even designing another one. It was paramount that Earth be defended, but there was certainly to be an instance where technology used to protect Earth was inevitably going to be used to advance the safety of the planet took priority, though. While the idea of a united Earth Republic was nice, but it was also a pipe dream. Kratos might have preferred it that there was a single government that he could deal with, but only a Justice Lord scenario was the only feasible way that Batman could RC an Earth government being established. What was much more likely was a provisional establishment of an international body for collective defense. To dream of anything else was foolish. Even so, a combined Earth by the various governments would be the best hope to protect the planet. Pooling the resources of the major powers would also hopefully convince them to not point so many nuclear missiles at one another. Bruce really wanted to involve himself in international politics, but there were limits to just how much he could avoid being involved, how much he could limit his involvement. If NATO did rally to form a version of itself to protect Earth, it didn't mean it would play along. Providing the javelin to the American military, going by the history of NATO procurement, did not suggest had a NATO successor organization would also adopt it. The javelin, though, was the most expedient and effective contribution that Wayne Industries could make to collective defense of Earth at the moment. This kind of proposition prompted other issues inside the League. Superman had always been against supplying Kryptonian technology to Earth's governments. The other members of the original Seven weren't in a position to supply that material aid either. As for the rest of the League, even with the expanded membership, there were only a few who could potentially contribute. Contribution would also likely mean going through, or dealing in some way with, Amanda Waller and Cadmus, which was why she was here. "Have you come to a decision?" "I have." Wayne Aerospace's R&D department, from the spokesman of their Skunkworks equivalent, "will announce that we will be submitted a contract bid to the USAF for the Javelin, but you knew that already." It was a rhetorical question. Congress had already approved $1 trillion starting money for the program, effectively conceding that the F-35 would be replaced before it had its first production patch to be delivered. Lockheed Martin still be able to press forward with the program. But there wouldn't be 1,000 fighters, and international sales in the face of space fighters were likely to disappear. "Of course I do, Bruce. Besides, UWO can actually field a design ready to enter mass production, never mind one with faster than light travel ability." Bruce considered mentioning that he wouldn't even bill them for cost of R&D. "The Air Force may want design alterations. I wouldn't be surprised. The original version of the Javelin that the League had employed before the Thonogarian had already been replaced. The new version was only one of several proposed designs." Scene break. "Have we confirmed? All preparations are complete. Gravity path generation is stable." Kratos nodded, and settled into his chair, stand by to make the jump to light speed. The dozen primary engine units of the Harrow flared behind the ship, and there was the rumbling as the ship prepared to initiate the jump into hyperspace. Given the length of the journey, Kratos would be able to work the variety of technical and bureaucratic tasks which his station required of him. In short, the journey to and from galaxies was exceedingly useful in that way. In all honesty, Kratos wasn't quite certain what to make about this whole Goa'uld situation, or this Anubis, or this search for a lost city. At least with regards to the last one, it didn't seem that far-fetched. Find ancient ruin, deny enemy access to cache of weapons. If the rebellion ever found the lost Katana fleet or any other great mysteries, it would be a tremendous headache. So there were plenty of reasons to pursue ancient caches of weapons if there was reason to believe they were working off reliable information. The real question was whether the information was reliable. There were elements of the Earth-Air American chain of command who were not convinced. There was the flash of blue across the monitors as in the SN pricks into lines of light as the ship and attendant fleet of escorts crossed the threshold into FTL. "Captain, if I'm needed, I'll be in engineering," the Sith Lord declared and headed towards the lift without waiting for acknowledgement. There had been trips back and forth to know more or less how this would play out. The Executor class was a marvel of engineering. The class had been designed with many thousands of heavy turbolasers and anti-ship ion cannons to directly engage enemy capital ships. Harrow and her siblings were designed to be the focal point from which full-scale command and control of Imperial fleets at war could be managed. In hindsight, that mostly came down to managing fleets on routine patrols. The time of the Clone Wars and hundreds of warships arrayed to fight one another was over. At 19 kilometers long, though, the SSD were cities unto themselves. And that bulk allowed them to facilitate a variety of administrative roles beyond that of lesser starships. Reflective of a life spent after the Clone Wars managing projects, Kratos had seen to it that the Harrow was EQ-upped with the suites necessary to not only research Sith artifacts, but also look forward and examine modern starship designs. TIE Phantom, occasionally referred to within Imperial documentation with the nomenclature TIE PH, or as the V-38, incorporated a Sith-derived cloaking device, which meant that both suites were applicable today. Nickley, the program had been going on for years now, but those had been prototypes and had faced strings of delays. Vader's Shadow Squadron had been equipped with the prototypes that had survived. In all, it was one more fighter to compete against the aging TIE lane. A Class 1 hyperdrive, indeed, twin-seat cockpit. If not for the cloaking system, I would be very interested in mass production. Kratos commented. The V-38B incorporates proton torpedoes as seen here. He clicked the display. Vader sent me the schematics yesterday. Scene break. Chapter 18. Scene break. The holocron had given him a headache. Zarin's betrayal had been a headache. Even now, well over a year after the fact, it still made no sense. It was nonsensical to think that it had been out of some missed rebel sympathies that had prompted the attempted coup d'état. Demetrius had also had no reason to be a part of the anti-Sith movement, so that was a bust as far as explanations went. It was probably why the holocron prompted this memory. Because there were few instances that really weighed on him. Being marooned in the Outer Rim had been a nightmare scenario. The experience had been amongst the few that absolutely without question eclipsed his confusion over Zarin's foolish attempts. The world made Earth look advanced. There weren't even chemical-based guns, never mind real blasters. Kratos had been street UCK on a planet where the most advanced personnel weapon were sharp pieces of metal, and without alchemy the natives had had no hope in deflecting his lightsabers. It had been that arrogance that had gotten Kratos severely injured, and nearly drowned, and the less said about the giant sea monster the better. It had looked like something that belonged in Naboo's great ocean. There were reasons Kratos didn't leave the capital of Theed when he visited Naboo, if he could avoid. Of course, as a general rule, all three Sith Lords avoided visiting the planet. Kratos had never figured out how a collection of barbarians had managed to be organized enough to manage planet-wide war while relying animals and courier to deliver messages. It would have been one thing if the planet's massive force-sensitive population had been able to teleport about, or communicate to one another across vast distances, but no, hawks, and by riding giant land bird lizard things. As soon as rescue had Arrived in the form of the Imperial fleet, Kratos had treated himself to a good meal, and made preparations to invade. This was between the 2 points, some pathetic minor campaign where he had skipped off the main continent. At the time he had needed the breathing room, to get away from the island. A Sith Lord focused his emotions, using them to magnify the Force into a torrent to strike at his foes. But mastery of one's emotions meant not allowing them to rule him. At the time Kratos had been dangerously close to failing in that account. That had gotten more directly involved in the local conflict. As it was, gold eyes were a marker amongst Force alignment. That didn't preclude that someone, even a Force sensitive, couldn't have gold eyes and yet not be a Sith Lord. It was a characteristic, but not a definitive one. So like most Sith, or even Jedi, he went by what he sensed in the Force rather than just going off the matter of eye color. The primitive savages on this planet, no, the hostile, neighboring ethnic group had members who a hereditary trait for gold eyes, and this doubly screwed him over since Kratos threw lightning, and hence how he had gotten involved into the local foolish conflict. How the Jedi had dealt with this for thousands he had never been able to fathom. His younger self had warped himself behind the local bully boys, and was in mid-spin, ignited lightsaber in a reverse grip as it snarled towards their backs. The local Force-sensitive traditions were based around elemental manipulation. There were emotions connected to the use of the elements just as they were in older traditions that predated the Great Hyperspace War. Strictly speaking, Kratos had dabbled prior to this, but besides Force lightning and healing he had never bothered beyond what amounted to lighting candles. With thousands of years the locals had turned their tradition into art. Dozens of schools existed split between the nations, and resulted in myriad of techniques. So Kratos at the time had barely any warning to prepare when the earthquake had started. It had caught him off guard, and a Sith Lord tended to respond to that more or less in a uniform way, violently. So he had UGHT, and to be completely honest, the damage done to the town, or rather collection of hovels if one wanted to be accurate, Kratos felt was not really his fault. Still, it had stirred off a chain of off-and-on fights with the locals, and at the time eager to be separate from the agitation of dozen different things resultant from his stranding, he had not wanted to involve himself by picking sides. On the other hand, the Sith Lord had patently refused to devolve to banditry, which presented its own slew of problems. As if he hadn't already had enough of them. Eventually, though the turmoil had faded, rational thought had tamed the more basic instincts, and with the reassertion Kratos began to plan how best to re-establish contact with the Empire. When that had been done, the steps after had been obvious. Kratos watched the profiles of Victory Star destroyers descending to the surface of the planet. He was ushering the planet into a new age. The Empire would build schools, and real cities with electricity and such. He hadn't done it out of goodwill though. This planet had given him trouble, but it was still millions of human, tens of thousands of which were Force-sensitive. It was out here, on the outer rim, effectively unknown to the rest of the galaxy. The rebellion would never think to strike here, and well, it was close enough to his other facilities to dispense construction tenders build things in orbit, starting well immediately. All things considered, it left only one other little problem. "This is really bothering you," the Admiral muttered. His younger self rounded sharply, turning away from the viewport. Sith gold luminescent with barely tempered fury. Yes, that goes without saying, the threat clearly hanging in the air if his former classmate happened to start laughing. Kratos loathed the idea of vulnerability, and this had been one of those moments especially. Focus on securing the landing zones, and deploying the garrisons. "I can't even speak with you right now." The Sith Lord watched the memory as his younger self beat a hasty retreat observation deck. Kratos had not involved himself in the invasion proper. That had been left to other Imperial officers, as the Sith Lord had buried himself in catching up on his own assignments. Kagaya had brought the planet swiftly to heel, and into the Imperial fold. He also provided the necessary interferon to keep away any intruding officers from the Jin's over-sector forces in the Outer Rim, at least until Tarkin had come to see what all the fuss was about. The Grand Moff had had no interest in the backwater world, and at the time there was little other reason to concern himself with things, so even that had passed. Once Tarkin had fled, he had sufficiently dotted his I's and crossed his T's. It had been then that things had settled into a new routine. Scene break. Coruscant. The center of Imperial power. The crown jewel of the galaxy. The home of the Imperial Palace, was just like it was every other day. It was as boring and mundane as it had been any other visit that Kratos made. I trust matters have been settled to your satisfaction. Indeed, Kratos acknowledged, with the pirates dealt with, the Senate should have no further issue with other necessity. The Emperor exhaled irritably. The Senate forgets quickly the lessons of the Clone Wars. The rebellion must be dealt with, and order brought to the galaxy. The Imperial fleet must continue to root out criminals, but your priority should ever be the continued gathering of strength. Anakin had never been particularly adept at public address, and after ascending to his position as Darth Vader, allowing him to bluster on in front of the Imperial Senate had been absolutely out of the question unless it was only a partial session, and even then. Vader could deliver reports on military success well enough, but ground campaigns important enough to brief the Senate were thankfully few and far between. The rebellion had never been the existential threat that the Confederacy had been. The Separatists simply had far wider-reaching military and economic support. There was also the fact that Republic had been a cancer en masse. The Republic had been dying under its own weight. The Empire might have had problems but not of the sort that had led to the Clone Wars. Kratos, we cannot allow the Senate recreate the failures of the Republic. The new order must be protected from all threats. A Sith crystal Appia read in the Emperor's hand, you remember my young pupil Mara, there exists a potential lead with regards to the Jedi. Take her, hunt down this lead, and if such a survivor is there, put an end to them. It had been one of those missions that had been intermittent. While Order 66 had not been perfect, it had broken the Jedi Order as a power in the galaxy, and an influence in galactic politics. There had been those who had even escaped the Jedi Temple. Most had fled into Coruscant's underbelly, where He could lay low until they could escape offworld. All in all, it had been a bloody miracle that so few had managed to escape, except that Grand Master Yoda had been one of those. Thankfully Mara's lead did not involve Yoda, and with any luck the Grand Master would quietly pass away of old age, or meet an end via orbital bombardment. The Emperor's assignment had ultimately turned out to be a goose chase. A very well orchestrated one, but a misdirection by an idiot looking for a payday. Somehow or another the fool had managed to get his hands on a lightsaber, but still it had been a cathartic assignment all things considered. It had played out, and when the reveal was done he'd filed his report and the Emperor had permitted his return to the Outer Rim. Scene break. Not all of the Outer Rim were backwater colonies, of course. Kratos had expended a great deal of effort resettling the planets of the Rakatan Empire. There were other worlds though, worlds that hadn't required that kind of effort. Kratos watched his younger self. Watch Kagai attend to the Mandalorian armor utmost care. That wasn't the important thing about today though, after all Kagai cleaned his armor every Friday at his time, sometimes even when he was commanding a starship. The solvent had an atrocious odor for the unfortunate bridge crew. Not the problem of today either though. No, in this case Kratos knew all too well what the holocron was bringing back to the surface. We've dropped out of hyperspace, finally. There was a clink of metal as Kagai deposited his helmet onto the table. Kyuzo should have the situation well in hand. It had been a reasonable expectation the idiots had dared to insult one of his adjutants. Kratos hadn't been surprised by that, and Kyuzo had established a picket line, and dispatched a message through subspace. It had been what had followed after that which was the problem. Shields are powering, Kratos declared as the ship rumbled, and then the Einlanzer's heavy turbolas began their charge cycles as lesser guns commenced firing. It was easy to think of the Outer Rim as a lawless place, and it was to an extent true. There were plenty of consortiums of criminals, ND corporations with vast powers, and fleets of ships. Out here the corporate sector authority was much more limited than closer to civilized space. The lift deposited them to the CIC of the battlecruiser. As the CAG of the Mandator class announced that their fighter complement was finally in the air and forming up. The scene made sense in its own way. After all, the Lucrehulk class battleships built by the Trade Federation to use against the Republic were massive ships. At 3 kilometers across they had reactor power to spare, and excellent gun coverage, Ceridroid fighters. Thousands of them. I can see that, Kratos muttered, They were close-range dog fighters, and as he had been warned a large number of them. He watched the holographic display. The planetary defenses were sparse, but not non-existent. In the ironic twist, the Lucrehulk-class ships were literally the most modern ships amongst the corporate fleet. Everything else was much older. Tighten our flank. Maximize our intercept coverage. The Lucrehulks didn't have the firepower on their own to face the Mandator class after all that had been part of the design for various later Clone War ships. Well, the blood was in the water now. Destroy them, Captain, and then take us to just beyond the gravity well. Orbital to surface defense weren't exactly uncommon after all. The Mandator II class of ships produced by Kuat dwarfed Imperial-class star destroyers. They belong to an uncommon class designation called the Dreadnought, or infrequently, Star Dreadnought. Kuat had rolled them out as an evolution of the pre-Clone Wars Mandator class. Even today the Mandator II was a pristine example of a heavy warship's durability. At 8 kilometers long, the Einlanzer's prow bristled with a multitude of anti-ship guns, including the heavy turbolaser turrets currently sending streams of ionized matter towards the enemy. Kratos was more concerned with the sensor data, which given the state of the battle was much harder to make sense of. A direct engagement of an Imperial fleet made no sense. Even this far out in the rim, the Imperial Starfleet could respond swiftly to attacks against capital ships. Corrupt and A.S. decadent as the locals were, there had never been any reason to suspect rebel sympathies. Mon Mothma's rebellion had no use for these kinds of people. Whatever had happened, or that they had been up to was severe enough to open fire on an Imperial flagship, enslaving an even illegal research didn't justify that kind of idiocy. Obviously they were involved in illegal arms production, but that was fine at best given the sheer distance from the center of Imperial power. Cuzo's supposition had been that there had been a coup d'état within the sector capital. Either way, Tarkin was certainly not going to like this happening in his area of purview. Scene break. Kratos's eyes were bloodshot. The Sith Lord's breathing was ragged as he snapped from the holocron. The brush war had been one more distraction. A demonsme of the outer worlds shunned the authority of the core. Still, Mon Mothma and the Rebel Alliance had had nothing to do with the uprising. Once a blockade had been established, Tarkin had sent the Imperial army in to quash the rebellion, and that had been that. Still, if it had happened once, it could very well happen again. After having lived through the Clone Wars, Kratos had come to admit that this was nothing compared to what had at point threatened the galaxy. The Sith and the Republic, for a variety of reasons, were not imperiled the same way as wars during the Old Republic had threatened both sides. The separatist cause had been one intended to break away from the decrepit Republic and its attempts to maintain law and order throughout the galaxy. There were other rebels, though. There had always been independence movements. After all, the galaxy was enormous, and the Republic and even the Empire had only nominal control over the majority of the fringes. Here was little direct tie to the halls of power in Coruscant. Not that those planets contributed much to galactic society, whether financially or culturally. Kratos had never had any ambitions about creating a second Coruscant, or Corellia. This he could manage. He smashed his fist down on the comm button. Make preparations to convene an emergency planning session. It had taken years, of course, after the Emperor had put forward his idea of a Sith armada, and that had been a pipe dream at the time it had been suggested. INRI had not been the first naval review or case study that had been done. A key part, though, was addressing flaws with the accepted Jin doctrines, and in the current Admiralty that couldn't easily be addressed fleet-wide. The various Grand Admirals might have nominally set policy for their commands, but at the end of the day there were countless lesser admirals beneath them commanding both active squadrons and training billets who perpetuated problematic traditions. Scouring the deepest reaches of the galactic fringe, though, that wasn't something for warships. During the time of the Republic, many centuries before corruption had set in, there had programs to launch vast exploration fleets. Over thousands of years, though, as the core and middle rim were colonized and settled and grew into their powerful states that began to slow things like the Wars with the Mandalorian had been responsible, of course. The end of the old Sith had in its own way played a role as well. Against the rebellion, the plan had been to crush its leadership, the various Anators in particular who had organized the uprising. An entire generation, though, had grown up without knowing about the Republic, and that was a double-edged sword for both sides. That was why the Emperor embarked on so many grand projects to completely dwarf the Republic's waning days in the light of accomplishment built by the Empire. Scene break. Chapter 19. Scene break. Kratos had made Admiral before the Republic had even been dissolved, though to be fair there had been a plethora of young men who had received their command in the course of the war. It had been a lifetime of command. Specifics of all of this were unknown to Sirius Black, Albus Dumbledore, or any English wizards for that matter. There were arcane, ancient magics which could be called upon when more modern conventional magics simply weren't doing the trick. These visions, these divinations are often unclear, especially when split between more than one person. Dumbledore's shaman friend sucked in a sharp breath as visions receded. He's old. Impossibly so, but then wasn't this whole situation so impossible? Time is not a river, but a deep ocean, the shaman, who was hardly any more a spring chicken than Dumbledore was, remarked to Sirius in reply. We should try again in the coming month, waiting for another new moon to rise. Look at the beginning, perhaps we will. The headmaster nodded. Magic can be a fickle one, we will see, old friend. These sessions had been helpful certainly, but sometimes they raised more questions than really provided answers. It gave priority to memories with strong emotional value or significance. The attack on the city, by the Golem army, deaths of Colossus, and all had been amongst the multitude of war. Memories though supplied an idea of where here on Earth one might go. The magical crystals wrought by Sith alchemy, called holocrons, provided another valuable clues in themselves. At least for Bill to look at. I can't get anything from the broken crystals found in Egypt, he admitted. None of them he'd found were red or pyramidal in shape, but crystals hidden away in an ark there was very little they could probably be. It was a disappointing bust. But well, dead ends had been very common over the years, so it really wasn't that big of a deal. Albus, spaceships, Sirius declared. It wasn't that hard to wrap his head around. He had a flying motorcycle after all. Well, there is an American wizard named Alan Scott. I know he might be able to help with that. Hermione Granger wasn't quite sure whether to be surprised or not that Albus Dumbledore peeped to know one of the Green Lanterns, though the oldest of the lot made more sense. The Justice League has spaceships, she admitted. Then it might be our way, Dumbledore remarked, and if it wasn't, then that would be okay as well. At least they were finally making progress. Over the course of looking at Harry's memories, there had yet to be an appearance by gold flying pyramids, or the Thonogarian ships. A whole host of others had been seen thus far, so maybe they'd get to that eventually. Bill, in the meantime we do need to talk about more permanent accommodations for you at the castle. Bill looked like he wanted to reject the idea outright. Scene break. For Jack today was a pain. Then again, that was always true when dealing with the damned Ruskies. So Comrade Nikolai, why are you visiting us today? The balding Russian colonel, who Jack was pretty sure was a Russian covert operations officer, grimaced. My government is exceedingly concerned by the situation at hand. Yeah, CK based his suspicions on the how unaccented Nicky's English was, and the fact it was a Glock he kept inside his waistband holster. Which situation would that be, Nicky? O'Neill kicked his feet up on his desk. Where is General Hammond? Oh come on Nick, we're allies, partners. You can tell me what's bugging you. The intervening period had been complicated. Getting the Russians involved with the Stargate program had been one thing, coordinating planetary defense another. There was no way they were going to let the Russians into NATO, which had been suggested by some idiot in Washington. The Poles had gone ballistic at the idea, which was perhaps an overreaction given that Greece and Turkey managed to both be in the alliance. Regardless though of their NATO participation, the Russians were definitely going to be involved in space defense, and in particular the proposed moon base. In part though that was because the Russians had always been involved in the International Space Program, both the ISS and Mars missions, in addition to the International Moon Boss Planning Committee. Militarization of space though had caused a ruckus in the UNGA, and a couple of other acronym groups that Jack hated to hear about. As things happened though, Jack didn't really expect it was that was bothering Nikolai. If you must know, the problem that Russia has with our mutual situation is the multitude of kilometer-plus vessel in our solar system. Hammond's program has resulted in real leads. Hammond's promotion was just the beginning now, assuming of course Anubis didn't invade them. Buried under the Antarctic ice was allegedly an ancient outpost, and the next big lead to where the lost city of the ancients. Danny was in a tizzy, because of when the last time that the Antarctic might have warm enough for that place to not be frozen. Probably near where we discovered the original Earth Stargate. The planet faces the threat of a mini-incent. One thing it was another, Jack supposed. Did I mention that with the replicators taken care of that Thor has the O'Neill A in orbit? He picked up the model of the Starship Enterprise and waved it in the direction of the Russian. Like this CNCC 1701A. Danny and Carter were getting science vessels named after them. Teal'c would probably appreciate getting an Asgard battleship named after him, and it would be a great thumb in the eye to the Goa'uld well beyond spitting in their face. Yes, along with the multitude of Imperial Star Destroyers. Jack shrugged. Right now there were several Vindicator, Victory, running Escort, Tifer and ISD that the Empire had in rotation in the system. They'll be peeling off reinforcements, which will do us little good if Anubis attacks before they get here. Jack really wished Carter was in today, and really wanted to point out that gravity well projectors kept ships from getting too far in system via hyperspace. He got the feeling with as tight as Nikolai was wound up it wouldn't do him much good. There had been a painstaking excavation of the Antarctic ice, but they were nearly there. The structure looked amazingly preserved, and Daniel had been salivating at the idea of getting inside. All things considered, it was a major win for the SGC and for General Hammond some much-needed political capital. You can't even agree on what to call your planetary defense command, he snarked. My government feels that we must prepare the planet for immediate attack, and the current readiness must be elevated. Jack grimaced. Okay, fair enough, I'll buzz Hammond. Not that it would do any good. The general was in a closed-door meeting, and it wasn't the kind on the hill. It was why Jack was glad he'd taken temporary separation after Abydos, otherwise he might be in those kind of snake pit meetings. Oh, there were politicians involved, but it started at the deputy directors of the CIA's technical service, and it got worse from there. Not that everyone in the CIA was a complete 2L in Jack's opinion, just 90% of management and operations staff. He yanked the drawer open and grabbed for the Asgard-supplied subspace encrypted device. For the Asgard, these things were like cell phone. If your cell phone could manage to read the entire human genetic code, being a supercomputer and all, and still manage to fit in your palm. Hammond predictably didn't respond when Jack pinged his device. See, try him again. The Russian grunted. Nikki, when does Colonel Chekhov get back? Jack halved his magical Asgard doohickey to assuage the Russian. Either way, they're normal Russ. Ian Liason couldn't get back from the former USSR soon enough. The 2nd of the next month, the Russian declared. In General Hammond's absence, it is imperative we make preparations for the inevitable. Jack groaned. I will put the base on alert, and I'll make sure everyone knows, he declared, but it was Friday. He wasn't pulling leave without more tangible evidence just yet. Hammond had already told him how this was going to play out. Whatever Earth defense eventually was going to be called would probably end up being a cabinet position in a few years, but Hammond was on a short list of generals for the position. And that would free up Cheyenne Mountain. The Area 51 complex would be a fully separate command, but the SGC Jack was at the top of the list to take over. That was of cower. Say, assuming Anubis didn't decide to melt the planet. Scene break. Kratos leaned against the railing overlooking the plethora of junior Imperial officers at work. The commander in Imperial Intelligence loomed beside him. It's good to have you back, sir. The man remarked smoothly. Did you ever find anything from your forensics of Zarin's documents? Regrettably no. It wasn't an easy admission. The actions undertaken by the Grand Admiral up until his attempt coup appeared to be entirely legitimate. He was running sanctioned classified operations, so clandestine lines were being funded from the Imperial purse. Kratos knew all of this, unfortunately. Truth be told, he hadn't expected the lengthy follow-up investigation to yield much in the first place. As a Grand Admiral, Zarin had stepped on the toes of many lesser members of the Imperial Order. In the wake of his betrayal, there were all kinds of accusations and evidence presented by petty rivals and just adjuvants looking T. Obi noticed in the wake of the disaster. Today seemed normal. It made it perfect to entertain an impromptu meeting with a nondescript Imperial commander. By the time anyone had time to run facial rough the Imperial roster, well, it would be long over just given the vastness of the Imperial Starfleet. Imperial intelligence also ran their officers through various cover identities, and Kratos meeting with someone from logistics was, well, almost every day. Is there anything of use? Thrawn and Lord Vader both support the new TIE Defender program. The Vizier is still obstinate to the plan. The Emperor is considering promoting Palion to the rank of Grand Admiral. Kratos wasn't surprised, of course. Thrawn would support the decision, and possibly Vader as well. In fact, there was no real reason to oppose it. Gilead wasn't a bad choice by any means. Not all of the Grand Admirals and Lesser Admirals would necessarily receive the news as well though, and there was no getting around that. Good, he muttered. I need you to double-check the logistics report. During the coup there had been significant quantities of material destroyed during the fighting. It had delayed and imperiled the TIE Defender program. Some of the numbers aren't adding up. Kratos rejected the notion that a rebel sympathizer had managed to be promoted to Grand Admiral, and then launch such an ineffectual coup without trying to coordinate with rebels at all. It wasn't unreasonable to think that the material had probably been destroyed, but if it fell into hostile hands, well, there could be problems, very large problems. He slid the encrypted drive over. In truth, Kratos speculated that Demetrius had siphoned away more material than he let on. In all likelihood, most of that had probably been easy for someone in his position. No one would raise questions about outdated ships being resent to somewhere distant or if they were declared destroyed as live-fire targets. The actual production system, though, that would be harder to squirrel away logistically speaking. If it was out there, it needed to be found and used appropriately. Zarin's betrayal still made no sense, unless there had been traitors who hadn't been ready to commit when standing at the edge. Scene break. Nikolai was right. The Russian was going to be absolutely insufferable. The mighty Asgard battleship rattled. Thor, are we doing okay? Shields are holding, O'Neill, the Grey declared, which was better than one of the listing Victory-class star destroyers that was getting peppered by streaks of plasma from the Goa'uld cannons. The war against the other system lords in space had not been going well. Then again, it hadn't been going well for the system lords either. Anubis's flagship cannot sustain this kind of firepower for much longer. That was what worried O'Neill. This wasn't like when Apophis had come to Earth with 2 Hotak, as the Earth had very visible warships in system. Anubis seemed to be risking a lot on a dangerous gambit. Earth was still a part of the Protected Planets Treaty, so Thor's presence was an easy way to avoid problems from the Goa'uld perspective. The system lords had declared Anubis a rogue. But the war wasn't going well for him. If he fell in battle against an Asgard hip, then so be it. The Earth had no ships in this fight, not really. Jack was here with Thor precisely because the Prometheus was being kept in reserve. That's good to hear, buddy. This wasn't 2 Hotak in orbit. If he'd tried for just 2 ships, it would have been a waste, but when he lost here. Anubis wasn't thought to have the reserve to sustain this kind of damage without losing ground, RDS nipping at his heels. The ship rattled again. Anubis's mothership dwarfed the O'Neill, but its hull profile was so similar to a Hotak in layout only a fraction of her numerous guns could be brought to bear. The mothership's swarms of death gliders were useless against the Asgard battleship. This exchange had been going on for nearly an hour. The Goa'uld advantage in numbers had begun to come apart. The TIE lane, more commonly referred to as the TIE fighter, lacked real anti-ship weapons. The TIE bomber, as its name implied, did not. The trade-off, of course, was that the TIE was much more bulky. Despite their age, the Imperial Navy ensured at least a squadron was present on all ISD throughout the galaxy, or beyond in this case. They each carried about a fourth of the weight of a fully loaded B-1 bomber's weapons load, or about 33,000 pounds. The Goa'uld had expected anti-ship bombers to be at least the size of an Alkish. Instead, the TIE was only slightly larger than the Death Glider. With his Foquin the Agard, though, Anubis hadn't expected anti-ship bombers to begin with. It was an understandable one, though, as the Asgard didn't use small craft outside of small unmanned drones for scientific research and observation. Earth was once again under threat of invasion, and so far the U.S. Atari Industrial Complex had proved negligible in its effectiveness to face the coming threat. Congress was no going to be happy that the Air Force was playing rearguard to the defense of the country. It was undignified, and when congressmen felt unmanned they turned a disgusting shade of purple. Scene break. Though Coruscant was the crown of the galaxy, it was not the code word used to refer to the planet in classified documents. It didn't stop people from assuming though. No, in Imperial documentation crown referred to the BIS security zone in the deep core. It had been discovered by Plagueis, as the Sith Lord had been researching the ancient Rakata. It held amongst Otair programs the Emperor's Citadel, it attended research and development facilities, and the training facilities for his Sith adepts. Acolytes trained in the Force. It was one of the most heavily guarded regions in the Empire, for that matter the entire galaxy. It was why Kratos had never been particularly concerned with regards to an attack. Coruscant would have been a more likely target, unless the threat was internal. Yet even Zarin hadn't tried that, and he as a Grand Admiral had security clearance for the sector. Has there been any word from Vader? His children have most of his attention. Of course Vader had not stepped away, per se, from his responsibilities, but there had been significantly less problems breathing. And presumably his fighter program. Indeed, Thrawn has been pushing right alongside him. It wouldn't be surprising if Thrawn took over Zarin's position as patron of Starfighter R&D in the Admiralty. Thrawn had pushed for projects before, and requisitioned more expensive TIE projects, but he would have competition for the post, which was probably why it was still technically vacant, even though R&D programs did continue. Right now the lack of a Grand Admiral allowed the Imperial Vizier to prevent the TIE Defender program to be restarted in an official capacity, or to be expanded from its current levels. It was a hassle to be sure, but there was a rule about starting fights with the Imperial bureaucracy that needed to be followed here, and if the Vizier asked directly Sith Defender was a different model. Like the TIE Bomber and TIE Advanced Bomber were different models, even if they filled the same role and used many of the same parts. How is Sinar doing? Very well. TIE Interceptor production is on the projected track. That was good to hear. The Imperial Training Wing at the Axanes War College had requested a squadron in order to train Imperial pilots on the Interceptor. It was an expected move. The Imperial Academy was several rows down on the requisition list, and followed by several other institutions. All that political clout, from powerful alumni, was good for something after all. Good. Make sure we are receiving our allocated fighters, and ensure they're transferred to Cuzo in a timely manner. Scene break. Chapter 20. Scene break. Confronted by the growing reality there was still some intransigence. Voldemort did not speak for all purebloods, or even the entire anti-integration, anti-Muggle, etc. movement in the wizarding community. It was a fact that was not brought up in the Dark Lord's presence often, though there were times when it simply couldn't be avoided. It was also a good idea to take care on how one broached the subject, and what one followed up on when addressing the matter. Still, it was not the first rise. This was an older, more careful Dark Lord, though not more caring. No, the Dark Lord had simply had time to work out new plans. Weasley is readily available, Lucius remarked helpfully, turning the conversation elsewhere. Whilst the intransigent Egyptologist remained defiant, there was little he could do per se. The Ministry and the governors of Hogwarts were working at this from different angles, and Dumbledore was playing along, which helped tremendously. Rabastan might have been a stark raving loon at times, but damned if he didn't know what he was babbling on about. Lucius was very worried about the whole thing. Snape was concerned the man would die from, well, something, but Snape brewed potions and D was not a bloody doctor, so he couldn't identify what was going on. From Rabastan's babbling, though, the crystals that Bill had found in the Ark were used to guide ships between the stars, or some drivel like that. Lucius didn't care. It wasn't like they had a starship handy anyway. Lucius didn't wish to bring up the Dark Lord's brilliant plan to find this mythical graveyard of ships in the Sahara. The idea didn't appeal to him in the slightest, especially given that traipsing about in the desert was probably a complete waste of time. Especially given what Snape had shared about Potter's memories. At least the Dark Lord hadn't decided he wanted a magic sword. Rabastan had gotten all shiny-eyed at that memory, declaring he wanted one, before settling down, and babbling quietly to himself for about an hour. If he had gone on any longer, Lucius had been concerned he'd need to foist another dreamless sleep potion on the idiot. Snape was presently looking particularly sullen. This Emperor of Potter, Severus. This wandless lightning they throw, show me more of it. Voldemort declared. The potion's master grimaced, but obeyed the command. Lucius had seen a myriad of colors. Blues were most common blades during this war. The style of dueling most commonly practiced emphasized these magic swords more than eloquent magic. Wandless banishing charms summoning, and such were all common. The lightning though, Lucius admitted he could understand why it caught the Dark Lord's eye. It and explosive blasts were clearly effective fighting other wizards, where swords alone wasn't working. Jedi, a strong voice declared as the memory began. The tall regal-looking man in the memory ignited his crimson blade with that horrible snap hiss. Lucius couldn't fathom why Potter just watched, before intervening. Count Dooku had instigated a rebellion against his government, and was clearly formidable. Did that make Potter at odds with these Jedi? Too many unanswered questions. Scene break. For Batman, the aftermath of the attack was all about numbers. Waller had called as it had been in progress. There had been a Department of State car waiting out front of Wayne Manor, just waiting to be allowed onto the grounds of the estate. Bruce Wayne had been collected, and delivered to an emergency meeting, one of several. The offer to supply javelins had been accepted. He had never wanted our money, and now neither would the people who also held stock in various Wayne ventures. Congress was scared now, and the offer to supply javelins to the Air Force for testing would likely be approved more quickly than normal. Lock for an injunction citing the lack of time to put forward their own bid, but given the situation well, who knew how that might go? Wayne Aerospace would deliver the prototypes, but that was not the main reason he was still here with Amanda Waller. How upset is your friend going to be? I couldn't say for sure, Bruce admitted, reviewing the reports. He doubted Kratos would be pleased. Currently Imperial casualties were estimated to be about 3,000, and that was the current preliminary for a count that was still underway. Anubis had fled as Asgard reinforcements had arrived. The Imperial interdictors had allowed it. Anubis's mothership, and its surviving Hotak escorts had departed for ports unknown. Still, for all the lives lost in the last 18 hours, it could certainly have been worse. The League had been alerted by the Watchtower as expected. Amanda knew that much. They hadn't needed to do much. Most of the fighting had been carried out beyond the asteroid belt. Wayne Aerospace would make money for the brand than potential other branch of the company had in its more than a century of existence in a few short years. Bruce was not necessarily interested in that money. In Kratos' reach of space, corporations might design spaceships, but he doubted that would be how Wayne Industries would do this. There was no infrastructure on Earth. A.N.D. Wayne Industries did not have designs to build in the first place, but he supposed neither did any of his competitors at the moment either. He'd need to call Lucius, after Waller, or the wider CAD. Muse or some other government apparatus though could reach out to Luthor. LexCorp though was in Talia's hands, at least indirectly, though combined with the shares Wayne Corp's holding branch had procured presented an opportunity. Going to see Talia brought its own risks. Then again, perhaps it was time he took another trip to California. Robin needed to be checked on. Brother Blood and Slade were both out there. Then of course there was also the allegation that there had been a new Titan added to the ranks. That would certainly have to be looked into. He had never properly vetted the first Titans, though that was impossible with the two girls to begin with. A new addition mandated he not make that same mistake again. Regardless, Amanda began in a sharp tone. The U.S. government is very grateful for the Wayne Foundation's assistance in this matter. This battle has left a lot of material in deep space. Collecting it is a priority for the government. What about Antarctica? We will keep you in the loop as best we can, Bruce. When he'd been briefed on the Stargate program for the first time, a thought occurred to him. It was understanding why the USAF had continued to go to different planets week after week during the early program. The first mission through the gate had encountered hostile life. The billions of dollars poured into the Stargate had been looking for new things. Yes, there had clearly been anthropology and other social sciences involved in operations, and it had been that which had brought Kratos' derision. The Sith Lord had a pathological distrust for lower technology, and at times it bothered him so much it obscured anything else. Without magic being involved, he became outright dismissive of any society that couldn't build its own electrical dynamos. Roos could understand that without portable drones, and a space presence, that the Air Force didn't have the time or resources to map an entire alien planet. Even if they found something on an alien world in the first few years of running the gate, how exactly were they supposed to access it with the Stargate being in close proximity? The Prometheus was a new ship. That kind of capacity hadn't been available 5 years ago. Scene break. During Grindelwald's years, Voldemort, then merely a young Tom Riddle, had begun to harbor deep-seated loath of the Ministry of Magic that governed Wizarding England. As he had matured and looked abroad, he had found that the other wizarding governments were hardly any better. All of them were tarnished imperfections, and history agreed that they were pale shadows of what had been thunderous, glorious civilizations. The depth of such glory was now uncovered. It was true that the incompetence and corruption which pervaded the ministry was useful, but it was what hobbled it. It was a classic double-edged sword. Voldemort longed to reforge the ministry, but even now clearly recognized that what he desired and what was feasible given what he had to work with were too distant from one another to actually manage to make work. Pureblood ideology held that wizarding society was best served by fostering the traditions which had made wizarding kind great, by not mixing wizard with muggle. It was in reviewing Potter's memories time and again that Voldemort found the issue he took umbrage with most of all. It was self-evident, of course, that Potter was a powerful wizard. How else could the prophecy exist otherwise? The vast alchemic systems which propelled the ships between stars, and the automaton, all of it spoke of a legacy of ancient traditions. Potter's world was just as dominated by muggles, and weak wizards as England and the Earth. There was no denying that, because for all of Potter's individual power he surrounded himself with many lesser entities, some not even human. The idea appalled him. This would be their world, no doubt, if Dumbledore, and the self-proclaimed light side had their way, if the Muggleborns were allowed to decide, or even have a say in the course of their world's future. Still, Rabaston's leads were not enough, and Voldemort refused to look at only half the picture. It was true Lestrange's insights were more than just useful, but they were schizophrenic at times. It was that which was the greater issue, regardless of the validity of what Rabaston could see. It was such a delightful irony that it was Pureblood who was so instrumental to the light's own research into the ancients. It helped, too, of course, that Bill Weasley was not debilitated for days at a time by his insights. The irony of the Weasley boy's blood made his allegiance made it no less of a nuisance, though. Given Rabaston's current incapacitation, though Voldemort had reconsidered rushing off to sandy Egypt, they were short on specifics as it was. Here again, though Potter's memories were useful, the vast stepped pyramid of the Sith were called temples. Their rivals the Jedi also referred to their own stronghold as temples. In this Potter's memories were clear as well. The two orders had devastated one another whilst infighting, yet even thousands of years later the vast temple complexes remained. Voldemort twirled his wand between his long spindly fingers. Ancient wizards spoke of a graveyard of ships, of their scattered and smashed skeletons spread across the desert sands. Broken ships were one thing, but the temple, whether Jedi or Sith, that would be a find. And if there were two orders, why would there not be others, mused the Dark Lord. Rabaston, though, had been of little use in that regard, but then up until now they'd been obsessed with ships. A minor oversight perhaps. Scene break. For Stargate Command, it was quieter today than it had been throughout the rest of the week. It was confirmed that Anubis was alive, and that he limped back to his little slice of hell in space. The Asgard had rotated out, and though Thor had withdrawn, Federation ships still held a careful vigil over Earth. The Imperial fleet was licking its wounds, and no doubt waiting for orders from their Admiralty, or perhaps higher up. In the wake, though, of Anubis's attack, Earth had been a flurry of movement. The representatives of the Permanent Five of the United Nations Security Council had met with Thor, again, to discuss the situation. The System Lords had in concert denounced Anubis as a rogue, his actions as that of an enemy of the Goa'uld, and that they were no way reflective of the System's Lords. It was, however, at the level of the Joint Chiefs that things began to grow more complicated, and the war had begun in full. Things like the vertical launch system for missiles had basically been accepted. The Russians and the Chinese agreed that it was the best long-term solution for missiles available at this stage. There would likely be tests of other systems. But conventional nuclear weapons, and there was a phrase that seriously bothered people with more than 2 brain cells, were largely useless against the shields of Goa'uld capital ships. It was one more thing that would mean a procurement contract, if only for the missile body itself. Congress's reasoning was surprisingly clear. So was that of the generals of the Air Force. Since World War II, carriers had been the pinnacle of naval power. The USAF was precisely that, an air force. They were dependent on aircraft. Thus the 304 would be a carrier. The first ship, Daedalus, would probably be flight test ready by the time Kratos returned from his home galaxy. If it wasn't, it would be close. At full production during the Cold War, a supercarrier had been expected to be able to be produced in 8 months. The Prometheus had been built utilizing various feats of automation, and the compartment structure like modern submarines were. Daedalus was designed in the same manner, and would be constructed in much the same fashion. It wasn't enough. Then again, for some people it would probably never be enough. All of Congress wasn't in the know yet, but military and intelligence oversight. And a handful of others were slowly, painstakingly being read in on things. It was an outlet for anger, and fear for the old guard who in their lifetime had been undingly confident that America faced no equal peer. On Earth, perhaps. Since the Cold War had ended, that was true, but there was the whole wider galaxy now. General Hammond had his political capital, though he wished that the outpost was somewhere a little more balmy. Having to fly to Antarctica all suited up was hardly pleasant for virile young men, never mind a man his age. Still, the facility buried under the ice was immaculate, especially now that the power was back on. A handful of Asgard technicians had made themselves available to bring the complex into working order. They still weren't done yet, but this way at least there would be no accidental risk of damage to a facility that was perhaps hundreds of thousands of years old. Hammond found himself occupied with the great star map projected into the chamber. Atlantis, the Gatebuilder's lost city, was indeed in another galaxy. It had taken off from Earth long ago, and thousands of years ago some remnant of the ancients had returned to Earth, and passed on the story. Now though they had an address, 8 chevrons, the Asgard were intrigued. Atlantis was a spaceship as well as a city. The Asgard, contemporaries of the ancients and equals amongst the great 4 races, were familiar with this class of vessel. Scene break. Kratos stood aboard the observation deck. The Star Forge was at usual brusque pace of work. Lorinar had delivered, not without some trouble of course. Still the strike cruisers were being received at the very least on schedule, and Kratos had the documentation and plans for the warships, which was what he wanted. The Sith Armada now had modern ships available to assist in patrolling the Outer Rim, which at least reassured the conventional Admiralty. The workload in the Outer Rim would less just a bit, and without tying up any more Star Destroyers for the time being. Word regarding the battle over Earth, or rather inside the solar system to be more accurate, had reached him. He had filed the damage reports internally, and surreptitiously updated the roster. No one would likely notice, but if they thought to check, the information was there. Given the casualties amongst lighter Imperial warships in the Outer Rim, no one was likely to ask too many questions, not over some sorely damaged VSDs, and a smattering of lesser ships. Kagaya, the Mandalorian saluted, clasping his fist against his armored chest. Your suspicions have been confirmed, Eminence. Have you apprised Imperial intelligence? Not yet, it seemed. It mattered little. The Empire had a myriad of intelligence services. Emi fell to Kratos largely because Vader had little interest in managing such. The extensive probe droid search, culminating in the Battle of Hoth, he had leveled had been the first real demand that Vader had put on the intelligence service in a rather long time. It was in the wake of Demetrius's betrayal that Vader had paid somewhat more attention, in the sense of lashing out over the failure, not that it had been just won by the military's intelligence service. Internal security had desperately scrambled for evidence, hoping to link Zarin to perhaps some senator or some wider rebel plot, but for naught. The Emperor had in turn not taken that well, but Zarin was dead, and by all suspicions at the hands of Vader's Nogri commandos, or at least so went prevailing theory as to the Grand Admiral's demise. Imperial intelligence had yet to rule conclusively given the evidence. I will apprise. No, Kratos interrupted. Zarin AHD absconded with millions of tons in Imperial war material, and who knew how many ships? I will take care of it. The Ma research installation was hardly unique, there were plenty of similar facilities throughout deep space. Imperial intelligence had been ripe to be concerned. Given Zarin's employment of drone fighters. The fighters were prototypes, he added unnecessarily as Kagaya likely well knew that fact. When Zarin had assumed control of Imperial communication, at the onset of his attempted coup, he had been able to transmit massive quantities of data through subspace channels, like fighter performance in actual. Resisted the urge to sigh, but of course T had been far too much to hope for the ability to swoop in and abscond with unused TIE Defender production equipment. Scene break. Chapter 21. Scene break. For Stargate Command, the Goa'uld had been the looming threat since Apophis's attack on Cheyenne Mountain. In many ways, of course, they still were, but things had changed. Anubis and the System Lords were now, undeniably, engaged in a full-scale war on all fronts. It would be years before all nations on Earth were told about the interstellar war, but the important nations were now in the loop. Anubis's Kull warriors were clone troops, equipped with modern armor, and significantly superior energy weapons than the average Jaffa. The normal troops simply could not compete with those monsters. It was a steep learning curve, but in space Anubis's advantage was not quite so lopsided. Unfortunately, the grasp of that fact was imperfect were Earth's governments tasked with explaining the situation to various nations from South Africa to South Korea. The SGC had to address not simply the concerns of NATO allies about the Goa'uld, but also explain the likes of the Asgard and the Imperials to other dignitaries. As for the UN General Assembly, they continued to complain about the Moonbase Alpha installation, and its obvious military role. Even now, though VKS technical personnel were involved alongside their USAF counterparts digging into the lunar surface. The Moonbase though kept the attention of the world away from Antarctica, where Danny was squirreled away. The initial glee at being able to look through the intact Antarctic outpost had dimmed some. Ancient technology incorporated a gene-based security feature, which prevented normal humans from interfacing with the more advanced systems. The Asgard technicians were still around, but they had since been joined by an ever-increasing stream of scientists from the permanent members of the UNSC. Another galaxy. Yes, there was a sour look on display on many of the visitors. At the reiteration of just how far the lost city was, congressional oversight had put its foot down. The SGC would be in American command, now and forever, but Atlantis, far away in another galaxy, the Asgard would be tagging along so it could be an international effort. The Atlantis Expedition RT. Between many nations that much had been agreed on. The Imperials weren't going to be involved, not initially. And well, information security wasn't really a concern on the Earth end because they'd all be in a galaxy far away from Earth. It assuaged everyone's concerns, for the most part at least. We're talking about months between resupply, not because it was necessarily impossible, but because of the gate's dimensions. Transgalactic travel was better suited to starships, and the Asgard had few to spare, and wouldn't likely be able to dispatch some for 2 or 3 years to Atlantis by going the long way. With an Asgard power source available, dialing Atlantis would be impossible on a regular basis, so that was another issue with regards to logistics. I really think a general should be in charge of the expedition. Silence fell over the room, a quiet heralding yet another rehash of an argument over just how to handle things, and shared military responsibility. No, the consensus agreed time and again, was that a colonel for the military contingent was as far up as you could go. Scene break. For the Batman, the task of preparing the League for what intergalactic war meant was the priority. In truth, Bruce admitted he should have spent greater time preparing for it, before the Thonogarians had invaded. The Gordonians had been enemies of the Thonogarians for generations. It was a war that begun long before Hawkgirl had been born, in a time when both empires had been caught up in their own expansionist ambitions. It was a conflict that would consume them, and consume them it had. Until recently, though, Batman had been unaware of just how much the war had consumed them. It was conflict, though, that seemed unlikely to involve Earth at this stage. It could, however, in the future affect the planet, and that was what had him concerned. The Gordonians were no friends of Earth, and weren't likely to magically become friends, After all, Shayera might have some bias, but there was also Starfire's testimony to consider. Still, Earth wasn't likely to make friends with whatever had survived of the Thonogarians either. In the meantime, though, there were threats closer to home. The Batman rounded on the assembled council of the Justice League. It has come to my attention there are new threats. It was perhaps better not to mention that this warning had come courtesy of Talia. Luthor may have claimed to have gone straight, but Vandal Savage and Ra's al Ghul remain at large. Evidence suggested that they have begun collaborating and gathering personnel. So, like an evil Justice League, Flash opined. Batman remained indignantly silent at the interjection. There is also another issue. Cadmus has recently been found to be involved in cloning of Kryptonian DNA, specifically Kara. I suspect that this is merely the first step in a much wider plan to present a balance to the Justice League. Truthfully, his suspicion was that Waller intended to recruit heroes who weren't affiliated with the League, possibly even split off new recruits, in order to form a US-sanctioned version of the League, but that was at least less insidious than cloning Supergirl. To compound this, Wayne Enterprise has delivered the first batch of Javelins to the Air Force for testing. That was perhaps the biggest bomb to drop for the League. Whatever plots Waller had in the works, it didn't change the fact that Earth was under threat from alien powers. He held a hand to hold Flash's babbling at bay, and ignored some of the pointed looks. What is more pressing to discuss is how the Javelins will be used in tandem with other government programs. The US government is presently operating a Starship, but they are constructing more. Batman activated the hologram finally, and it projected an image of the Prometheus. This is the beginning of an arms build-up unseen since the Cold War. Superman looked grim, and he should given the situation. Even though these ships were intended to protect against an alien invasion, to presume that that would be their sole use was naive. Scene break. Kratos was standing as the Harrow's vast form dropped from lightspeed at the edge of the solar system. There were still a myriad of reports that he needed to go through, but for now, there were other things to deal with. The Earth remained pitifully underdefended, especially in light of recent casualties. Still, the natives were at least showing some initiative on that matter. The simple reality at shields were as common throughout the galaxy as rain was on a wet world was something difficult for them to face up to. It invalidated so much of their normal weapons. On the plus side, at least the Protected Planets Treaty wasn't quite as worthless as he had initially believed it to be. Flash message acknowledges our arrival, Lord Kratos. Good, the Sith Lord murmured a hair above a whisper, set our course. And bring up the solar system on the primary display. He ordered, and a moment later the Harrow's CIC displayed a scale model of Sol. There were small blips to indicate construction efforts near Earth, a countless number of orbiting satellites, and the form of an Asgard warship sitting in orbit. The humans of Earth were understandably more concerned about the Harrow, given its vast bulk, than the myriad of smaller ships, though. It was probably raw mass, though. Rather than understanding the reactor output of the SSD, it didn't really matter, though Kratos supposed. All things being what they were, there wasn't a reason for the Harrow to be oriented towards the Earth's surface. An anchorage in Sol itself would have been nice, but there were too many political hurdles to clear at the present time. A few light years away would have to be sufficient. It wasn't like it made that much difference in the grand scheme of things at that distance. It was politics that was the bigger issue at the moment. As the constituent states began to be brought into the fold regarding the wider galaxy, there were arguments that were simply unavoidable. There were too many organizations and oops for there to be a harmonious government managing the planet. It was worse than Kuat's nobles bickering over policy, as far as the Sith Lord was concerned, but it was something that was still happening. Colonel Ronson is hailing us. Of course he was. The Prometheus was Earth's only warship to call its own at the moment. Kratos dismissed the hologram of the solar system from the main display. Acknowledge, main screen. You're back. I am, Kratos confirmed. I trust the Daedalus is at least on schedule. We built the Prometheus, didn't we? The Sith Lord chortled. Yes, I suppose that's true. Somehow, that's good though. For whatever reason, the Asgard were rather finicky about helping with the actual construction or design of the ships Earth built. As it was, he didn't pretend to understand the logic behind their actions, but in the end it mattered little. Perhaps it was actually better this way. Regardless, I have appointments to keep with, well, various dignitaries, and other people for that matter. Scene break. Alan Scott was a tall, muscular man in his mid-90s, though as expected of a wizard his age he certainly didn't look that way. Kratos. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He's one of Batman's friends, which was in itself saying something as far as the Green Lantern was concerned. I'm sorry Albus, I couldn't really tell you much more than that. He's not a member of the League. And I don't know him, not personally at least. It's fine, my friend, Dumbledore declared. It was enough. It was a tangible lead on Harry, and Alan Scott was a Green Lantern. And while not his younger fellows, he understood the principles of intergalactic travel to an extent at least. Alan Scott might not have been able to explain the principles of hyperdrive in math speak. But then Dumbledore wouldn't have understood that kind of explanation anyway. What he could explain was what he understood of Earth's history, and some other things. It was ultimately a fresh set of eyes on another problem. As for your doll, League doesn't know about our world, per se. Batman did-ish, but he just wasn't involved. There were 3 aliens on the council, so they were out as well. And well, John and Diana weren't involved for self-evident reasons. We don't get involved, even though the League knows about magic. To tell the truth, that was probably how the various wizarding governments preferred it. If you need a hand looking for this graveyard of ships, I'm available, he stated, gesturing to his fireplace through which Albus had arrived by today. Alan Scott wasn't a full-time League participant. John stayed on Earth for the most part, and the Guardians were fine with that, but the Earth Lanterns were called on to respond to catastrophes and mediations beyond the solar system. Dumbledore nodded. Is there perhaps anything else we might know about the League, or the situation at hand? Being a Green Lantern wasn't about just straddling the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Alan Scott had worn the ring since the 40s. The galaxy wasn't a nice place for the most part. It wasn't a place that was easy to put into words though. There is a lot out there, Albus, too much to tell really, but as for the League, everyone pretty much knew the Seven if they had any at all contact with the Muggle news. The new League is much larger. Batman's idea from the way things seemed to be going, and efforts were made to expand it even further. It was eventually going to hit ahead at some point, worldwide, and there may be bigger problems coming, between the League and Muggle governments. I don't know if whatever deal with the White House Batman worked out is enough to stop things from coming to a head at this point. How bad are things, Alan? Very bad, Albus, the Green Lantern murmured. I don't know what is planned, but I know that I've got a bad feeling about in my gut. Scene break. Kratos had attempted to instill a basic grasp on the principles of lightsaber combat into the young Titans. And understandably Robin was the closest to being anywhere near success. It was an endeavor doomed to failure, it seemed. It was not necessarily impossible to teach people their age, but the forms required a discipline and focus that was largely lacking. None amongst the Titans had the inclination towards swordsmanship. Jump City, and this world in general lacked the threat of common energy weapons. It lacked the inclement reason for the weapons. There were groups like Intergang who had a reputation for smuggling obviously alien energy weapons, but they were few and far in between. It was a skill set required to much effort to be practical for people who had other full-time responsibilities, in short a rather tremendous waste of time. There was a crash, falling concrete fragments slamming into the road below. It was the kind of destruction that was in itself normal for these kinds of fights. Kratos himself would have preferred artillery strikes from Cis artillery than this nonsense. He swept out of the way, turning sharply on his heel, and used the force to propel him clear of the debris raining down. In the Sith Lord's hand was clasped an unignited lightsaber. At least the fire was contained, for now. Another shrieking bug the size of a landspeeder leapt at him, caustic acid drooling from its mouth. Killer moths. Assault on the city Invil. Thousands of vehicle-sized mutant bugs pouring over the Bay Area. This whole affair seemed pointless to begin with, really over some paltry baubles. These were the times Kratos loathed the true FL. It wasn't something he was capable of. Being able to jump good would have to be sufficient. As it happened though, even for the Titans capable of flight there were too many bugs to make that anything other than difficult. The silver cylinder hummed, igniting into crimson splendor, and sweeping through the monstrous creature. Killer Moth's creations took a variety of forms, not all capable of flight. But the majority able to chew through concrete. Getting close was not desirable. Robin had mentioned trying to disrupt the supervillain's ability to control the bugs, but it seemed thus far that Plan was going so well, and there was no sign of reinforcements from the Justice League either. Kratos shook his head, and raised his free hand and unleashed the Force. Lightning sprang from his fingertips, arcing across insects, first charring their carapace black, and then causing it to bubble and explode from the heat, washing the city in boiled bug guts. The Sith Lord lowered his smoking hand. Robin's alleged plan tied up both the Boy Wonder and Cyborg, and the remaining 3 Titans, no 4 counting the new whelp, Kratos amended internally, weren't able to protect every avenue at once. Normally, to tell the truth, Kratos wouldn't have bothered to get involved in such a squabble. Then the rain started. Amanda Waller had never told Kratos about the Ultiman project commissioned by Cadmus. It wasn't something that had reason to come up. There was no reason to tell the Sith Lord, just like there was no reason to tell Batman. The Ultiman didn't even need to know about their origins. Much less a visiting dignitary, regardless of how much help he might have been. As she watched Killer Moth's assault, after shushing Galatea for about the 5th time, she wondered how this would ultimately progress. The live footage on a dozen screens didn't present a perfect picture, but it told enough. As Kratos ducked around ruined cars and chunks of shattered buildings, Cadmus watched carefully. From appearance standpoint, the Ultiman would seem a little older than the Teen Titans. This had been carefully studied by their PR experts. It was important to craft the message with exacting care. Ultiman had to be able to be taken seriously. They needed to be old enough to be taken seriously by the public, but not so old as to raise questions about where they had been before this. Amanda Waller hoped the image consultants were right. It was a shame that Killer Moth was completely unsuitable a candidate for the Suicide Squad program. The rampaging bugs would have been useful, possibly. For now though, they were a problem. A mess that Cadmus needed to clean up before the League could realize how severe this was. It needed to be the Ultiman who fixed this, not the League. In the grand scheme of things, the experts doubted the public cared what Kratos or any other lone heroic figure did. It was all about branding as far as things went, and flashy young team of heroes was just what the public wanted. And needed. It was just a shame throwing Galatea out front wasn't considered ideal. Too many issues. Scene break. Chapter 22. Scene break. The issue with the Goa ULD was reaching a head. Even Britak had never seen a Confelset like this. The Dev station was legendary. Without Ra to keep things in line, the more base instincts had come out, along with very long knives. When, if a new Bis was defeated, the system lords would probably swiftly turn on each other. 9 planets were uninhabitable in the last month alone, and in the last 6 months an estimated 6 million were dead. The narrow dimensions of the Stargate made it impossible to know how much worse that could be, or who had been displaced into the countryside of their planets. It was only just now that the numbers were starting to reach the upper echelons of Earth society, and that was the problem. There was nothing realistically that could be done, and that was something that drove politicos up the wall faster than anything else. Kratos's mantle swirled around him. I take it the Daedalus is prepared. There was an affirmative to the interrogative. Good. The humans of Earth, the Americans, had insisted on building a new warship class. Which was all well and good, of course, but it presented issues. It didn't help the BC-304 was designed to carry fighters. Without disclosure to the public, there was only so much in the way of funding that could be allocated, which in turn complicated efforts. Then let's begin. The Daedalus jumped to light speed at the signal, followed swiftly Imperial ships. It was important not to do this in Sol itself. The political luminaries wanted Earth to do something about the war between the Goa'uld idiots. When Kratos had returned to the Milky Way, he had made good on his plans. This rotation's roster included dozens of Lorinar-designed medium cruisers. The modular strike cruiser was roughly twice the length of the Daedalus. 2 strike cruisers were intended to represent the F-Force equivalent of a Victory-class Star Destroyer, but with the addition of being significantly more agile. The Imperial Starfleet would also be adopting them en masse, but only over the objections of various hardline elements within the Old Guard. The latter issue was certainly issue, but here in another galaxy there was little need to worry about that for the moment. Kratos intended to abscond with Lorinar's design. and make modifications as he needed to without informing the other facets of the Jin High Command, or Lorinar specifically unless asked. As for the ships escorting the Daedalus, well, they were outfitted for the same space supremacy role as the rest of the Sith Armada's procurement order of strikes. The Emperor had thus far not been keen on wasting the Armada on anti-piracy operations in the Outer Rim except as live-fire training operations, which was how Kratos typically justified things. As for Earth, well, the fact that the strike cruisers in their current configuration carried 3 squadrons of TIE fighters while still remaining viable direct combatants made them too important then to ignore given the infancy of Earth space doctrine. Too much of the USAF and USNW as invested in their current role, their traditional roles confined to the atmosphere of the Earth in a day-to-day capacity. There was still the issue that the strike was twice the length of the Daedalus class. And it was Earth's latest warship. For all that the flag officers would have coveted possession of a kilometer-long warship after visiting the O'Neill, or the myriad of star destroyers Mos T accepted it was not a viable option given the scarceness of technical personnel and infrastructure to support such monstrosities. Speaking of support apparatus, the variety of prefabricated facilities carried aboard Imperial support ships had been deposited in one of Sol's otherwise barren stellar neighbors. It was a Spartan setup to be certain, and not feasible to really manage anything larger than a Victory. And even then that was pushing it, but it sufficed for the time being. Anything that was Star Destroyer or larger could travel rimward towards more expansive Imperial facilities under construction. Not that those were anything approaching opulent at this stage either. Kratos needed berths for his ships than pleasure houses for his officers. The Sith Lord might not have been able to handpick all the officers who staffed his flagship, but the reputation of the Sith was enough to deter anyone foolish enough to complain about such creature comforts within earshot of him. No, it wasn't comfort that concerned Kratos. It was security. The Earth's habit of support the Jaffa rebellion was a dangerous gambit for Earth. They had few ships, and were more a nuisance than anything to their former masters. But Earth insisted in involving them in operational training. He didn't approve specifically of this course, but at this stage it hadn't done any harm. Harrow's massive form dwarfed everything in this system. Even the prefabricated space station assembled from constituent blocks. It outmassed the entirety of the Jaffa fleet several times over, such was the monstrosity that was the Super Star Destroyer. As the Harrow dropped from light speed, its sensors processed with ease the assembled course of beacons that served as an improvised flight training course for human and Jaffa pilots alike. The Air Force personnel were running into understandable technical issues with the Death Glider. It wasn't the avionics per se, so much as the weapons. The glider just didn't have the firepower to be dangerous to a shielded Goa'uld vessel, and the glider didn't have shields of its own. Not that TIE LN carried shields, and nor did the F-302 the Air Force had built at home. It was a rather poignant concern given that Anubis had turned traditional Goa'uld combat on its head. Not that Kratos was overly concerned, the rebels had literal decades to work with shielded starfighters and use them in their fight against the Imperial Starfleet. The development of working doctrine took years to work out, and it was not an easy task, if Anubis did roll something new out, and that was big. If Kratos hoped to have more interceptors by then. Scene break. From a purely academic perspective, Kratos considered that in a straight lightsaber fight that his current generation of Sith, Sidious, Vader, and himself, masters were less adept at the craft than the likes of Sith masters from thousands of years previous. This in itself was not to be terribly concerning. Lightsaber combat was not the sole field of which a Sith focused on. The shards of force energy carved wide grooves several inches deep in the steel-reinforced concrete of the wall. If Kratos was resorting to his lightsaber, it was because he chose to. Not because it was his only option. The protective bubble of force energy he, or Vader, could summon protected him against most blaster attacks indefinitely, but it was a distinctly defensive measure. A lightsaber could reflect an energy bolt back at the enemy, and that was of significant value on the battlefield. This was not Killer Moth, or another like him, going on a rampage over some shiny bauble. This attack spoke of strategic planning rather than just a rampage. What annoyed the Sith Lord more though was the institutional argument that complicated the response to this incursion. The Super Friends, as Flash had taken to calling the Ultimen, and the Justice League did not get along. Kratos spun out of the way of the Black Manta's attack. The Atlanteans seemed insistent on trying to close with the Sith Lord, and Kratos had no interest in such a thing. Whatever material Atlantis crafted their armor from might have been unknown to him, but it almost certainly involved cortosis or something of the like, as it had shorted of his lightsabers out already. It was more annoying than anything, or would have been if was just the Atlantean that Kratos had to contend with. Vertigo would have made a good Sith, perhaps, as it was, though the Count was severely complicating the matter of organizing any kind of response. They can't be allowed to take the Iridium. Green Arrow shouted, reiterating the message for what was at least the dozenth time. One of the Ultimen shouted that they were on it, to the irritation of some of the Leaguers, particularly Superman's cousin. The Teen Titans weren't pleased with either group intruding into Jump City matters either, well, the majority of the Titans that was. For his part, Kratos couldn't understand why the League insisted on this course of action. But that was neither here nor there at this point. The Sith Lord swept his in a semicircle, and unleashed a torrent of Force lightning to drive Manta back, and leapt off the banister overlooking the main reception hall. Batman should have been here at the very least to deal with Slade, because quite frankly Oliver Queen wasn't doing a good job of keeping up with the Master Assassin. Iridium had a number of industrial and military applications, from complex sensors and detection apparatus to nuclear fusion. In short, there was a million possible applications. That Kratos could imagine why a criminal syndicate that had access to various high technology might need some. And then there was the recent theft of Zenithium that Slade had undertaken recently. Kratos was going to go with weapon of some kind, probably to power it. Scene break. The fighting was done. Vertigo was in custody, if somewhat worse for wear, though the ribs from being sent through a double-decker bus would heal in time. Most of the Iridium was safe as well, so it was kind of a Whitboy didn't seem to shore. Batman's scowl transmitted via live holographic stream didn't imply he agreed. There was another break-in. Ra's al Ghul's League of Assassins had absconded with some artificate or another, and gotten into a fight with some archaeologist, who was apparently now drooling over Hawkgirl. It sounded complicated. The artificate was found in ancient Egypt in the late 1800s. We believe it's alien in origin. It isn't thought to be Thonogarian though. Not that that really narrowed it down much. No doubt the Air Force was already being apprised of the situation. For Kratos it mattered little. The shadow organization that Ra's al Ghul lead was something he had only passing familiarity with. But they were adept at hiding even from the bevy of advanced sensors Kratos had pointed at the planet. As for their leader, well, Kratos had only met the man in passing, and tracking him down was even more difficult most of the time. The Sith Lord shut the casing of his lightsaber, and tucked it away. It seemed undamaged. Again, probably cortosis in the armor, concerning, but not overly so. There are enough of us here to pursue them, if you have a trail. There was always the possibility of interrogating Vertigo, but apparently he enjoyed some kind of diplomatic immunity, if one on steroids. Kratos couldn't fathom how that could hold up in the face of it, but apparently it did. No, Ra's has significant experience with Zenithium-based technology. It would be best if you were available in a technical support role. Batman remarked, I'm sending you some schematics of devices that the League of Shadows may have access to, or likely had similar devices to in their possession, or likely could acquire. If I can find anything more about what Ra's stole, it might give us an indication as to why he stole it. Also, Waller is taking a State Department jet, her Gulfstream M should touch down in Jump City inside the hour. The Sith Lord accused and watched as the transfer bar gradually filled. Normally these kinds of transfers of technical information would have been done in person. But apparently it had rattled the Dark Knight of Gotham enough to provoke a more hasty response. As for Cadmus, well, they were certainly up to something. The Titans certainly didn't appreciate the Ultimen presence in Jump City, especially when it provoked the League to come down whenever there was a problem any bigger than a simple bank robbery. Kratos really would have preferred if Starfire's race, the Tamaranians, were a bit more technically inclined, even if Robin and Cyborg were familiar with various advanced, for Earth, systems. It was unfortunate that Robin and Cyborg were both taking the intrusion particularly personally, especially given Robin's experience with Zenithium-based technology. None of the Leaguers, or the Ultimen, were likely to be of much help, even if they weren't worn out from fighting. Scene break. Jump City was finally quieting down. It didn't hurt that it was the twilight hours well before dawn here on the coast of California. The League had departed, reluctantly. And the Ultiman had gone elsewhere. Waller had been admitted, though only with reservations from a mistrusting Robin, but to be fair that was in many ways to be expected. It wasn't. She like Waller had brought any good news with her either. Kratos had had suspicions regarding the precise relationship between the Ultiman and the US government, but this made sense. Of course Cadmus had been involved. The Justice League was too powerful to stand unopposed. Waller was reasonably concerned about the situation. The ties of friendship between Sith Lord and Dark Knight might not have been fully understood, but were known to exist. Batman was a founding member of the League, and though no one ever made the mistake of daring to assume the Sith Lord might join, it was still disconcerting. Waller for her part had doubts that Kratos was even involved with Wayne Enterprises' reservoirs of advanced tech, but it was a fantasy that some of her colleagues liked to indulge in order to relax, so for the time being she wasn't inclined to dispel such thoughts quite yet. Today though there were other things. The Justice League and Cadmus had both long experience with the witch Talia and her talents in black magic. But just magic in general made her very useful to the latter. Some of the lower-level analysts employed by Cadmus had indulged in the fantasy of using the sorceress to try and lure away Raven from the Teen Titans and the proxy influence of the Justice League, but Waller wasn't stupid enough to believe that had a chance. Still there were reasons to discuss magic, and there were reasons to discuss technology, because today involved both worlds. A graveyard of ships. Kratos murmured, still staring at one of the schematics. He tabbed the control back to the current known inventory of what had been stolen, perhaps, but then I would say this register is lacking. For what? The energy required to breach the light speed barrier and make the jump to hyperspace was immense, not infinite. But it must seem that way to those who had barely dared the holy void. FTL repair, of course. Mapping efforts took time to process, but it was self-evident even before the actually cartographical work had begun that Earth had a lengthy history that the natives did not even record, even in their most shrouded myths. Though frequent in his comments about the state of Tech, Kratos admitted that the Dark Knight was far from the only person to be able to build or, as was more likely, in this case repair a hyperdrive system without government assistance. It was true that the Prometheus was in orbit, but whether they would be able to interdict something fleeing from the surface was up for debate, though I concede to presume they have found it. Which is not necessarily the case. Waller acknowledged, still the wizards have long believed there is a graveyard of starships somewhere on Earth. The bones rising from the sand probably meant the Sahara, given the oldest records were Egyptian. Not Mesopotamian, but they certainly didn't seem to be of Goa'uld origin, but that could simply have been from a lack of information, lost as it was to the sands of time, no pun intended. Either way, allowing Ra's al Ghul and his allies to assume control of something like that is completely out of the question for the government. Kratos nodded. Most certainly, it was an entirely reasonable position. Whilst the Empire allowed other powers to operate star destroyers, and allowed Kuat to sell them, the Empire retained the right to have some say in who was allowed to operate such ships. For a world in Earth's position, those who had a tenuous grasp on FTL could scant allow more people to join their exclusive club without trying to extract some form of concession or secure that whatever new members were aligned with their interests. The situation is tense at best. Blood has access to the technical resources to facilitate this, and we know he and Ra's have been working together. Waller admitted, even if he isn't affiliated with the Hive, which wasn't a known factor, he still has his own resources. His grasp on unmanned drones would reduce our concerns for such a ship significantly. The Sith Lord continued to survey the schematics, but gave acknowledgement. He had after all been briefed on how the Air Force had constructed the Prometheus, and Daedalus in near total secrecy by using such labor-saving systems. No doubt useful in search for this mythical crypt of dead ships as well. The Sahara was vast, a great expanse of sand on an otherwise fairly temperate world. Then there was the time period with which the ships had been buried as well to consider. The Goa'uld and ancient Sith built things to last with significant wreckage. It wasn't unfathomable for a functional ship to be cobbled together. It would be ugly, but it would probably work, or possibly explode violently. That was always a distinct possibility with improvised repairs. well as Loa Major City. One wanted to avoid warping a large chunk of metropolitan area to the edge of the solar system. Scene break. Chapter 23. Scene break. For the wizards the day wasn't anything special. Bill was just glad to be back in Alexandria. The Egyptians' method of doing things was a bit more lackadaisical than England in the modern day without pharaoh, with temples or nosy automa. Wizards the Egyptians didn't involve themselves much in things. It would have been nice for the bureaucrats in London to take a cue from the wizards of his second home, but, no, that wasn't going to happen. It could have been worse. He supposed England wasn't the worst as far as magical governments went, but there were just too many airhead busybodies. Bill loathed getting shanghaied into this scheme with postgraduate studies. Curse breaking and spell creation was too much work for most wizards. That was just the way things had always been. It was probably how things had been back when the pyramids had been built. Today alchemy was basically a dying art. It was too much work for field where everything had been found, as if. Bill didn't believe that for a second, but it was an easy cop-o. Oop for most wizards to make gesturing at all the books, most of which remained unread even if they were in the library at Hogwarts. It was not the Hogwarts library though that Bill was planning to visit. The Library of Alexandria had been damaged, yes, destroyed, no. Parts of it survived, maintained by a careful cloister of librarians who a wary eye on their charge. Far from England, Alexandria was protected by ancient magics lost to most wizards. It was invitation only. Bill was quite certain that for a repository of books its protections dwarfed Azkaban. It was considered safe from the machinations of the Dark Lord. The great spire of the Alexandria Library was surrounded by a more expansive campus painted brilliant white. Hundreds of wizard librarians milled about. If not for the seclusive ion and distinctly apolitical vow of the institution, this might have been a center of power in the Western wizarding world. Here knowledge was the only currency of note. A stingily traded currency. Dumbledore had been invited here for the first time in the summer of 1929, and had not been invited back until 1944. Bill's career as of late though had been cause to allow him a few visits. Knowledge for the sake of knowledge? No, not today. Bill was here to learn, but it was to learn in order to find leads. It might not have been about gold or silver, but he was in this for his own reasons and volume. Demort wasn't at the top of the list either. Welcome back, William, the balding Greek wizard greeted in a stiff formal tone. The man was swathed in white robes with gold stripes, denoting his status as a senior fellow in the study of mysteries. This was the kind of man who sat around and ate breakfasts with Sphinx. He wasn't hiding knowledge so much as himself being drowned in it. In short, he was probably one of the few people who might be able to point Bill in the right direction. Scene break. While Bill entered the gates of building that made Hogwarts look young, there were plenty of other matters going on. Alexandria's library was rumored to keep the secret of the ancients, of knowledge lost to every corner of the world, save perhaps Atlantis, as was whispered. Voldemort had been inside the ancient citadel once. Its reputation had been well deserved, and the knowledge gleaned had been useful. That had been several years after Dumbledore had defeated Grindelwald, though. The Dark Lord had never gotten an invite back, despite his numerous accomplishments in magic, and contributions to various subjects of research. Apparently getting blasted out of your body was a taboo. It was a nuisance, but the ancient complex was unassailable, and if Voldemort was honest, if Lily Potter had somehow managed to find some long-lost ancient protection, which Voldemort quite frankly doubted, had probably had a copy saved in the ancient library. That will be all, Lucius, the Dark Lord declared, bidding the platinum-blonde pureblood to depart his chamber. Given the dismissal, Lucius beat a dignified retreat from the chamber, and once clear gave a sigh of relief. The wizard world was a complex matter. His efforts in the Dark Lord's service had clearly resulted in progress, but it was no longer the 70s and 80s. Their world had undergone changes, and the discoveries in Egypt had prompted serious arguments in Wizarding Academia, the likes not seen since Voldemort's defeat. His whole life was not dominated by just his work with the Dark Lord. No, Lucius had other matters he needed to see to. Everything that had been uncovered from beneath the sands of Egypt was interesting, to be sure. But there was more to life than dusty books. Family was very important, which in part why, if Lucius was honest with himself, he was disappointed in Draco's performance during his time at Hogwarts. At the time he should have insisted his son apply himself more, in order to excel, but hindsight was like that. It wasn't even that Draco was a bad wizard, he had had good grades, just not the exceptional ones of his parents. And in hindsight it was a bit of a disappointment. Not that he hadn't spent an inordinate amount of time loafing around the ancestral manor after he had graduated. Hogwarts, just like Draco, was with everything as of late. Everything was changing, and Lucius could honestly say he no longer saw a clear future of what was to come. But it was good to be home, and away from Rabaston's incessant babbling about golden pyramids. Really, the lunatic was so irritating. Draco, I think we need to have a talk about things. Our world is changing, but it may not complete its metamorphosis for quite some time. He raised a hand to quiet his son's cliched diatribe about Dumbledore being impotent, and unable to stop the Dark Lord before it could begin. He'd heard it all before, and it wasn't entirely malformed as ideas went, but... Scene break. Hammond looked around his new office. He had worked out of the Pentagon at the end of the Cold War, but the new office was much nicer than what he had before. He'd still miss Cheyenne Mountain, but the base was in good hands. Anubis was still out there. Antarctica though changed a lot, and Atlantis probably would too. It'd be a while before the expedition had the opportunity to check in. Still, it was the first international, really multinational, Stargate venture. The Russians had a team out of Cheyenne Mountain, This was hundreds of people who had gone through the gate. Antarctica itself though invited more immediate complexities, notably that it was an ancient installation, that was quite certainly armed. Here were concerns that actually firing the weapons might have repercussions ecologically, since the facility was buried under the ice, but Ancient safeguarded their systems, so it was kind of moot at this point. The genetic lock meant that the more dangerous systems couldn't be used without someone with the blood of the Ancients controlling them, and the Coalition wasn't inclined to have O'Neill meandering about the facility. So far they hadn't been pushed into a situation where the Antarctic platform needed to be activated, and hopefully it wouldn't come to that. In the interim though, it left other questions. The new Imperial strike cruisers raised a lot of interest, specifically over questions raised by Anubis's latest attack. The Russian Aerospace Force had built what amounted to a Russia-N variant of the Prometheus using technical information supplied by the SGC in exchange for the gate. It did diverge though. The VKS prototype lacked railguns, for example, and would never likely serve much as in a carrier capacity. But it was nearly operational. The idea that the Russians had been able to construct a ship, even with technical and material assistance from the US, was now somewhat off-putting to members of Congress. But it was a fact. The more pressing issue was what it meant for the Prometheus line. The Daedalus did want more of them. There was a cost though. You couldn't simply buy Naquita and Trinium on the open market. It was more a matter of industry on off-world mines that caused the issue. Hammond knew that Congress wanted a Starfleet. Exotic materials like Naquita and Trinium complicated that. That was where Hammond's nominal promotion came in. Jack's SG-1 team was being disbanded. He was being promoted, and Carter too, but where Jack was going on to command of the SGC. At least for the interim, Carter was needed in R&D. That was what the Air Force needed, and that was how things were going to be. The Joint Chiefs, Congress, and the President were all very clear. The cowboy days were over. SGC needed to be in line with the way things were going to go from here on out. If the System Lords beat Anubis, that was fine, but if the opposite happened, then there was a clear and present danger to Earth. Not that everyone was keen on the fact that the System Lords were the lesser of two evils in this case. It was still something that would take years, and with luck Anubis and the System Lords would keep beating the tar out of each other for a few more years after that. Scene break. Kratos understood the advantages of the Death Star, he did, but the Emperor's instance on the project was tiresome. It didn't address the real issues at hand, and a second rebellion was likely, with likely few if any ties to the first rebellion to restore the Republic. Such threats would not imperil the core but would still likely require him to return home. For today though, Kratos wasn't concerned with the likes of the 4th series Death Star. The massive quantity of resources being expended were ultimately the Emperor's prerogative. Today's events were staring at the holographic sphere. Anything? Dalla inquired. No, several thousand years of dirt and being abandoned apparently did wonders for hiding things even from orbital sensors. There are traces all across the planet, including various underwater implications. The idea of searching for a graveyard of ships seemed silly. But it was possible. There were ruins from the Mandalorian War like that, and probably plenty which were even older back home. He flicked a hand at the hologram and began pruning the map. As you can see, the computer is still processing the data. Are those temples then? He nodded. Indeed, Admiral, those are charged and radiating with the Force, which was admittedly probably not a good sign. Given the situation, we will probably need to move on the one near the South Pole first. There was another ancient installation near there. The last thing Kratos wanted was them to stumble on it. There are several I would like to investigate, but we lack the DST complement necessary to secure all of those sites, and that of course poses a significant danger to all involved. There was no guarantee that they were built by the same faction, but Occam's razor at least implied that to be the case. Even so, the ancient Sith had been a fractious lot prone to infighting with one another, and booby traps were the least that could be expected. Nodasi Dala nodded. It wasn't often Kratos bothered using her actual rank. Kratos had been an admiral in the Republic and those days before the Clone Wars, before he'd been an admiral. Calling the Republic mildly military was accurate, and well, Sith Lords were entitled to a privilege beyond what simple wealth brought. Kratos didn't refer to his immediate staff by rank, unless he deemed it important, and the ancient Sith had employed a myriad of dark and cruel things by which to hold their secrets safe long after they were dead. Are the ships that much of an issue? No, Kratos admitted. It might have been worrying the locals, but he truthfully doubted it was an immediate concern if they had been buried this low. He expected that any developments to bring them operational should have been detectable by any of the myriad of ships in orbit already. We will continue to look, but I don't consider the danger posed significant. It's something worth keeping an eye out for, but not sufficient to justify a heavier presence. What was the worst that could happen? Dala shrugged and looked at the hologram. The big Gear concern for the time being was obviously defending against an attack from outside the system. Scene break. Ra's al Ghul being involved significantly complicated things. Most supervillains did things on whim. But that wasn't always true. Bruce had had people break into various branches of Wayne Industries before, but there were more mundane threats beyond supervillains. Ra's had never had any qualms exploiting normal people, and normal greed to advance his interests, despite occasionally being prone to fits of eco-terrorism. Constructing the javelins for the Air Force was one thing, but would probably still invite legal challenges from the likes of Lockheed Martin. The Navy would probably want caveats to the design, as would the Marines for traditional carrier landings as well, though it was possibly Boeing might also file legal challenges as well. Aerospace would be able to deliver several javelins a month. After all, there was a reason the Watchtower had hangars full of them. That was for standard javelins, though. Changes would need to be made. All of this was one thing. Having to adjust all of that for how Ra's might move was the more difficult issue. It's a lot to talk about, Lucius. I understand that, Bruce. And for all that marketing is drooling about labeling our javelins as the best hope for planetary defense, it's not entirely accurate. Lucius Fox declared as the two looked over the Gotham skyline. Until the government makes a decision about starships, we're basically sitting ducks, dependent on our allies. It was the simple truth. Prometheus and Daedalus might be flight-worthy, but they were dwarfed by alien ships in Sol. It was on those ships that Sol's well-being and safety depended on. Still, the posters look nice at least, and we're ready to start television advertisements whenever you give the word. Bruce crossed his arms over his chest. Good, that was good. There were plenty of reasons to get out ahead of things, and make clear what Wayne Aerospace was, and wasn't doing. Controlling the message conveyed was paramount. It was the same idea with regards to being Batman, and the League as well. Until they make a decision, this is all Wayne Industries can do. It should keep the rest of the board happy then, Lucius declared. It wasn't like Wayne Industries Marine was missing out or anything. They were mostly commercial and research-oriented. To begin with, this would be Wayne Aerospace's first major aircraft procurement since the end of the Cold War, so on that account Lucius wasn't wrong. That still leaves Ra's to deal with, which was a problem, given he was Talia's father after all, and she was on Wayne's board of directors. It wasn't certain what role Talia would play in her father's plans. Willingly or unwillingly, at least Brooke, was reasonably certain that whatever Cadmus was up to they weren't working with Ra's al Ghul. Waller might have had her own goals, but she was a patriot, to the point of verging on being an ultranationalist if you used European standards. It was in its own way a reassuring thing, which was of course in its own way scary. Scene break. Kratos dismissed the technical schematics hologram of the Super Star Destroyer he had been working on in his spare time. Given the realities of day-to-day operations for the Armada, he had thus far had no need to procure any more Super Star Destroyers other NT hose already laid down at the Star Forge. Battlecruiser ships would be useful, if he had access to fighters and smaller craft with hyperdrives of their own, but that was the greater limiter on his force mobility at this stage. It didn't stop the rest of the Imperial Navy from procuring more SSDs though. Thus Kratos still had data he needed to review for Kuat and send back his opinions. There were limits imposed by material science and physics in general, adopted thousands of years ago precisely because they required little more than energy from the reactor to be used in battle. Shields were not immune to projectile weapons, but energy weapons had been adapted because they were significantly more cost-effective logistically. There was a reason that fighters carried torpedoes, while Star Destroyers didn't. The advent of the superlaser restored some viability to siege ships, but didn't entirely address concerns that had developed since those classes of ships had fallen out of use during the time of the Old Republic. I am surprised you came, Colonel, given the precarious matter between various governments on Earth, and the various shakeups to military commands as of late. Paul Davis's promotion had come late to the point where he had already thought to have plateaued in rank. I wouldn't have if it wasn't an emergency, Davis admitted. I don't think you were ever briefed on situation with regards to Langara. Shortly before he attacked Earth, his forces mounted an assault against them. At the time it had convinced Langara, who were technologically comparable to how Earth had been about 70 years ago, to join together. Therein was the problem. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, but for the same reason that Earth was unlikely to unify, people didn't forget the bits history of politicians would have liked. They're not as technologically advanced as Earth, and their major powers have been off and on against each for a three-way, and they're at the cusp of nuclear weapons. Scene break. Heltanz's notes. This the interim rewrite of 23, it ends with bringing up the later half of Season 7 of Stargate several months after the fact. In the original, the Ursian Arc 1 had concluded with Anubis dying an ignominious death attacking Earth, and so on. In the rewrite, most of Stargate's ham-fisted plots have been discarded, as there really isn't a need for the Ori. A lot up to this point had been drawn out further than it, probably, needed to be in an attempt to convey the passage of time. Because the events of Season 6 Stargate are relatively unimportant to this story, they were glossed over. Especially in the original version. In fact, Stargate in general in AV2 rewrite would almost certainly play a much greater role perspective-wise than in Design. This, which could be considered a 1.5 rewrite. Of course, in AV2 rewrite 1 to 26 would probably be at least a 100k of wordage. Scene break. Chapter 24. Scene break. For the Goa'uld, the threat posed by Anubis eclipsed the Tori. In truth, had they taken seriously the danger posed by Sokar, and then Apophis after the latter had assumed control of the Prior's fleets, the straits might not have been so dire. Instead, Sokar's appearance had only been as a brief specter, and even if Anubis were to fade away tomorrow, there was the more pressing issue of the Asgard. It was presumed by several of the Goa'uld that were nearer to the Tori that their progress was likely the result of Asgard cast-offs done to discreetly stymie Anubis. Even then, it was largely presumed to be inconsequential. Hammond had been told all this months ago. There was no reason to take offense, or try and foolishly dissuade the Goa'uld of these misconceptions. Let them focus on dealing with Anubis. The SGC's mandate had been changing. The new mandate would probably be harder on Jack, because in all honesty General Hammond's origins lay with more conventional military structure, and he, Hammond, would have been lying if he liked the new rules. Abydos was wrecked, courtesy of Anubis, but between the SGC's first world and when normal exploratory missions had ceased, there were worlds aplenty that had been visited. That was what Jack's new desk job amounted to. The SGC was going back and cataloging the worlds they had previously visited, and between that most Stargate operations would be expanding the off-world presence. It was by moving in this direction that the president felt it was safe enough to expand the Allied presence, and the Russians, to more day-to-day involvement in Cheyenne Mountain, and that would be imperative for political capital down the road. So let the system lords, well at least Moloch, laugh at the refugee camps being set up. It wasn't easy, and they weren't well defended. But for the Tim, being both sides were leaving them alone. As for the rest, well, just because Anubis had blown the Talon to Kingdom Come didn't mean there weren't other technologically advanced people out there the SGC had run into. Unfortunately in the Milky Way, thanks to the Goa'uld, technologically advanced started out it has steam power, and went from there. Not that the Talon had been real keen on the idea of supplying technology to anyone. Of course the Imperials, and the Asgard weren't exactly throwing out handfuls of goodies either, though it was reassuring to have a shield generator around the Mountain now, which had again brought up the matter of how tech procured from not just the Stargate, but offworld in general would be used. Shields especially threatened to upset the military status quo with regards to MAD. Though they wouldn't affect conventional weapons like planes and tanks, unfortunately it made older parts of the establishment very nervous. The proliferation of nuclear weapons as well for that matter, especially given the US had invaded Iraq over a fake nuclear program. Nuclear weapons remain our own viable weapon against enemy ships, the Russian declared, and that is only when used en masse. Even that is dependent on alien procurement. Therein lay the rub, because if they were lucky in several months that would no longer be true. During the Cold War in the early 80s there had been talk about nuclear weapons in space. Not as direct explosives, but rather using the bombs to pump out lasers. The idea had been scrapped, largely due to lift concerns, but LSO because no one wanted to start popping nukes off in orbit. Still given the situation the idea was being revisited. Yes check if that's entirely true, and Neglecetd is of limited availability. Gigato. N-scale nuclear weapons had been one thing Congress had decided they didn't want floating around, and Neglecetd was their current best hope for hyperdrive, or its more unstable form, barring the Justice League supplying whatever they used. Ships were easier to sell to the public than nukes were. We're hoping to be able to back-engineer Goa'uld plasma cannons for starships, goodness knows there are enough examples of them floating around Neptune, the eggheads need time. That will require Neglecetd as well. That was where the good news came in. Fusion, a dedicated fusion-based power plant, would probably be sufficient. For an orbital-based cannon, Jack pushed a stack of folders over. Not quite Ivan, heavy water-based fusion was a start, and wouldn't raise nearly as many questions, and besides that there were examples of non-Neglecetd-based fuel cells that would be viable for Earth to reverse engineer. Without ships these would have been difficult to get access to, or remove the MP less of the tech from the ruins if all they had was the gate. Now though, things were different now. Jack wasn't quite sure how long he'd be in this job. Command of starships was going to require entirely new doctrines. And that wasn't going to originate from special forces. Command of the SGC would probably end up going to someone with an engineering or logistics background, might even mean going to a multi-service command sooner rather than later. Jack understood Hammond's gamble though, all he had to do was survive and get promoted. Maybe one day when things had calmed down some the SGC would get back to being explorers. But that would be after Jack departed the SGC, probably after Hammond retired from the Air Force. The best hope for exploration was that Hammond moved on to the Civil Service, but George was getting on in years, and O'Neill wasn't exactly a spring chicken. I assume that a priority had been established. Ivan muttered. OPEC, and the like hadn't been briefed but check. OV had benefited from the elevated oil prices of late. Of course any new technology would take time to proliferate. Still it would be imperative to mention such things in abundant detail in his forthcoming reports. Moscow. Scene break. Kratos' body was not unmarred from a lifetime as a Sith. He had come close to death numerous times, and more than one Jedi had come close to putting an end to him before the end of the Clone Wars. All things considered he was rather impressed that Bruce didn't have more scars, but Gotham's Dark Knight was not without blemish. I would suggest a Bacta dip, but I imagine you will ignore me on this. The Sith Lord murmured, tossing the bloody rag into a bowl. It's a scratch. It was many things, but scratch was an understatement to be certain. "We can take care of things from here, Bruce," Wonder Woman interjected, even as Waller nodded in agreement. The Ultimen were sharing the foyer with the Titans, and by sharing that was being polite. "This conspiracy is getting out of hand. I have begun to consider that Slade and Blood may no longer be working together." Batman declared, "Blood, if we was involved in whatever Ra's plot, has since split off on his own. And I don't imagine that Ra's and his conspirators appreciated that betrayal." "Great feuding supervillains, just what the president wanted to hear," Amanda Waller was certain. "I see, but it doesn't change the fact that these thefts leave them both in possession of significant quantities of dangerous materials." She was right. What she didn't want to point out was that the Zenithium Technol OGY Cadmus had kind of wanted to take possession of it, for reasons of national security, of course. She knew that Wayne Industries had worked with the stuff, but it was hard enough getting things moved over. There was no sense jeopardizing that. "We need to be moving in a more proactive fashion," which was easier said than done, especially given the tension between the League and the Ultimen. "There is a possibility we may want to look at, seeing as Blood and Slade continued to operate within the boundaries of Jump City. The Titans might not be the only reason." When Starfire arrived on Earth, somewhere in the background the Tamaranian perked at her name being mentioned. The Titans sunk the Gordonian ship she arrived via in the bay. Amanda shook her head. "You know as well as I that it's buried under silt. Never mind that on top of being buried on the ocean floor, was flooded courtesy of the holes in the hull, and had been underwater for a couple of years now besides, and there is the damage to consider. If they were after the ship, I don't imagine this would be how they'd go about it. If it was their agenda, that would certainly be one of the things Black Manta would be better suited for." "What if it's not the ship per se?" Kratos interjected. "The vessel is, or was," he amended, "at some point capable of faster than light travel. Presuming that it was no longer such was logical given the damage and prolonged period underwater. It would need star charts, otherwise you would be flying blind. If the idea was to repair or cobble together a ship from 10,000 years ago, the maps would be only of limited use. The Gordonian star charts, even a few years out of date, would better reflect the political realities of the present than ones from ages past." Scene break. Astronomy had been a core class in wizarding education since before the idea of core classes had even been a thing. To be able to track the movements of the planets had been imperative for any number of magical reasons. Yet for most it was an academic subject. Wizards lived with many of the same commodities available in shops of their Muggle counterparts. The threat of winter and monsters were rare, and to an applied astronomy was a matter for specialists and researcher. Bill understood that. Dumbledore understood it. Hermione understood it. That didn't mean everyone a part of the Order of the Phoenix understood the specifics, though. It was a complex matter. What the Order was involved in was not something that Wizard in England had to worry about in their lives. Careful timing with the alignment of moon and stars allowed all manner of complex magic. It permitted the shamanistic traditions to delve into the events of the past to watch them, and facilitated the answers to many questions. Most wizards never needed such types of magic. Sirius Black had the talent, but not the impetus to learn this kind of thing. It took years of practice to learn these kinds of traditions, and the Animagus didn't have the patience for it. James Potter would likely have been in the same situation. So really Sirius was content to the complicated astronomy stuff to Dumbledore. After all, Harry was. There wasn't any immediate danger because the last thing they'd heard was the Empire was at peace. He was really more worried about running into other facets. Harry had gone to war, and that alone was enough of a fright. But there were personal things that Sirius Black just comfortable on the idea of intruding into. So he was little relieved that this memory was largely tame. Harry was a little taller than James. A bit more of an athletic build. It was the gold eyes though of the memory that threw him. "One day your eyes will be like mine. I am a Sith Lord, this is our inheritance." It was the mark of the depth of their connection to the Force. It is what marks us as thus. "And the Jedi, they are destroyed," he replied. "Our ancient rivals are undone, ultimately, more by their own hubris than our own success." Harry admitted, turning to face the port observation window of the massive battlecruiser to watch the moon coming into view. Maybe Sirius was imagining it, but it seemed like At least in that instance almost seemed as if he missed their defeated enemies. Sirius had seen the decks of ships like these in several of Harry's memories. He'd seen them during battle, under power. Without power. This was pristine, undamaged. The war was over, the Jedi coup averted in the nick of time, the Separatists defeated. That was always the tricky part. Figuring out when in Harry's life was sometimes easy. And sometimes it was hard. Why are we here? Slowly the moon gave way to the planet below, the homeworld of the Rakatan. Are you that blind? There was an edge to Harry's voice. Look beyond me. The Star Forge lies in orbit of this system's primary. I am its guardian, and I am entrusting with the temples. Below us to you. You should remember the lesson of the Jedi. Don't repeat their mistake. We've seen him before, haven't we? Hermione asked. I think he's missing an eye in later memories. Shit, Bill muttered. Scene break. Kratos rolled out of the way, thrusting his hand out to generate a wave of raw force. His other hand was still at his hip. There was an abundance of technology on this world that individual factions fought over, the Justice League, Waller's Cadmus. And all of these syndicates. Too many to be reasonably expected to keep track of them all. There were so many different facets, and ultimately they settled the same matters. Kratos was glad for that, though. Delving into mysteries of force powers, that was hard. Dealing with technology was easy, or at least easier. The Titans, and Cadmus's ultimate involved in this petty squabble was problem enough. It was a small mercy that in T-Galaxy there was no Jedi or ITH orders, as blood would have been an even greater headache if he was a Sith. Right now he was enough of a trouble to deal with. Playing minder to the school children. On my world they would be considered adults. Kratos replied, igniting the blade. I suppose they just require a greater lesson. Blood's foot. Soldiers opened fire, forcing the Ultiman and the Titans to scramble out of the way. We can handle this. Wind Dragon snapped. The droids certainly, but this is a matter for more experienced people. The Sith Lord didn't bother with the drones, and disappeared into the Force, reappearing in front of Sebastian Blood. On my world they would young knights, but knights all the same. The blood-red blade swept outward. It didn't matter that the statement wasn't entirely accurate. The youngest Titan was too young to have graduated to the next stage, but Blood didn't need to concern himself with such details. We're not on your world. The former headmaster of the Hive Academy sprang a brilliant crimson barrier to life in front of him. This is Earth. He fired a blast of energy. Kratos vanished again, perhaps so. But I am an officer of the Imperial Starfleet, and I am a Sith Lord. The lightning boiled over his hands and began to melt the concrete, and then he slammed his fist into Blood's shoulder. So if I say if things are done on my world a certain way, you should pay attention. The lightsaber came sweeping down on Blood's exposed elbow, but not before Blood released a wave of energy throughout the area, buffeting the Sith Lord into one of the multi-use commercial buildings across the street. That arm is ruined. Perhaps so, but I was considering improving on the base model anyway. Blood replied, producing something from his robes. It's Zenithium grenade. Robin shouted abruptly. Kratos cursed and teleported away, even as the explosive detonated. Yes, Robin, your suit was impressive. Taking it apart. So many wonderful gadgets, but sometimes my simplicity is best. Blood had been working with cybernetics, and particle physics and high-energy chemistry for years, decades even. IT had been done amongst numerous other fields of studies that Hive had engaged in, and Blood had been at that institution for a very long time. On any other world, at any other time, Otto's would have lopped Sebastian Blood's head and not thought twice about it, but Blood was right, this was Earth, this wasn't his world. For whatever reason he'd agreed to play by different rules, and the idea of breaking that agreement because things were difficult irked him. This wasn't anger. This was irritation. There was no fear here, just annoyance. Zenithium was rare. That was why his drones didn't have Zenithium weapons. But even a handful were an abundant upset to the status quo. Zenithium wasn't like Composition B explosive. You didn't need even 100 grams of the stuff to make an RPG look tame. So in short, it was precisely the kind of exotic weaponry that Earth governments didn't want proliferating, which was lucky for them because Blood wasn't exactly in the arms-dealing business. And Zenithium was rare and typically unstable. Blood didn't have the resources at hand to produce stabilized Zenithium technology at that level, but he could make simple weapons, and what was simpler than a bomb? It really would have been simpler to shove a thermal detonator down Blood's throat. Not an option, unfortunately. Political reasons, and others. Guess we'll have to do something about other arm then, won't we? Scene break. Chapter 25. Scene break. The Sith Lord stretched his shoulder out. Blood's alive, you shouldn't complain. I thought we talked about your maiming people. Blood was alive, which was honestly more than Batman should have expected. The Sith Lord had pinched nerve in back that was still hurting, which honestly was to be expected given the 50-story fall, or possibly that bridge. Have you gotten him to at least stop babbling on about, well, whoever his Dark Master was? Trigon was enough to warrant rather erratic reaction from Raven, which was concerning in itself. Trigon. Yes, he seemed to be trying to provoke a reaction. Batman replied, acknowledging the change in subject, and moving on seamlessly. I'd say he succeeded in part. It may however be a partial lead on to why there was a falling out between the supervillains. Bruce had expected a conflict with Apocalypse, but even now they were engaged in a lengthy civil war, and that was really to Earth's advantage. The Thonogarians were out there, at war with the Gordonians, so they were both potential issues. Trigon hadn't been on his list of likely threats though. It was the kind of dark magic that Bruce hadn't expected, and one that might truly tax the League's magic users to research in order to combat. I have apprised the League and we will take steps. In the meantime we belie that Black Manta did penetrate the buried Gordonian ship. The more pressing question is whether he found anything. It was a pity that Starfire's technical expertise was lacking, but that was where Shayera came in thankfully. It would however take time to go over any ship, never mind one that happened to be under the sea. Do we know if Blood happens to assume that Manta acquired anything useful from the ship? Coercing Blood wasn't an option. The man's mind was like a well-provisioned fortress. Any mental assault Kratos might have been able to mount very likely would have killed the sup. Ervalian, or at the very least probably caused permanent brain damage. Likewise physical torture was right out, which left social coercion on a supervillain, and Kratos wasn't going to hold his breath. Do we know how closely connected these things are? Sebastian Blood could be managing any number of things at one time. This new information could be utterly banal to the current issue, or pointedly germane to things. This galaxy was alien to Kratos. The dealings of ancient spacefaring people in this galaxy was beyond the scope of his education, and that presented issues. No, but we'll press B. Look for whatever answers we can before turning him over to Waller. The way the League handled things, it was likely that Blood would manage to escape. They, the criminals, would inevitably escape, get broken out, or sprung by some legal technicality. There just weren't prisons really capable of holding people past a certain skill level for long periods of time. It was baffling, this prohibition on just finishing things. But every now and again some threat would wander along and everyone would get together and save the planet, so maybe it was more about resources for some future rainy day than anything. And if he gives up nothing, quote, he's going to Waller, but I wouldn't be surprised if even Strange can get Blood to talk. Batman declared, we need to cut Roz off before he can get any further. Now that we have Blood in custody, he may be able to move more freely without the competition. If they had managed to detain Roz, it would have been better while Blood could be discreet. Al-G. Hool had discretion to an art form when the mood suited him. We must prevent him from getting any further along, and that means identifying whatever his plan is. If only mapping the Sahara was quite so easy as it sounded. 10,000 years of desert sand is not a waltz, he replied. The composition analysis is working, but there doesn't appear to be any immediate excavation or other work sites as of yet. That would have made things too easy, and well, Roz, when he made his move, would probably be hoping to be able to repair everything in one go. It would help if there were additional seismic sensors in the region, to be honest. That might be something we can handle, Amanda Waller declared from the doorway. Bruce, I'm sure you've already met Galatea. Given the situation, I thought the city could do with a bolstering of strength given things. Galatea, Supergirl's clone. If there weren't issues already with the Ultimate, this was one more problem waiting, and there was an issue with a GE to consider with regards to the Titans as well, as far as the League and the Titans were concerned at least. Scene break. Over the course of operations at Stargate Command there had been hundreds of worlds visited by the some 24 operational Stargate teams. It was true though that most the teams were primary explorers, and it would never be that way. It was still described as the war against the Goa'uld, or the war against Anubis, but few newer members saw it as this. The influx of new blood were not inundated by the conditions of the early years. It bothered Jack in a way he couldn't describe, but it was beyond helping. When the Stargate program had Hammond, there had been evacuation plans in the event of an attack, fallback points. It had been an infantile plan, and one they old have known to be wholly insufficient given industry and such. There were too many bottlenecks to deal with, and most of all the issue of keeping the Stargate quiet. Surface ships, despite some rather outlandish claims but futurists, were in fact going to stick around, though were too cost-effective logistically for a variety of reasons, and there was too much political capital invested to ditch them overnight. It was also true that you couldn't magic a fleet of ships up overnight. Jack fingered his old SG-1 patch. That was the other thing that had changed. New patches, not for the teams, but for the larger Stargate Command. NATO, and well technically the UNSC, had formed the first skeletons of an Earth Defense Advisory Command and extrasolar defense. Therein lay the problem, because the UN wasn't really involved. It was the 5 permanent members, and their respective allies, and that was already causing problems. The Moon base, and the inevitable Mars base, weren't involving the UNGA, but had Russian and USAF people instead. As for Stargate Command, well, the SGC was a US facility, but there were now significantly more foreign personnel on loan. The NATO people were easier to explain than having Russian VDV traipsing around on weekend passes in Colorado Springs. So Chekhov, how long do you think we have? For the Stargate or for our ships? Till we have to spill the beans on the gate. O'Neill grunted. How long do you think until the cat gets let out of the bag? Chekhov seemed to pause to consider the prospect. We must consider with our numbers being what they are. Hammond had commanded the SGC with the rank of Major General during his tenure, and right now the SGC was by no means a division-sized command even with the influx of personnel from allied countries. Of course there were the regulars at NORAD to consider as well. It was that truthfully but them at size. For now we at least have the excuse, that in every attack that touches Earth's soil the aliens have hit certain facilities. We are just reinforcing things officially at least. How long will that hold? I could not say, General. Maybe the charade will be over by Christmas. If we're lucky you need to buy a lottery ticket. O'Neill snorted. Until they could admit that NORAD was a part of this new Earth defense, the funding spigots would remain tight, and even then the SGC would be hard-pressed to get more funding until it could start foisting things back from offworld. That was the new SGC mandate. We'll be pinching pennies until then. Most of the unlabeled funds were going to ships, or rather the hulls of ships to be. The Navy was getting one of the carriers, which was why they even had the funding enough in the first place though, so there was at least some silver lining in the clouds. Scene break. When the Clone Wars had ended, officially at least, there had been a lull for about a year, as people wondered what was next. What had followed the subjugation conflicts in the post-Clone Wars era, and dealing with the aftermath of the destruction of the Jedi Order had in many ways demonstrated in hindsight how the rebellion would play out in many ways. It wasn't identical. And what was coming wasn't likely to be identical either. The Rebel Alliance was effectively defunct now, but really all that did was given the various sector moffs a swelled head. No doubt even beyond what their egos had been beforehand. There was no helping it though. If things got out of hand, Kratos knew he'd be expected to return, and it wouldn't be an unreasonable expectation. It's important to remember that this isn't our galaxy, Admiral, he reminded. Far from imperial power were they, and that tremendously limited their ability to act. The situation with these Goa'uld is unfortunate but outside of our purview. It was annoying enough having to deal with the Earth. Kuat's various noble houses at least played on a galactic scale. There was nothing on the galactic scale here except the fighting. We cannot commit to this fight. The logistical hurdle would be too great to do much at this stage but defend their chain of outposts and monitoring facilities. There are not sufficient ships to fight, or fighters to provide screens either. The Goa'uld relied on a rather modest corvette called an Alkish to carry out bombing raids. They were ineffectual for the most part. But a Hatak could carry several of them along with scores of the Goa'uld fighter, and thus it was better to err on the side of caution at this stage. We are not at war with the Goa'uld, and we should hope to avoid open conflict for the time being. There would be no cause for objection if ships built by the Star Forge were deployed to this galaxy for shakedown cruises. The problem was not the hulls themselves, but the manpower required to crew them. It was there that the larger issue lay. It will not change any time soon. We have insufficient regiments available to deploy in any campaign, and too much to do back home. Every time they returned, rotated back home, there was logistical work and deployments to be managed. The vast size of the Harrow allowed Kratos' people to manage the responsibilities of command and control for the fleet. It was Harrow's command deck that allowed Kratos to evaluate the effectiveness of designs and how best to employ them. But there was always a need for real compt. The strike cruisers are inordinately useful, both here and at home as patrol and pickets. Lorinar would be delighted, but the Emperor remained insistent on the role of the Super Star Destroyer. And the lower admiralty insisted vehemently that they needed more Imperial-class Star Destroyers, and that complicated things. We remain locked in this foul competition over resources, Dala. That was the truth. The vast size of the Super Star Destroyers required for each ship a commitment of resources from the Imperial Navy, and that was one thing, but Lur ships did not command the respect an SSD did. Being posted even temporarily to an SSD looked good on a record. There was never a shortage of personnel for those normal lists. Kuat continues to produce SSD and battle cruisers, despite the need for more patrol vessels in particular. The reasoning was obvious, of course. Command and control over battle groups, and prestige, probably more of the latter to be honest. Scene break. There were bodies strewn everywhere. The only time Hermione had ever seen so many people was in visiting London, Muggle London, except these ones were all dead, laying discarded at all angles across the ground. There was fire everywhere, and broken buildings, shattered by artillery, and attacks by strafing aircraft. There were still people fighting though, street to street. Previous memories had established that the long era of peace had weakened severely both Jedi and Sith. Once long ago the Jedi Knights had command much wider magical abilities. Now they were a shadow of themselves, their grasp on magic having weakened seemingly over the centuries, and yet not a sign of wands. Bill had noticed that, but for what they did, what Harry and others called weaken, was not what wizards on Earth might call it. Sith and Jedi alike didn't use wands, it seemed, but they also didn't bother with complex transfiguration either. There was an abundance of direct effects, or occasionally various illusion charms, but very rarely did they bother with transfiguration. It was curious. Dumbledore watched pensively, quietly observing the battle. He had noticed the lack of complex transfiguration well. After all, he was a master of the subject, and had taught it at Hogwarts for years. Transfiguration was a decidedly complicated area of study that required exceptional control to use effectively. Without a wand, I imagine trying to use transfiguration would be very difficult, never mind attempting it in a pitched fight. Harry had made effort, in other memories, to reconfigure state or anything coherent rather than simply breaking them, but in the midst of this charnel house that was enough. The glowing dome over the city was forcing the countless, probably Muggle, soldiers to fight to street. For the wizarding world, who had no real military to speak of, having largely cut themselves off, or at least begun the progress, about the time of the Protestant Reformation, this kind of scene was beyond an English wizard's experiences. Hermione had seen footage on the television, but only Dumbledore had seen anything quite like it in person. It wasn't the same though. When he had been a younger man, before Gellert had fallen to the dark side, and before the latter's defeat, the Great War had been a meat grinder for divisions of Muggles to be fed into. The Second World War was like that, but more like this as well. There were easily several Thwand men here, bodies strewn, a mix of white plate armor, and an assortment of others, but there were beastmen dead, and walking metal things who had also been blown to pieces. The city's district was a sprawl of buildings and roadways, with even the smallest of the vast towers dwarfing anything in Londo. Or rather would have if any were still upright. Smoke trailed from them, as flying machines evaded hostile fire from ground and air alike, or didn't and went crashing into the structures. Still men continued to pull themselves over the debris and attack. It was madness as hundreds threw themselves over the top, long black rifles clutched tightly. "General," Harry remarked to the Jedi, "we are taking severe losses. But we have breached their defenses." "They are of Mandalorian stock," he replied, "and the Kaminoans didn't teach them to fear death, just to not sell their lives cheaply. Even so, can we really sustain these losses?" He looked noncommittal. Before speaking up, "That is a difficult question to answer. The damage inflicted to man and material will slow the advance against the Separatists." He paused as another wave of artillery, followed by counter-battery, crashed around the battlefield. "We can endure those losses for the foreseeable future, but then so can they. It is much easier though for them to simply build new droids." What of General Grievous and his Magna Guard? The Jedi and Sith watched the battle even as the question floated in the air amongst the carnage ongoing. "There are too few of them to affect our strategic calculus, but we should be glad that they are not present." A white armored soldier approached. "Trooper, Admiral, Separatist reinforcements are approaching from light speed." Quote. Harry nodded. "General, good luck. May the Force be with you. And with you." There was a brief exchange of salutes all around, and Harry departed the battle field, his memory following up to massive starship in orbit, with its fellows flanking it. The war amongst the stars played out. It however raised the rather frequent question about whether the ships in the desert were discs or wedge-shaped, and what if any significance that held. Scene break, incomplete rewrite. Chapter 26. Scene break. For Voldemort, Snape was useful in any myriad of roles. S.N.A. Hay would never possess the raw power the Dark Lord had been born with, and certainly lacked charisma, but he had other skills to be certain. He was keenly placed to keep track of Dumbledore's movements, and the knowledge that the old man had delved such obscure hearts was mildly impressive. It was easy to accuse Dumbledore of having gone senile, but that wasn't true. No, Dumbledore might not have been the same as when he'd taught Transfiguration at Hogwarts, but that same sharpness was there. How must he, the old man, have felt knowing that even amongst the stars that wizards still killed one and other? The Jedi and Sith were tiny fragments of the population out there, integrated to the extent that there was no separate wizarding world out there. The wizarding world had enchanted ships, but ultimately they were seafaring ones. They were the products of artisans that were few and far between in their world. Still, Potter's memories are at best only partial answers, and stir up more questions than they really answer. It was enough of a prompt to bolster Rabaston's own divination efforts, though. "You're sure?" Lucius queried, for the umpteenth time, again. Truthfully, the blonde pureblood's skepticism was beginning to grate. But it was not entirely unfounded given what they were doing. Of course Lucius was also complaining, because he didn't like the heat of the Egyptian desert. Lucius H. had visited Alexandria in an official capacity, and hadn't immediately had a problem, so he'd gotten a rude surprise upon visiting sites further south of the country, and had not been the same since. "Enough, Lucius," Voldemort warned. "We will go into the valley." The Weasley boy was certain that this was the key, and that was enough to encourage Voldemort to make this kind of move before Bill had finally undone the last of the defenses. If he, and Rabaston for that matter, were correct, there should be a golden pyramid there, and it could very well contain the answers they needed. A part of Voldemort, a small voice in the back of his head, wanted to crow on about how at the height of their power the wizards of Egyptian had been the finest example of their kind. Thousands of years ago, when Egypt had been at its height, the civilization had been running what were considered to be the first organized schools in the world. After the collapse of the Greeks, Western wizards had largely migrated back to master apprenticeship roles until the founders had established Hogwarts. It was why curse breakers were still finding things in Egypt, and throughout Mesopotamia. Whatever had happened in between those periods had been enough to end such traditions. Truthfully, Voldemort supposed it mattered little. There could be centuries worth of knowledge still lost to the desert sands, but their greater pressures on the shoulders. The current generation of purebloods was lacking in what Voldemort expected from them. "We will penetrate through the remaining defenses, and once the pyramid is secure we will examine it in depth." A handful of loyal pureblood scions had been involved with the new postgraduate studies, but the work needed required a greater grasp of the dark arts than they were suited for. The lackluster generation Voldemort blamed on the indolence that had been tolerated during his period as a Spectre, for those who had escaped Azkaban like Lucius they had been keen on keeping their heads down rather than preparing for his return. It had been irritating, but it was a reality he accepted, for the most part. Scene break. The latest reports from home had been delivered. Ed, and in truth he was already dreading his inevitable return to Kuat to sort out another round of issues with SSD procurement. Some fool in the Lesser Admiralty had opined about how it would be great to have entire squadrons of superstar destroyers to protect the core worlds of the Empire, never mind the logistical commitment, and sheer waste of employing such ships in that matter. Unfortunate. Ely Kuat was looking at the credits and drooling. It would be significantly easier to construct the warships in orbit, Kratos remarked, reiterating once again one of his more frequent issues over the construction of spaceships by the Earth. Constructing starfighters inside the gravity well of a planet was one thing. Building a starship on the surface of a planet was one of those things that seriously restricted your options. For Earth to even consider building a capital ship without an orbital dock was ludicrous. Waller grimaced. If you can strong-arm Bruce into building us one, that would be good. Right now though the Watchtower network was the only substantial piece of orbital infrastructure in the solar system, and its construction still raised questions from various powers. Kratos elected to change topics rather than address the issue, and sipped at the glass of water resting on the windowsill. What about Blood's escape? Apparent being using to keep him sedated hadn't been quite as effective as they had hoped. And when the attack on the transport had happened, Blood had merely been feigning sleep rather than actually being out cold. His escape doesn't change the fact he's injured. Any prosthesis fitting will take time, and that should keep him sidelined. I have my doubts on the validity of that evaluation. Indeed, Kratos muttered in agreement, it does not preclude him from making a nuisance of himself in other ways. Blood didn't need to take the field for him to be a pain. There were other problems to deal with, even with him on the loose. The Goa'uld continued to badger each other with their fleets, no doubt expending thousands of lives per engagement for little in the way of tangible gains. The possibility of even derelict alien spaceships being on Earth was enough to catch the attention of various governments, and where Daniel Jackson was largely occupied deciphering texts from the Antarctic outpost, there other lesser Stargate Command researchers who were available. Technically shapeships were beyond Cadmus' purview, but it didn't prevent Waller from involving herself in things. Given the situation, the threat of the Goa'uld was a relief to the Joint Chiefs. Because they could at least pretend it was a conventional military threat, unlike metahumans. It was very much an issue of boys and their toys. Well, Kratos prompted, interrupting the space of silence. Waller grimaced. To be honest, the current policy of detention makes it difficult to hold metahumans, much less ones on Sebastian Blood's level. It's not like the Justice League operates a prison for supervillains either. It was an unsubtle jab born in part out of irritation for Strange's failure to produce a solution thus far to deal with things. The whole Suicide Squad idea was working, but that had always been a gamble. They were useful, but dangerous. Galatea may be more useful for the Ultimen and Titans. Yes, Raven remains sequestered in her room, whatever power Blood claim. Ed to take orders from had alarmed the young witch, and even if that wasn't the case, the Titans and the Ultimen remained abrasive over the teamwork issue. It was unfortunate that there was little that could be done. I have other obligations to attend to. The Sith Lord could hardly spare the time to chase down some force-sensitive criminal. Even the Emperor didn't ask that of him. Your space forces, as fledgling as they were, frequently interacted with Imperial advisors, as the highest-ranking officer of the Imperial fleet, and the Imperial state for that matter. Kratos' time involved a not insubstantial time spent dealing with other political matters related to those advisory roles. Well, if would prefer to be stuck in Washington, Waller trailed off. The Sith Lord's face twitched in a brief concession. I suppose that Cadmus contributes extensively to the defense of the planet, and it would be worthwhile to spend additional time in an observational role. He accused stiffly. The regional capital, nation-state whatever, was tiny, and quite frankly offered little in the way of distraction, while finding itself significantly abundant in the way of self-aggrandizing arrogance. Galatea suppressed the urge to laugh as Waller cracked a smile. Scene break. Jack missed the rest of SG-1. He missed going on missions. Still, Daniel was stuck in Antarctica, which better him than Jack. Unfortunately, the ancient station buried under the ice was prickly subject for the various allied nations, almost as prickly as the situation of Area 51's spaceship building, or the spaceships themselves for that matter. So Kratos did the, "I can't believe you people are building spaceships on the ground. On my planet we build our ships in space" routine again. More or less, Colonel Davis replied. Unfortunately, beside the space lift issue, i.e., getting raw and refined material up into orbit to put together, Earth's technical experts still weren't quite certain how it was supposed to successfully build a yard to assemble ships in orbit. It wasn't even a new question, as the subject had been discussed during the Cold War. NASA could talk about things like O'Neill cylinders all day long, but building them was impossible in the here and now. The ISS had been constructed by assembling various pods, for lack of a better description. Take away the sand and at least the bays at Area 51's. Or have reassembled the shipyards that build seafaring ships, and there was no need to worry about things like gravity, micrometeorites, or the vacuum. Still, every time it got brought up, people further up the food chain asked why they weren't any closer to being able to build in space, even if it had been only a few months, and there hadn't been any major change in funding since then. Even if funding wasn't an issue, it wasn't like they could truly modify the International Space Station to turn it into a spacey dock. In all honesty though, it was still the future. Most of the SGC's funding had been redirected to spaceships. And the new mission parameters meant going back and cataloging worlds for investigation with the intent to acquire and back-engineer things for Earth. That in itself was on paper a massive step away from what they were doing, but there were only a few worlds where Earth could expect to get anything of value, and humanitarian missions were subject to the tight budget as well. So how are our primitive shipyards doing? It was expected that by the end of the year the Earth would in name at least be operating 4 distinct terrestrially built warship classes. Well, the Russians think they can bring another yard online, but none of our European allies have been able to determine a site to build a shipyard. Russia had its own version of the Prometheus design, and the USAF had been working on its own subclass of the original Earth warship, but the focus now was on the Daedalus class, or was so long as the politicians didn't change things up, as Congress going to shove another design down our throats. With our budget, Davis laughed from his chair, it's the budget, there isn't any funding available, right, and without briefing all of Congress there won't be. If the several hundred-strong U.S. Congress was brought into the loop, it wouldn't be long until they went public with disclosure anyway. So we have time then. That was a relief, that's good. O'Neill kicked back. As much of a relief as O'Neill felt being watched over by the big honking space guns of the Asgard battlecruisers in orbit, it didn't change the fact that beyond the solar system the Goa'uld were still out there duking it out. If we're going to do something about Anubis, and there has to be something, then Earth needs a fleet of its own. And that meant not changing up what they were building every 8 months to try and one-up what they had done last year. If Danny is right and there are more alien ruins on Earth that could help us out. Not so much because they would be useful, but because it would get France off their backs. The debris in the outer solar system is enough to cobble together defensive stations. There were perfectly intact plasma cannons that really just needed to be hooked up to a reactor. And targeting systems, but that still ran into the issue of available resources. If we could move one of those down to the surface, that would also give Europe something to do. Davis suggested. That wasn't really a question of could they physically move one, but could they get permission to give one to Europe to play with from the Joint Chiefs, and how much of a fit certain people in Congress would throw, and the less said about the Russian role the better. This was precisely the tomfoolery that was the reason Jack had never dreamed about general stars on his uniform. Political favors and marks were one thing, but all of this, it sucked. The cannons weren't doing them any good right now just sitting out there, but they were still a strategic resource. RCE for an alleged rainy day, politicians liked talking about Cal to address the scenario. So what do you suggest, Colonel? We don't have to move them to Earth though. He replied, in this case, the surface didn't have to mean Earth's. Because the moon base, even in its current layout, had the space to study a cannon, and the security to do it for. The lunar base is international, there are already Russian and NATO Space Force. For all that command actually existed, personnel stationed there, as such we wouldn't be turning it over to a foreign government. Scene break. There was a shimmering as the magical field gave way, and the Distorian dissolved, revealing the massive sloped sides. It was gigantic, far larger than any pyramid that Voldemort had ever seen, and easily dwarfing the so-called Great Pyramid. Thousands of years had allowed plants to run wild over parts of the settlement which surrounded it, but it was intact. The Golden Pyramid sat surrounded by a town, and the first thing Voldemort noticed were the ruined temples at the base of the vast pyramid. Everything else was seemingly intact, at least from what he could see from his vantage point atop the curving hillside. At least Lucius had no room to complain about the heat. The valley was rife with plant life, and buildings, and abundant water. This was hardly the arduous expedition into the desert he had been expecting at all. But Weasley's research implied that when Ra had left Earth it had been a time of great calamity. Voldemort was expecting a necropolis, not necessarily an empty city, but then it wasn't a desert either. If Voldemort had been able to read hieroglyphs he would have been able to translate the massive stone obelisks writing erected at the entrances. It recounted the tale of the revolt against Ra, of how the uprising against the Supreme System Lord's cruelty had progressed. It would have been information that Bill Weasley would have painstakingly copied down, translated and distributed before moving on. This place had been untouched for millennia. Voldemort, in his haphazard method of battering through the ancient defenses, had unraveled the ball of yarn. The Egyptian in our day had been wizards with few peers outside the two kingdoms, but that had been at their time. There were an abundance of magics which had been lost to the wizarding world, but at the same time there had been improvements. There had also been inventions of new spells, like the Fidelis. What Voldemort had undone opened the valley to everyone. When it had been described in Weasley's translations as a shining pyramid of gold, this house of the sun, Voldemort had expected it still be built of stone. Gold, after all, was a precious metal, though he wasn't quite certain that the pyramid was actually pure gold. Still, the walls were certainly covered in it, and inlaid with more hieroglyphics than he'd ever seen. Still, the symbols weren't something he intended to bother with. They had scarcely made it through the entry chamber when Rabastan begun to have another one of his periodic fits, forcing the group of wizards to stop and take stock of the situation. Rabastan's ailment had always been strange, but the Dark Lord was used to the babbling on in ancient Egypt, and the fits. Voldemort grimaced and restained the flailing pureblood, allowing Snape to stuff the man's mouth before he bit his tongue off. "We can wait here until Rabastan recovers," Voldemort declared, if only reluctantly. In hindsight, as he looked around the massive chamber, he knew he should have expected finally discovering this place would trigger one Rabastan's episodes. Of course, the madman was too useful with his visions to leave behind when they were so close. Waiting wasn't an option. Bill Weasley might not have battered down the wards like the Dark Lord was able to, but he would have gotten through eventually with or without the tools available to Voldemort. It might have taken weeks, maybe months, but he would have gotten through. "We will set up here, Lucius. Go look around." The blonde pureblood nodded, and set off down the gold-laden halls, paying no heed to the hieroglyphs either.